I'm not like super into this Warren thing. I just kind of got a Twitter notification about it, and I was like, oh, we're not doing too much else. Which I mean, really, we weren't. We were kind of just hanging out.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
yeah. You're totally good. Oh, am I loud? Sorry.
I
Am I loud? Wait.
you're loud. I just didn't. I sorry. I just wasn't like expecting you to just jump in. You're good.
But you jumped me in though. I didn't have any control over that.
I didn't jump you
Literally.
in. Did Frozen
Wait,
do it?
somebody did. I was. I think I was dragged into the shot. I thought it was you for sure, but somebody dragged me in, and then I was muted, and then somebody unmuted. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to spook you.
Oh, it's okay. That's probably a
But
decent clip if anybody, because I actually like jumped.
yeah, I saw that on their screen. I did not. I had no intention of doing that though. I swear.
It's okay. I'm gonna turn you down a bit, but you're good. What's up?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. So it firstly, I just want to say the point that I'm trying to make is a very arbitrary one. So if I get lost in translation, stop me immediately and like ask me to explain something.
Sure, go for it.
But so it's this idea that like we'll engage in the exact vernacular that was used. A 2 cents tax. Warren and Sanders have both talked about something. 2 cents tax added to the uber wealthy, right? The over $50 million crowd, right? Which is already an incredibly exclusive club. But
Yeah.
a 2 cents to every dollar that they make, where they're already taxed at, I've heard varying different levels or varying different reports, but like the bracket that they're in is already in the 37 percentile, or sorry, in the 37% tax bracket, and then they pay like sales tax like everybody else and stuff like that. And then
Yeah.
adding an extra 2 cents to that dollar just goes to show like how I don't want to say out of touch, but like how disgustingly like entrenched we as a society are in like in levying serious criticisms towards this bracket of people, right? That like and I recognize that these are like taxes that are not supposed to be seen as draconian by anyone, so that they can appeal to a wide audience and so that we can eventually pass them. But that it's like this will pay for. I think she's currently with the topic that she was on was education, I believe, if I recall correctly. I only recently
She
joined
yeah,
into
she mentioned things like education, higher wages, like
yeah,
also a lot of things. That's why I was saying I'm like, that sounds really good to me.
yeah, for sure. Especially if again, and I've seen some of the numbers get be reported, especially in healthcare is the one that I'm most familiar with. The idea that like nationalizing healthcare, not nationalizing, nationalizing private insurance or completely abolishing it, and then having the rich pay like a slightly higher tax, or like a slightly higher income, like slightly more on their income tax, would like result in this entire transaction being like effectively free or like in practice free, wherein like we as the middle class wouldn't see that much of a tax hike. The rich might see a very slight one, but the overall amount of money saved would be significant because we would not be paying for healthcare at the point of sale. uh, this all like again, it just like it's astounding to me like how much we can do with how little we would be taking effectively from the incredibly wealthy
Oh yeah.
when you look at the
Yeah, so your comment wasn't like against war, and it was against like where our capitalist system is. Like
exactly
the inequality of income kind of.
that we are at a state of wealth inequality that
Yes.
taking 2 cents after an individual venture co-capitalist has made $50 million, that we can take 2 cents after every dollar made at that point and fix a significant problem in the American system, such as education, the public education system, the private slash public healthcare system. That we can take such an insignificant amount of their money and fix these incredibly grandiose issues is like baffling, right?
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, and that's my
no, so I've kind of used this analogy before, so I think I know what side you'll be on, but I'll let you say anyway. The
sure.
idea that something like Flint, Michigan, which literally like would take time to solve, but is mostly just a money issue, right? Like finding the money for the
Yeah,
pipes and the time and everything. Like
resources.
certain, yeah, like billionaires, like Jeff Bezos, could just throw money at the problem until it was solved and wouldn't even like realize it was gone. And to me, like the fact that you don't do that is somewhat evil. I
Yeah, for sure.
legitimately consider that to be evil.
What sucks is that like the issue that I come to then is like figuring out exactly who to point the finger at, right? Because like we can point the finger at the billionaire, but is the system more at fault because the system is the way in which that billionaire was allowed to generate said wealth, and also not hold them accountable for using said wealth for any reason besides their own um, interests, be them completely benign, but also not like helping, or be them purely malicious in a way that like regresses society. Like, are we not supposed to fault the system, or is it the individual themselves? Because like I can sit here and say I hate Jeff Bezos all I want, and say and like boycott the Washington Post or whatever news organization he bought out, and say that I'll never buy from Amazon, but that might be missing the point, if that makes sense, right?
Mhm.
Where pointing at one billionaire in particular and say fuck that guy individually, because I don't like where he puts his money, might not address the systemic issue of why does that guy have that much money, and why is he able to put it all into lobbying for political issues that are counter towards my own.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So, do you agree with Warren's lifetime ban on lobbying for? I don't know if I think she said all politicians. I don't. I thought it was just higher ups, but maybe I'm getting her policies wrong.
Lifetime ban on what exactly? Sorry, I know that she's
Lobbying.
big on. Yeah,
For
yeah. So she's big on like removing super PACs. I know she's also big on getting uh, money. I don't know exactly how this fits into super PACs, but like getting money out of politics through other means of like it sounds like what you're saying of like banning people that lobby for political issues on like at like Wall Street, or not Wall Street, sorry. Well, certainly to some extent there, but also uh,
Yeah, a lot.
Washington.
Yeah, so a lot of the politicians will run for like a term or two, and then after they're done, they automatically have a job lined up lobbying for like an oil company or something like that, like getting like a $200,000 plus job, which
Oh
is
yeah,
kind of
so
just a way of them being bought out legally.
what? Yeah, we kind of briefly touched on this of politicians being more subservient to having a career in politics rather than just actually trying to like make change for the terms that they're in.
Yeah,
Is that exactly what you're getting at, or are you trying to
pretty.
speak
Yeah,
more
pretty
to?
much. Yeah.
Um, well, so I'm a little bit conflicted because this isn't something I've researched too much. So there's like two warring factions here. The one is like, and I don't know if you're speaking to specifically term limits, but the idea that like a politician should be in office for a long time so that we can see the effects of their policies on a long time span and hold them accountable accordingly. And then the other one is like we should try to cycle out politicians so that they don't become corrupt, or so that they're not like subject to ruining the systems that they're a part of. If that makes sense, like I see the two warring factions there. Of
Yeah, I don't know if I like the idea of term limits exactly. The whole like don't become a you can't become a lobbying thing, I kind of understand a lot more. But like with term limits, because there's like you look at like Biden and Sanders are both like very different politicians, different history, but both of them been politicians for a very long time.
yeah,
And yeah, it's difficult because certain, yeah, like you said, like some of the things like you implement aren't going to have immediate results. They'll take years, like maybe even decades to see results. Especially when it comes to outcomes like education, you're clearly not going to see any changes soon.
yeah. So somebody like Betsy DeVos can be Secretary of Education for 4 years and implement a bunch of charter schools in Michigan, and then right as she's getting cycled out, we start to see the results of that being terrible, and then we can't do anything about that. We can't like. I mean, I guess the only thing that we would be able to do anyways is vote her out. But it's just that like we can't hold her accountable and say like, hey, she fucked the system, because maybe a new person's in the system by that point. And then it's like, do we blame them? Do we blame her? What about the policies they implemented? They're starting to mush. The ACA is a perfect example. A lot of people complained about the ACA, but it got repealed before we got to see any. I mean, there were some, of course, significant, like it was a landmark bill in and of itself. Very much so, like the first of its kind. You could say set. A lot of people certainly say set the tone for Medicare for all to be a thing that we talk about now. But the ACA was only a bill for like what 4, 5, 6 years maybe,
Mhm.
or not a bill, like a law, if you will.
Yeah.
Well, it literally was like a law for like I think was like one presidential term. Like it sucks that we didn't get to really sink our teeth into it, because what happened, right? Like we cycled out the presidential, the executive branch, and it got defunded. Or I don't think defunded. It got repealed, and with no replacement too. Might I add? That was the real
It's
need there.
I don't think the repeal went through, but it has been defunded so much, which is also
Yeah,
another bad thing because now it's even harder for us to look back and say, oh well, how good is that? Because 4 years in, it got cut by I don't know how much, which is gonna make it look bad. That's one of the
yeah,
really like sucky things for politicians, especially for like president, is you are stuck with whatever you come with, good or bad.
for sure.
So one of the things I hate is the It's a really popular conservative talking point for Trump. Is they're like, oh, block unemployment's the lowest it's been. But you can
Yeah.
actually like look back and like, oh, whoa, we can see this line has been decreasing for like 10 years.
Yeah,
Like,
or like I love this one too. Obama was the president that raised the national debt to the highest that it had ever been, even though he literally entered office right after Bush signed into legislation the bailout for the banks. Right, like literally months after Bush signs that bill, Obama takes office, and well, lo and behold, we have the biggest government bailout in the history of ever. In place, and like the economic effects for that were felt very much all throughout his presidency. Um,
yep. And
it's
that's
just like
he came into a bad situation, but he's the one that gets is going to get blamed for it.
absolutely.
It's and that's true, and that's even true for effects. Like some of these effects are beyond a single term,
Yeah, for sure. Or even beyond the
or
president, right?
that's
Like I wouldn't.
that's what I meant.
It's
Sorry,
difficult.
yeah,
It's difficult to look at Bush and be like he's the reason why uh, uh, the banks or like not just the banks the housing market crisis began to as well, because like a lot of that stuff was put into play in the early 2000s, even in the late 1900s or 1990s, where like the deregulation of these banks was being talked about, and like bills were getting um, passed or discussed to increase regulation, but like we're getting turned down. A lot of the idea of like you or I, like I as a 19-year-old kid who's like pretty fresh out of high school, not even in college, had like a minimum wage paying job, could have gotten like a 6-figure loan to buy a house if I had like a clean history. Maybe say like all you would need to do is like just say, hey, I plan to buy a house, I have a job, like provide some proof of income, and like have a relatively clean criminal record, and you could have gotten back then, like in 2005 or 2006, a loan for a house. Like, do we blame the president because that was the state that the country was in? Probably not. Like
yeah,
it's such a complicated issue. It's hard to like say that the reason why the loan situation got to the point that it was is because of any one particular president. So it definitely puts pressure on the question of like who do we really blame when it comes to the economy crashing? Is it specifically all in the executive branch? Probably not, but a lot of people seem to think it is.
yeah. I think like to the example I always go to this kind of stuff is the Middle East. Right, we can critique on what is Trump doing in the Middle East. Well, he inherited things from Obama, who inherited things back in. And you could even say like, oh, well, 9/11 happened under Bush. But there's so much more like context of what America has done in the Middle East that goes several presidents before Bush.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
it
even I wouldn't even say presidents. It's businesses, right? This is ExxonMobil, BP, all of these big oil or not oil, but like gas and oil or fossil fuel businesses wanting to meddle in these countries and extract them for their resources, or at least get into these countries and have the rights to extract these countries for their resources and buck them at every turn. That is like the extent of U.S. intervention in these countries, and it always has been. We saw this in Venezuela as well. I don't want to say single-handedly, but we played a very significant role in their economy crashing. But nobody wants to admit that. Nobody wants to have a serious conversation about how back when their oil reserves were privatized, it was big name companies that had their headquarters rooted in the United States that were fucking over, or that were extracting these resources and fucking over Hugo Chavez and the entire. I mean, people love to call like Maduro and Chavez a dictator, but like, are they dictators because they just wanted to nationalize their country's only commodity and use it for their country's interests? Like, are they bad people for that? I'm not here to say Hugo Chavez or Maduro are good people either. I'm just saying like, can we really sit here and say that they are like individually evil people in the America or in America's like America was shafted because they wanted to take their country's only national reserve, or only genuine currency slash resource, and use it for their own people's goods? Like, is that their fault? Like, are we to blame them and to say that like socialism doesn't work as a result of that?
yeah, it's a complicated issue, and it's especially like from a research point of view, like the whole like uh, causation kind of thing, that whole argument. Like you can't just be like, oh, this one exact thing caused it, or try to say,
Hmm.
well, this is to blame. We would love to be able to do that, but that's just not a realistic outcome.
Absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, I guess how this ties all the way back to the I guess the live Warren chat that she's having from Twitter, it looks like, um on how how it is like how it is how it is going to how it would take such an insignificant amount of money from capitalists or venture co-capitalists, like these huge multi-billion conglomerates, to fix a lot of our nation's problems. It's it's just funny to hear these things espoused, not because they're incorrect, but just because like it makes me critically evaluate the society that we're in, the not the government, well, the government to an extent, but like the private sector, that has the means of production, and think like, man, like these issues that we have that are seemingly so complicated, such as homelessness, wealth inequality,
Hmm.
healthcare, food, housing. These issues that are so complicated can be fixed by such a marginal amount being taken off the top end, that I have to wonder, like, what is the system that we're in to begin with? Like, why is it that the top end has so much room for money that they need versus money that they just seem to have? Like, why is there so much money floating in the arbitrary end of the top?
Yeah, you're right though. A lot of these problems could be, and Warren, these are problems that could be a lot more easily fixed by just kind of having money. But you have these people that, and certain things. This like it. She said 50 million or more. I think. I don't know if that was her exact number. But yeah,
Yeah, it was.
like not like most companies would be completely unaffected by this. Most people would be completely unaffected by this. But it's so weird to me. I don't know, like if a lot of like conservative voters think they're going to be in this tax bracket soon, so it benefits them, or they like really believe in the whole trickle down economics thing, or
Yeah.
I don't know where that like voting logic comes from.
Of voting against something like that, of like, man, I'm going to vote against this even though it probably would never affect me, like this increased tax bracket would never affect me, and it would probably never affect a business that I would even want to have a part in, right? Like, where we're essentially talking about taxing companies like Facebook, companies like Amazon, companies like Twitter, that conservatives by and large hate anyways. That taxing these companies is somehow something that conservatives by and large disagree with anyways, is very much an interesting thing to think about. Like, why do they still hold on to that idea of the Reagan trickle down economics theory that has been disproven time and time again by like leading economists, that no, in fact, the wealthy do just tend to hoard their wealth, or they reinvest it into lobbying against government programs, et cetera, so forth. Like, that's what wealthy do. The wealthy generally seem to do with their wealth, if you let them hoard it. So we should not be cutting taxes on the wealthy. Um, and then yeah, or like, do they think, oh well, I'm just a rich, I'm gonna be I'm a rich guy in training, like I'll be rich someday, I don't want these tax brackets applying to me, when they're sitting there with their like 20,000, 30,000 job, listening to Trump every night on Fox News, thinking like, that'll be me someday, he's gonna be fighting for my rights, like I'm poverty right now, but don't worry, I'm coming to that tax bracket, I'm gonna want those policies to be affecting me when I reach it.
Yeah. I ended up getting lunch with a bunch of family members yesterday for my dad's birthday, which was a good
Okay.
time. But I'm much more progressive than anybody else in my family, and I would say my family's fairly like center right. Like we agree on quite a few things, but I think a lot of it that people still have the whole like I guess it's a blaming problem. Because there's a lot of we talked about like Biden's whole like like the effects of slavery or whatever, and he went on his like record player rant or something, which is like weird. I don't.
Yeah, very weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Why not?
yeah. But I think that's what a lot of people still have is oh well certain groups of people could really be benefited, but it's their own fault. Or like why certain things like why is the government there's so many scholarships and financial incentives for black people, why aren't these given out to more people instead?
Yeah.
I
Do they like
think
fit?
there's
Yeah.
the whole, it's the Jordan Peterson like pick yourself up by your bootstraps, it's your fault kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, so what's interesting about this is that, like, I think you and I might actually find disagreement here. Wherein I
Okay.
do think that, like, so in a vacuum, telling somebody that's like depressed, and it's important to note that there were several distinguishments that you made there between the the poor trying to well, okay, people telling people that are in hardship circumstance, like hardship, or going under difficult circumstances, like someone like, say, Jordan Peterson, who in some ways you could call like a motivational speaker when he does conversations about like Stoic philosophy,
Mm-hmm.
is just basically trying to give people speech that will prop them up and have them uh, I'm not by any means like a fan of Jordan Peterson, but it's hard to recognize like all of his speeches as just like anti-socialist speeches when in fact some of his speeches are rooted pretty firmly in like in social psychology and trying to help people deal with their own problems. The idea of like cleaning your room, like, is that necessarily like a bad tenet to live by? Probably not. Like, there are
No.
probably some good things that can happen in your life. But yeah, for sure, like in a vacuum, these things might provide good advice. Speaking to the overall political climate of America today, they're horrible advice. Like the idea that we need to just tell people when wealth inequality is at its greatest that's ever been throughout the entire history of the nation, that people that are poor today are just poor because they want to be poor or because they really truly don't want to be rich or because they're not trying hard enough, is absolutely terrible advice, and it like does nothing but muddy the conversation and make it more and more difficult for us to ever actually solve the issue that is very real and alive today. So it is kind of interesting, like whenever somebody does go on these rants or these tirades of like poor people just want to have handouts or receive handouts, or
Yep.
black people just don't want to go to college and that's their fault. And if they need a scholarship that isn't afforded to white people as well to go, then that means that they really shouldn't be going to college anyways. Like it muddies the conversation. It ignores like the history of systemic racism that has existed in the country, or the history of wealth inequality that has only been growing as an issue, as a direct result of, well, not just a direct result. Again, it's a complicated issue, but in large part as a result of capitalist interests and keeping a heterogeneous society that is complacent with division and talking about medial issues that don't actually address their own schemes. I don't know. That was like a lot of I don't want to say weasel words, but like a lot of charged language that I could substantiate. I kind of made I don't know. Most people would probably if I was Vosh right now, I always compare myself to Vosh. If I was Vosh, I think everything I would have just said would have been like taken no issue. But like whenever I use such charged language to attack capitalists, like I have to watch myself because I don't want to like demonize the fuck out of like there's some good ideas. Like I always say, capitalism it's very unfortunate that capitalism works. Otherwise there'd be there'd be every reason to criticize it. But capitalism is ruthlessly effective. And I mean both of those words very, very specifically. It's ruthless in how it works, in that it prioritizes efficiency over anything else. But it sure as hell gets the job done, right? When you tell somebody with a business savvy mind, like, hey, we have an issue with food. I'm going to give you a huge stipend. Why don't you go and find a way to grow food? And that person, again, they have that business savvy mind, goes and creates an industry off of this, and they fucking optimize every aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
From the amount of money that they're willing to pay their workers to the amount of money that they're able to invest in the resources necessary to produce the outcome that is desired out of them. They can make a truly magnificent creation there, where they are able to optimize something that we as say like a government that's concerned with centrally planning out society could never do, or realistically speaking could never do. If we were trying to central plan the entire economy, it would just be insanely difficult for us to undertake such incredibly complicated issues like producing food, and make them as good as they possibly could for every aspect of society, right? So if we and this is why I contest with central planning a little bit, is just growing food is like an issue if you'll call it that, is a science that spans across like 4 to 5 different fields of study and gets incredibly deep into the nitty gritty. You get into agriculture, you get into biology, you get into like zoology, you get into like so many different fields of study, and you get into very complicated roots into these fields of study that is incredibly difficult to just like talk about something like how are we going to go about growing food in the most optimal and efficient manner possible, while also trying to preserve human safety and health. To say that like we can centrally plan everything in society, such as not only food but also entertainment, technology, research, education, shelter, is an incredibly like, I almost call it arrogant. And I'm not trying to like insult communists that think central planning is like a good idea. It's just it's to get like a team of 15 to 20 people together and be like, let's just plan out the entire economy is a very difficult concept to do, and one that I have yet to see work. But this idea that like capitalism is any better because it can produce insane outcomes while marginalizing every single person but themselves and the outcome that they're desiring at that same step is also something that I think capitalists need to, right? This idea that like they can produce probably more food than a centrally planned government can produce tenfold, but that they'll have workers working 60-hour weeks, and they'll have seeds that are like out of date that shouldn't be being used to grow food. or they'll have like incredibly sick animals because the food that they're feeding them is incredibly cheap, but also really bad for them, right? Like that the outcome that they can produce will be a shoddy one at that, one that will just barely meet the qualifications by which we set out. They'll produce a fuck ton of it because they can sell all of that, but just that like it'll cost everybody but themselves and the well, yeah, but themselves really, to produce that outcome. I don't know. These are like very general words. We could apply this to something specific if you'd like. That's kind of like my critique of capitalism and socialism all in one.
Yeah, there's I actually just saw a Twitter post, and maybe this is not correct. I don't know. From the Virgin Business Insider, it says Amazon-owned Whole Foods is cutting medical benefits for part-time workers. In Business Insider, it says Jeff Bezos is now making an astonishing $230,000 every minute.
That's pretty insane. I didn't actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, I just these are just tweets. I don't know how true they are, but it's a little crazy.
Oh, for
Um,
sure.
yeah, so it's a little bit after 8. Let's go ahead and dip into the big call and see who else wants to get in here.
Oh yeah, for sure. The group chat,
Yeah.
the GC.
So
I can't actually call it. I don't know.
Oh, I
Do
can
we just
call it.
type?
Yeah, give me a sec. Start video call. Let me switch over.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So it looks like we've had a few people that like might show up late, but we'll have to see. Um, Touring News was supposed to join us tonight, but it looks like he forgot because he's got something planned in a bit. So I might just leave him alone. I don't know. But let's. I wonder if
Oh
I
shit.
should start. Hey, how do I? There we go. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should actually start doing this a little bit later, if that would be better for people.
Yeah, I wonder. People have like very weird stream schedules. Somebody like Puff Shaker I stream like midday. Somebody like Mindwave streams it like in the middle of night. It's kind of difficult.
Yeah,
Hello.
and then this guy, this poor guy is British, so
Oh yeah. So
that's
he gets a little
actually,
bit
yeah,
mixed.
part of the reason I don't want to start later is for True.
You don't have to wait for me. I'm not going to be here for long anyway because I gotta wake up early tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I'm gonna wake up, gonna watch some hot court action at 10 o'clock in the morning. So,
Wait, you're gonna watch what?
oh, an important court case is starting tomorrow, and it's going to be live streamed. So, I've decided I'm going to watch it, even though it's going to be really boring.
Okay. I'll get
Yeah.
you. Yeah. How's it going though? Did you watch any of the U.S. debates?
I watched Biden's brain melt slowly. I mean, that was entertaining. It was just like watching Grandpa Simpson, like that story he tells about that one time he had an onion on his belt. It was a little bit like that. And then that story about corn pop as well. I mean, that was entertaining.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't watch all of it. I did watch some of it.
Yeah. Let me see, because I know Mark said he'd be here. Oh, it looks like he's getting set up. Okay. Yeah. He changes. He's playing. People. Everybody's playing Borderlands.
Oh, of course. Because
I want to play Borderlands, but I'm trying to hold back.
I'm not. I was streaming the greatest tycoon game that's ever been created. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, objectively the best tycoon game that was ever made. I will debate anybody on this. I dare anybody to contradict me.
well, no, you're right. The polling data is out. It actually does say that the Tycoon 2 is the best Tycoon game ever. No debate necessary.
Yeah, precisely.
I'm
That's
looking.
what I mean.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we don't even need to though. I'm just saying Gallup right here. I've got a poll. Tycoon 3 is up in rank 2 spot. Tycoon 2 is right there in the number 1 spot. I see it.
Yeah, some people say Tycoon 3, but those people are wrong.
They're peasants, really.
Yeah, basically, they can't think in 2 dimensions.
Hi guys, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Who all do we got in here?
We got me. We got Wired Guitar, and we got True Leveler. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Let me.
So I'm not familiar with wired guitar. I don't think we've ever talked before.
Oh, nice. I just recently joined the group chat. I'm a left-leaning. I'm probably like everybody in this group chat is a left-leaning streamer of some variety.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I talk politics. I think I'm maybe the furthest like from everybody else. It's hard for me to explore exactly everybody's. I know Puff Shake might be somewhat on board with the idea of like socialist democracy, but I'd say I'm like a sock dem more so than I'm a full on lefty socialist or like especially communist. I don't know. I haven't really brain picked everybody though. So
Yeah, I'm more of a sock dem.
uh,
Like probably to the left of Bernie or someone like that.
okay, okay, yeah. Then we're probably
Yeah,
a
there's
little bit
not
away from
much,
each other.
not much variety here yet.
How about no? Well, there is though. Like, I'm curious. Would you be in favor of a completely, the complete nationalization of health insurance as we know it? Like, are you on board with Medicare for all? That'll kind of be the defeater here. Okay. Then yeah, you're right. We are in the same camp. Not the same camp. I'm more for like public option, but I think
I
the statement.
usually say that I'm a democratic socialist. Mostly because a big inspiration for me was a guy called Tony Benn, who I don't expect you to have heard of him. He was a British socialist, so it's kind of in that context, so it's a bit different.
Okay.
So I do support the NHS. Before you ask.
Yeah, you can say that because you already have the thing that we're trying so hard to just achieve. Uh,
I've said this on stream before actually, but if anybody tells you that it's impossible to have like proper socialized healthcare in the United States, just look at the circumstances under which the NHS was created. Like the NHS was founded about a couple of years after World War II when the country was bankrupted, and we still managed to do it. And the scale of the NHS is massive. Like you talked about nationalization of insurance, right? The NHS was nationalisation of entire hospitals. The government nationalised almost all the hospitals in the country.
yeah, I would prefer that.
Can we go on this for a little bit? Because I actually have a few. I don't want to say criticisms, but like talking points that somebody I debated with earlier brought up to me, and he said as his citation, he said he had the lived experience of living under the NHS and
Okay.
not receiving care for his HPV genital warts for over 3 months, even though he had been diagnosed with it for that time period. And he criticized the NHS for that reason. He said it's like actually terrible that immigration, especially, is clogging up the healthcare system, and that he can't get care for something that could be deadly for all intents and purposes if he's not received treatment too soon.
No, part of what he said there is correct. The other part is blatantly false. It's not immigration that's clogging up the NHS; it's lack of funding, and it's also other knock-on effects that come from underfunding in areas that are outside of the NHS's boundaries. So there is a serious problem in the NHS at the moment with what's known as bed blocking. This is where somebody who's like particularly elderly, for example, is in a NHS hospital bed that they don't need to be in. And this happens because although NHS funding hasn't been cut as much as other bits of funding have been due to austerity, social care funding has been cut massively. So previously, basically, if you have like an elderly person in hospital, before you can discharge them, you have to have somewhere you can send them to. So somebody could be well enough to be discharged from hospital, but they might not actually have anywhere you can send them to. So those beds become blocked because that person is then just sitting in hospital because there aren't any care homes to send them to. There isn't any sort of social care available for that person, so they can't get like care within their home. They can't have nurses come and check on them and this kind of thing. And because the NHS isn't allowed to discharge them if it feels that doing so will put them at risk, it just can't. And this causes huge problems with lack of beds on wards, for example. But that's only one example of something that's kind of not so good with the NHS at the moment. Those aren't really problems with the NHS or nationalised healthcare in general, though. I think it's really reductive to argue about individual systems in this sense because the aim of any American shouldn't be to mirror the NHS the same way, right? Like,
Yeah, it should be
you
to
don't want
surpass
to.
it where it's weak.
Pardon?
Well, it should be to surpass it where it's weak and build upon it where it's strong, right?
Yeah, you want to take the experiences because the NHS isn't the only model for healthcare either, right? It's not like other countries have models that are similar to the NHS. The NHS is a very early model, actually. It's a very old model. I
Yeah,
wouldn't really be in favor of
that's
that.
what people say. Like Bernie's proposal is so extreme because he wants to cover dental and vision on top of that, and I know that's not covered in really any other system. I think you guys do vision, right?
Dental.
Yeah, they do.
Dental is covered in certain parts of the NHS. I'm not sure that all vision is. When the NHS was first founded, the NHS actually, one of its largest sources of bills was that in its original envisioned state back in the 1940s, the NHS did used to give out free glasses, which is incredible. Like, especially at the time when people didn't really have cheap access to like an optician's, the NHS gave all of these people who had previously never been able to afford glasses free glasses, and they very quickly had to stop that. And so very early on, there was like teething problems with the NHS. You could say there was like it didn't necessarily fulfill the vision of the original creators of the NHS, but it's certainly better, I think, than a lot of other systems. So you can't let perfect be the enemy of good. So yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
there's probably value in. I mean, I'm just speculating, right? I'm like a dumb Brit. I don't really know what's going on in the US that much. But there's probably value in advocating for the more extreme version because then, even if you don't get exactly what you want, what you do get is still better than like if you had advocated for a less extreme version and then was forced to negotiate down from that position, for example. I mean, that might be one way to look at it.
I see.
Okay.
Specifically, the point that you brought up though about how one big problem with the NHS is that I don't want to do this like reductionist thing where I say it does not receive enough funding because the specific point that you brought up seemed to like speak to a very specific issue within it, but that it seems like in general they just don't receive enough funding and that's what like clogs up their healthcare system. Um, Firstly,
Yeah.
would you agree with that characterization of like the general problem that you brought up?
Yeah, generally speaking, it's just because you used the words cogged up, and I was wanted
Yeah.
to talk about bed blocking in particular.
Yeah, and that was what the individual that I argued with said. Like I don't actually think it's clogged up. I don't know anything about it, right? Like outside of what a very cursory like Wikipedia search provides, because like you are like with how your information about the United States is somewhat lacking. My information regarding the European healthcare system is certainly somewhat. Um, but he said that like again like 3 months for necessary care about HPV. I'm curious like to prevent that sort of issue, you would suggest more funding, or like that the issue comes about because of a lack of funding. How would you go about like increasing funding in that regard? Like just tax the rich more, or I don't know. I'm throwing out suggestions, but of course, I'm just like curious to hear like if your healthcare system suffers from a quote unquote clogging up of the system because you guys lack the resources necessary to deal with some issues like I guess genital wart screening and diagnostics. And I'm only using that because again, that's the anecdote that the guy brought up. Like, how would you go about solving that sort of issue?
Um, I mean, it's not something that's like easily solved, right? There isn't a one easy answer that you could say that would solve everything. I think just in general, the issue is that there is a lack of funding, and this is partly driven by the fact that we've had for the last several years now a conservative government who's made a concerted effort to underfund it. But like the when it comes to funding, you use the usual levers the government has in order to increase funding. That could be increasing taxation, and it also could be making corresponding cuts elsewhere. For example, we could, I don't know, there was a lot of talk about cutting our nuclear program at one point. Not a very popular thing with certain people, but perhaps that's an avenue that could be explored. Do we really need nuclear weapons? Do we need armed nuclear submarines? Do we need to pay Americans in order to have armed nuclear submarines, which is what we currently do? But again, that's just like one tiny little thing.
Yeah,
It's
and so yeah,
it there's a lot of things you can do, and the powers are there to do it. It's just that the political will isn't. We don't have the politicians in who are interested in doing that.
yeah, for sure. I wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I wasn't trying to like actually. The question was more rhetorical than anything. I wasn't trying to like get you to specifically tell me what specific policy you would enact. It's just like the idea of saying the reason our plan right now can't work is because it's underfunded. Seems to speak to an issue that the plan might have in general, right? Is that like maybe it's biting off more than it can chew. The
Oh,
idea of
I
like
mean, okay, but also in that you've also got to acknowledge that he said that it isn't working, and I contend that it is working in spite of the fact that it is underfunding. Generally speaking, outcomes in the NHS are good. He might have had one bad experience of that, but that isn't necessarily indicative of everybody else's experience.
Yeah.
And you've also got to think about, like, if he's advocating some other system, how would he have been treated, for example, if he was American? The alternative there might be that he would never receive treatment because he couldn't afford it. Sure, it sucks to have to wait for a long time. He shouldn't be in that situation, but
for sure,
yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
And I agree with you a lot more than I agree with him. I didn't agree with him that much. I let him. I gave him the grounds of his anecdote, and he was able to like run a mile with it. Of course, right? As anybody can find one anecdote about how like some very specific and rare disease is, I guess, potentially causing a strain on the NHS system. Like Elfie Evans, I'm sure maybe you're familiar with, is a kid that like had a neurodegenerative disorder that like chewed away at the white matter in his brain, and a lot of people speculated that the NHS pulled the plug on him because they couldn't afford to keep him in hospitals for longer than 6 months. Otherwise,
just on the topic of Alfie Evans, any speculation about that is inaccurate, to say the least. The reasons why he wasn't offered the treatment was because the treatment would have been of no benefit to him. It wasn't about cost of funding.
For sure.
I can get into that a bit more because I know a bit more about that. But that's
I'm gonna agree with you. Yeah, I read in this case as well. Like, and I don't want to like come out as some capitalist shill here. Like, trust me, I'm very much in favor of nationalizing healthcare as we know it. It's just that like practicality is something that I'm very interested in as well, and I just don't see Americans like rallying behind this idea that we should get away with private insurance or that we should make like government contract like doctors or anything like that. It's just something that I don't see is happening anytime soon in the political climate. So I'm more about like taking stepping stones to get there as opposed to just like trying to make this unreasonable jump towards a nationalized healthcare system. I don't think that healthcare is something we should be profiteering on. I don't think that sick people are where we should be seeking to make profit. So I'm in agreement.
Yeah, just in relation to Alfie Evans though, like decisions like that are made in the American system as much as they are in the UK system. At some point, a decision has to be made about whether it's worth continuing with treatments, and sometimes that decision will be made against the interests, or not the interests, sorry, but against the wishes of some of the people involved. But that is a medical decision. That was a decision made by doctors because they believed that that it would be wrong to put a child through experimental treatment that had no guarantee of success, especially given that the child's brain had deteriorated to such a state that even if it stopped the deterioration any further, he was effectively already brain dead for life. Exactly. That's kind of what's going on there.
Hey, Vanilla.
I don't know that much about the US, but I kind of suspect that the same thing
not
would
voting for Trump in 2020
anyway.
But thank you for the 20 bits.
But around that case, you had a lot of people who were circulating. And these people had their own agendas. So, for example, the doctor who offered treatment in that case, the American doctor who offered treatment in the case, hadn't actually seen any of Alfie Evans's medical files before he made that very public offer. Come to my lab, we can treat you. He very quickly changed his mind about it after he did see the same evidence the doctors had seen. But by that point, it was too late. He'd already obviously run his gob in the media. And that was carried further by people who have either want to portray this as some kind of like socialist healthcare gone mad sort of situation, or like Christian extremists or whatever who are trying to push it as some kind of like
pro-life agenda. Or like the media is in fact infected with a bunch of liberals that want to kill kids that are of no use to society. I've heard all that.
You forget that they want to harvest their organs too.
That's true.
I'm sorry, I'm not saying much. I'm arguing with the guy in the chat.
I saw that.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
You made a
friend.
Hate
Zionists.
Oh, somebody in chat's a Zionist? Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, is this one of those, like, anytime you criticize the Israeli satellite state, it's like, oh my God, you're anti-Semite?
Anti-Semitic, yes.
Oh, shit. Wait, be careful, though. This is really close to TOS. Like, Vosh got banned for some shit. I would
really
tread caution. Tread with caution. Yeah, Vosh, the guy on YouTube. I don't know. Maybe I know this guy way more than I should. He's got like 30K subs, but he used to be. You guys are probably familiar with Destiny, I assume, right?
Yeah.
He used to be somebody. I think he still has pretty good friends with Destiny, and he started his own Twitch channel and was getting like a lot of traffic as a direct result of knowing Destiny and also having like a rather clear and succinct voice that like he knew a lot of talking points about politics. Well, he talked about he did like one stream on the Israeli satellite state and just talking about like, why are they even there? Like what's they're surrounded by enemies. Like just talking about very like fair, like bring up fair criticisms about why that country is there and why they keep seeming to nuke Palestinians for no fair reason. And you got fucking taken down for that. You got permanent banned for that. So just be careful.
That's
Just on the
surprising.
topic of like the specific labor allegations, eventually what's going to happen is that the Equality and Human Rights Commission, which is an independent human rights organization in the UK, with the power to make these kind of investigations, will publish a report about the specific allegations. I think it's fair to say that their report is probably going to be interesting to read, and I have no reason to suspect that it will be biased one way or the other. I kind of trust them to come to an independent decision on whether the Labour Party is institutionally anti-Semitic. But just on the topic of some of the individual MPs who left, I would say that a lot of them were, to put it nicely, dead enders. MPs who were perhaps a bit more upset about the fact that their party was no longer perhaps pursuing the same sort of policies that they were previously interested in, and perhaps wanted to go down a different sort of route. I'm thinking specifically of MPs like Chokru Muna, who had previously run in the leadership campaign, and then obviously it didn't go very well for him. He stopped running in the leadership campaign very suddenly, without actually saying why. Perhaps there's something in his cupboards that he didn't want to come out. But he's since joined a different party where he's more at home. And the same is true of a lot of these other MPs. I'm not going to say that there is or isn't examples of anti-Semitism within the Labour Party. It is a party with a massive membership. It's got a larger membership than any other party in the UK at the moment, so it'd be kind of foolish to say. I'm just going to say that I think the best thing to do is wait until this report comes out and see what the report says.
And I'm still waiting for him to tell me who on the Bernie Sanders campaign has said something anti-Semitic too.
Yeah,
that's just a bit silly.
I'm just replying to the Labour stuff basically.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, and I what I just read said that one member, like I read his comments and like they're not the best comments. One specifically, this Mr. Livingston that I ever talked about, where he said, using the example of Adolf Hitler had once supported Zionism, which I mean is true. But he followed up with saying the problem of anti-Semitism had been overstated. I mean, was he talking about inside the party, or because I mean that would largely be true too.
I don't know the specifics of it because honestly, it's not something I follow that closely. What's going on in the party? I'm not a member of the party at the moment. I don't follow the specific ins and outs of it. Beyond that, Ken Livingstone is a person who has been controversial for as long as he's been a politician. He was originally the mayor of London for a while. He's had a lot of fallings out with other members of the party, and he is definitely on the left of the party, generally speaking, compared to the kind of traditional center of it. Well, not the traditional center of it, the kind of current center of it. But I don't know. I don't know what context any of these quotes were in or anything like that, so I can't really speak for it.
Yeah, and he's in there talking about Linda Sarsour. Linda Sarsour didn't say anything anti-Semitic. What she did was she criticized Israel and the way it treats Palestinian people, which again is not the same thing as being anti-Semitic. Like I said, these are bad faith attacks. They have no basis in reality. All they boil down to is criticizing Israel in any way, shape, or form is anti-Semitism, and that's it. Criticizing AIPAC is anti-Semitism, and that's it. Beyond that, like that's not a claim. That's not reasonable. That means we can't criticize anything that happens on, that anything that happens in Israel. And the fact that we're giving them tons of money to fund all this is pretty, I mean, it's ridiculous. I think we should have some say in what happens there. And the fact that they're running basically an apartheid state should be recognized. And normally, when human rights violations like that happen, usually we don't, hold up that country as being somewhat good or beyond criticism. So it's pretty ridiculous. Linda Sarsour did not say anything anti-Semitic. What she did was she criticized the treatment of Palestinians in Israel. These are not the same thing. Well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Everyone got really quiet.
I just letting you go. Sounds like you're having fun.
I don't know, I wish I knew more about this.
Oh God, the fucking National Review. Are you fucking talking? Are you kidding me? You link a fucking conservative rag to prove your point? Get the fuck out of here. God, I'm so sick of people linking the National Review like it's some sort of bastion of journalistic ethics. It is not a fucking good. It's a conservative magazine. Of course, they're going to say it's anti-Semitic because they're baked in their own fucking bias. Give me a break. They don't know what they'll never call anti-Semitism on the right out, but they'll call anti-Semitism on the left out, and they'll define it as whatever criticizing Netanyahu is. Because, by the way, big surprise, Netanyahu's fucking right wing. Get the fuck out of here with this National Review bullshit. Give me a real source. I'm sorry.
It's
that
okay.
shit pisses me off. This is like the second time this week that someone's linked me to the National Review as a legit source.
Sounds like you're getting this a lot then.
Oh yeah, no, the Israel topic is incredibly annoying, and it's fake controversies. We could spend it talking about like actual anti-Semitism going on in this country, which is coming from the right and not the left. Like, I don't know, things that are actually killing people. But instead, we're talking about, oh, this person said pointed out that Israel is a fucking apartheid state. Well, then maybe Israel shouldn't be a fucking apartheid state. Is that really that hard to understand? It's really annoying, and people get so heated on it. To the point where they'll easily defend the horrible treatment of the literal open air prison that's going on the West Bank and in Gaza, and just ignore all the rest of it. It's like Israel does no fucking wrong. They're trying to annex the fucking West Bank. They're building settlements on the West Bank and in Gaza, land that isn't theirs. Talk about that. That's the shit that Linda Sarsour is talking about. That's the shit that the people that you linked were talking about. Israel is not above a criticism.
No country should be above criticism.
Exactly.
Except for my country.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. You can criticize my country if you want.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of confrontational on these things, so I kind of like want this guy to come into Discord. Is that unreasonable, Mark? Mark, would you like be down to conversate with this guy?
You know what? Sure.
I don't mind talking about this as such. I do know a bit about it in the legal framework. So, like when you talk about whether occupations are illegal or illegal, I can tell you about that. But I, generally speaking, avoid talking about this issue just because it kind of makes me feel sad. That's truthfully the answer. It makes me feel miserable. So I don't mind if you want to talk about it. But I don't think I'll have much to add to the conversation.
By the way, there are no quotes in this from Linda Sarsour. Like, I'm looking at it right now, and like they quote like one word in one statement and then frame it in the way that they prefer it. But there are no quotes in this article.
Yeah, no, this is
at
definitely
all.
A shitty source. Yeah, a very shitty source. They just talk about her like in third person a bunch. They don't actually. I don't know. This is an interesting little opinion piece that holds no merit to the conversation at all. I don't think.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're a Zionist or not, but you sure as hell are supporting the beliefs of Zionists, which is that again that you can't criticize Israel at all because it's anti-Semitic. You can't support the BDS movement, which is again having to do with the treatment of Palestinians in Israel, because that's anti-Semitic. You can't talk down to AIPAC, which is literally buying our politicians in order to get favorable legislation for Israel and funding for Israel, because that's anti-Semitic. Now, there is nowhere in AIPAC where it says Jew or Jewish or anything relating to that, just Israel. Now, unless you believe that Israel is a theocracy, which it's not, it's a democracy, then there is no such thing as a Jewish state. This may be a place where a lot of Jewish people do live, and I do know the history behind that, but it is not a Jewish state. It is not a theocracy. Theocracies are a bad idea. So propping up Israel as one is a joke, and it's a mistake. And that's what people like Netanyahu are doing, and the Zionists, and these bad faith attacks are exactly playing into that book. And don't get me wrong, there is real anti-Semitism in the world. This ain't it. Fucking Barry Weiss, get the shit. Oh my god, dude.
I mean, if Code wants to come in and talk, that'd be interesting enough. Like, I guess it's up to him though. I don't want to try and put pressure on him, but I'd be interested in hearing.
I'll try and find a quote. I'll try and find a quote. That's what we're searching for, is a quote, right? But yeah, he can come in. We can talk about this.
Well, so I want to read something else from my chat from Itacoop. It says, guys, anti-Semitism is a buzzword used to stop people criticizing the Jews in Israel. Same with every other word that ends with ism.
Yeah, that's an interesting statement.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that at all. God damn it, it's behind a paywall, so I can't even read it.
Yeah, every other word ending in ism, like republicanism or monarchism or
yeah.
Lincolnism.
Yeah, how about that?
Well, wait, no, hold up. It should be noted that Itacoop is like very close to an anti-Semite. This guy was in my chat a little while ago using the like very common 3 parenthesis thing to like joke about anti-Semitic things. Like, yeah, I remember this guy. This guy was saying some very dicey things about Jews, though. So maybe what he said was right, but I have to point out that the source here that we're getting this, that we're kind of rallying behind here, is kind of question.
He's not right. Like, let's be honest here. He's not right.
Well, it's okay. We can move on to a different topic if you want. I'm actually pretty happy with the topics for today. So
I'd be interested if Code wanted to come in and talk about it.
Coop, that's we know what you're doing there. We all live on the internet. We know what you're doing by saying that.
Yeah, like that, dude. That's the kind of shit that I had to ban you for. And like, I know what you mean by that. You can't just say that, like, oh, I'm just talking about bikes, dude. Like, it's harmless. Like, very obvious. I don't know. Look up crypto fascism if you want to ever like learn as to what you're doing when you say stuff like that. Or I don't know. Maybe you could go read on Carlos Maza and Steven Crowder beef to see how like selling a shirt that says socialism is for F*GS might be a little wrong.
Ooh.
Might be a little fucked.
No, you can't hear mine like keyboard, can you? Because I can play Team Fortress 2 whilst I'm talking. So
yeah, I think engaging with chat like this is kind of memey. It's like because we're like a circle jerk or whatever in their eyes. Right? We're just
that's
kind of
fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
I'll repeat it again. I do invite conservatives on here.
Yeah.
Like.
So I'm reading this article that he linked, and it goes from one slight quote related to Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam that she shared on Twitter in 2012, and then just automatically, well, she likes Farrakhan. And then it's just all about Farrakhan, which he is an anti-Semite, yes. But again, he's right-wing. He's a right-wing black nationalist. So, again, this is not the same thing. This does not prove your point. Because literally the rest of this article is just, Farrakhan said this, Farrakhan said that. Because she retweeted something he said. I've retweeted some things that some really shitty people have said because I liked the quote of what they said. And then later I realized that they were shitty people. But I didn't take the tweet down. because it doesn't change the tweet from being good. It's like, I'll tell you what the tweet says. It says, when we write the history of Islam in America, the Nation of Islam is an integral part of that history. Find the anti-Semitism in that. Anyone? Bueller?
Man, this conversation's really going places today.
Yeah, and it's the New York Post too, so Jesus Christ. Like I said, these are all bad faith attacks. These are all bad faith attacks. There's a reason why I made this emote. There's a reason why I wanted it.
No, I got one of my emotes approved recently.
Oh, you did? Let's
yeah,
see
the
it.
first one. Okay, I'll post it in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited.
They only approved my tier 2 emote, which is really irritating, but there you go.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, Jacob Rees-Mogg sleeping.
Oh, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Yeah, I don't have a tier 1 emote, so, you know, I have a tier 2 emote.
What?
Yeah, because Twitch didn't like my other emotes. They only approved that one, which is really irritating, because I can't move that to, like, tier 1 now, right? Like, it's just stuck in tier 2. I could try and resubmit it, but I don't want to have to wait all that time, so...
Oh yeah, it
and-
takes so long.
Yeah, mine took almost 2 weeks. I don't know why they're taking so long. They used to take like less than a day.
I think it's because it's September, so loads of people submitting new emotes at the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Hey,
Yeah.
by the way, for anybody watching on any of our channels that have a Twitch Prime, sub to one of us.
Yes. If you want the bad faith emote, so you can tell me that I'm arguing in bad faith. I'm not, but you could.
Yeah, if you want the
I will
Jacob
take your
Rees-Mogg
money.
emote.
Tell me if you actually like if that actually works for any of you, because I joke about it and never see it.
Oh, the Twitch Prime thing?
Yeah,
We
the Twitch
just don't
Prime.
have the viewer count. We don't have the viewer count for this sort of thing to work, right?
That's true.
So like when you say
It
that sort of
can.
thing, you're really just trying to appeal to like the 1 of 1% that will like actually listen to you whenever you say throw money at me, right? Because like not
Mhm.
people don't actually do this in today's society.
Oh, so something I actually thought about, because right now it's $2.50 and we still get the full money for the subs, right? Couldn't couldn't you get a group of like 50 people together, like everybody subs, so everyone makes the money back, but they still get more emote slots?
You could have done, but now that you said it, like that would be so obviously against the TOS.
Is it?
You just incriminated yourself, yeah.
Yeah, guys, I actually gotta go. Peace out.
Who's gotta go?
No, that was a joke because
Oh.
expose the TOS for its abusive system.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Arachne. I thought giving you VIP means you'd get the emote. I'm disappointed you can't.
No, VIP is just like a special. I give VIP to all my subs. That's what I use it for. But it's it doesn't actually do anything by itself. It does mean that if you're in slow mode, then they aren't affected by that, I believe. But other than that, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm canceling a bunch of my subscriptions like after this month because just can't afford them. Haven't found a job yet. It's not been fun. We just had to get my wife's car fixed today.
Oh.
Yeah, her muffler came off, and like I had to duck underneath it and rig it up with a collection of coat hangers in order to get it to the shop that was going to work on it. It wound up costing only $65, which is good. And they just cut a couple pieces off, and welded it. And took a half hour. Took it to a really good place that I've trusted for 30 years. So.
Oh, I end up leaving my computer on at night, and usually I leave it on like some streamer watch, and then I wake up in the morning, and then I find out that I've got a bunch of Simpson emotes, like from someone who must have been hosted by somebody I was watching.
Oh yeah, I get that all the time.
I do like this emote though; it's a good emote.
I just got one from Stunt and Mustard. I have no idea who that is. But I was watching somebody, and they must have rated somebody, and then rated somebody in the middle of the night. It's funny how that works.
Yeah, I like
Oh,
that
that's
emote.
awesome.
Yeah, that's a good emote.
They might get some trouble over it, but that's a good emote.
I think there's some Simpsons speedrun of that game because I got loads of Simpsons ones. They're all like this.
Oh god, now I want to get subbed to that person. Shit.
See, that's what I want emotes that are so good, random people want to sub to me just for the emote.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Okay,
Oh my
so
god.
what's the next topic then?
If you click on the emote, you can see all the rest of them, and they're pretty good.
Oh, they're all Simpsons.
Yeah.
So
I like the Ralph one.
you asked what the next topic is. We can skip ahead a few because we're if we're talking about bad faith and want to go to good faith, we can talk about the New Faces GOP pack.
I need to watch all of that. I saw part of it.
Oh, have you not watched it? It's 30 seconds.
Okay.
I linked it in the Discord if you want to watch it real fast.
Oh, okay.
It's a thing.
All right. Where'd you link it?
This is the face of social.
It's in the Discord thing. I can just link it again.
It was a little bit far up. Yeah, it was the AOC thing.
Yeah.
Well, which category though? Channel.
I just posted it in general. I meant to post it in our like group.
Oh,
but
okay. Actually, I found it.
Okay, you got it. All right.
Here,
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and watch it too again in case somebody hasn't seen it. It's, man.
This is the face of socialism and ignorance. Does Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez know the horror of socialism? My father was minutes from death in Cambodia before a forced marriage saved his life. That's socialism.
Socialism.
Forced obedience, starvation. Mine is a face of freedom. My skin is not white.
What the
I'm not
fuck was that?
outrageous, racist, nor socialist.
What the hell
I'm a
was that?
Republican.
Was that serious?
That's the conservative identity politics in full force, my good friend. Join the movement.
Jesus Christ.
Yep, New Faces GOP. The website is amazing too. Newfacespack.com.
Yeah. If we want to get the real identity politics, we have to go to their website. I completely forgot about that.
Forced marriage is socialism.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason forced marriages exist is socialism. Yep, that's how it works. Totally not religious. Totally not in theocracies. Jesus. Oh my god. That is so stupid.
Socialism kissed my children and then they starved.
Yeah, exactly. They show like dead bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, they're serious. We're supposed to take that seriously.
Yeah, this played during the debate too. They bought the ad time for it.
Oh, sorry.
You say apparently that lady that's on it is actually like the person who's like running the pack. She's like the Republican answer to AOC.
Yeah, I'm gonna put on my best Ben Shapiro face and say, actually, that's an emotional argument, and that means I win this debate.
Pretty much. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's like the whole thing, like burning her face into skulls. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, because capitalism totally has never caused people to die.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
I like the symbolism, though, right? Of the idea that like you could do a literary analysis of a ad like this. It's so powerful, where you show just a bunch of skulls burn that after you burn through the AOC face. Like, there's a lot of symbolism there, right? Like when you get past the deceit and the lies of AOC, all you see are dead bodies. Like
it's like poetry. It rhymes every single image. There's so many things going on.
She's the Dr. Seuss of the right.
But even like fuck that, right? Like I think it's more interesting to divulge. Can we do that? Is that cool if we talk about? Like,
you cut out. Sorry. Divulge into what?
Divulge into what they have on their website and like what policies they're advocating.
Sure. We can talk about whatever.
Yeah.
That's what I think is the most interesting. So they talk about on their website 4 big tenets is issues: socialism, federalism, immigration, and conservative censorship. Is that cool if we talk about these? These are
sure.
Interesting things.
Let me see if I can find
What is it?
them.
New Faces pack?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
newfacespack.com. If you want to donate, their minimum donation's $100, which probably
Of
also
course
says
it is.
something about who they're advertising to.
Issues: socialism, federalism, immigration. Oh God,
Conservative
and
censorship.
conservative censorship. Yeah, and with a picture of Facebook.
Yeah, we can
So
talk
they
about
advertise.
anything. Yeah.
With each, let's talk about conservative censorship first, because like I've heard the reality has a liberal bias meme, and like I pretty much agree with it. I have to like wonder, what do you guys think about like the social media accounts that typically get banned, like that one turf that was saying that men will never be women, or I don't know, all the Twitter and YouTube accounts that get banned. Or I think Twitter's the big place where conservatives come to die. Where
Yeah.
they had a fucking study on this where they looked at 22 high profile Twitter accounts, and 21 of them were that were banned last year, and 21 of them conservative.
Well, I mean, just kind of off that. I mean, have any of you guys seen that? For example, Milo Yiannopoulos was recently banned from a furry festival. I think furry convention. Like, he's a good example of what happens to you when you you get no platform so thoroughly that he's now at the stage where he's pretending to be a furry in order to make money. Like, unironically, you can Google this. It's something that happened a couple of days ago. I think it might have happened today. That's his job now. His job is to pretend to be in these niche communities so that he can convince them to give him money because nobody will pay attention to him anymore. But just in general, I think a lot of these conservative accounts that get banned are really boring. I don't know if that's the kind of answer you're looking for, but so many of them are just really boring people. It's such
Oof. You got to be careful with your argumentation here. Should accounts be getting banned because they're boring?
yeah,
Boring,
sure,
breaking
why
the
not?
TOS.
I'm only here for content, right? I only want good content. So if your content is boring, then sure, get rid of it. Get it off my Twitter.
I mean, like a lot of
Oh,
left-wing
but-
accounts have been banned too.
Yeah.
Like YouTube is especially bad at that. Like
Yeah. Well, they don't ban. They
LGBTQ.
just, yeah. They I don't think they banned. They just pulled the videos, right, or demonetized them. I know a lot of
Yeah.
trans people were getting their shit demonetized a few years back in 2017.
Yeah, but meanwhile, right wingers will talk about how like YouTube has a left wing bias. It's like, oh, you can't get on there and talk about racial science anymore and how IQs and skull sizes determine, your lifestyle. But like,
The bell curve. Charles
yeah,
Murray.
The bell curve.
It's all factual, guys. It's all factual.
oh yeah, totally real.
He wrote a book on it, right? The State of White America, and of course, the bell curve. Must be fact.
Yeah, if it's in a
My
book, it has
car
to be
per
real.
review channel got banned.
Yeah, it just the censorship thing. Like, the thing I always tell conservatives about that is like, okay, and I actually think this is a solution to a lot of problems. The way I see it, Twitter and Facebook, these social media sites, are the public commons. They're the public square. So why shouldn't they be, I don't know, nationalized and owned by the public?
Yeah, that's the meme whenever you talk to conservatives about this, is like, I think it's a lose-lose for them. Is they're either A, going against their free market capitalist ideals by saying like, oh, we should need to censor big tech companies that are technically part of the private sector, or B, it's like, yeah, like the free market's just doing what they want, but fuck, I'm getting banned constantly. I don't know what to do. Like, how do you advocate as a conservative for the I don't know what the nationalization of these
Because
public schools?
they don't believe that it's actually the free market. They believe it's like some shadowy cabal of people who nefariously
Yeah.
are wringing their hands in order to subvert how the market would actually be. Like the only reason the market fails is because there's somebody, like some bad actor, being naughty.
Pulling the strings. Yeah.
Yeah, like the man.
I think you're right, actually. Yeah. I actually do think you're right. Is that's like their argument? Is that like this isn't the real free market? Okay, this is like a leftist controlled free market. Like, why do they own all of the educational spaces too? Like, why are all the universities run by predominantly liberally minded professors? Is it because they all just so happen to think the same thing? That's too coincidental. Okay,
Am
there's
I out
something
of
going on.
touch? No, it's the kids who are out of touch.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been studies on that too, and it turns out that they're not. It's pretty evenly split as far as
But
universities
who do those?
go.
Who do those studies come from? Yeah, you're
Yeah,
really thinking
they
about it,
don't
dude.
believe any source. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, see, like I don't know. This is like an interesting conversation, but it gets really old really quickly when like you just can't use anything to combat it, and they just like are too deeply rooted in the conspiracy.
Well, I
But yeah,
mean,
that's like
the thing that I usually get towards when they have that argument, because like you said, it's the free market or it's not, and some secret cabal and everything like that.
yeah,
Like it's pretty close to fascism is what they actually want. They don't want any dissenting opinions, is
yeah,
what they want. They want their opinions to be mainstreamed and allowed,
yeah.
no matter what they say. And they want to be able to stop saying, "Oh, it was a joke," when you know that they're being, you know, saying exactly
Serious
what
as
they
fuck.
think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
No, yeah, that's the real memory here is that like you have to wonder if they'd give you the same credibility, right, to your argumentation. So if conservatives were winning, so to speak, in these public spaces like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, if they were actually censoring liberal critics and promoting conservative ideals, you'd have to wonder if when liberals came out and said, "Hey, there might be something going on here with YouTube. Maybe they got a like conservative bias." If conservatives would be like, "Yeah, I kind of agree to that. Like maybe the free market isn't working as intended," or if they'd be like, "No, this is the free market, dude. This is just how it goes, man. They're just like allowing like
Yeah.
I've always talked
No,
to I've always,
I've asked them about that, and they seriously just buy into, no, that's just the free market, and you need to get a better platform on your own if you
yeah,
don't like it.
like go make your
They
own
do
YouTube.
not they don't care about freedom of speech. They care about their speech.
Yeah,
Your speech can
specifically.
go get fucked.
It's party way above country, party way above individual freedoms. It's their political ideology way above the actual things that they preach, which are supposedly the very things that they would claim they hold as true tenets to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. The Christian Baker, I think, is a great example of that, right? Was they were like clinging to the idea of the free market when that happened, but then Sarah Huckabee Sanders gets kicked out of a restaurant, and they're like, "Oh my God, this is this is socialism in its pride. They're trying to legislate conservatives and tell them what they can, where they can, and where they can't eat." I don't know.
I mean, you weren't here for this, but like that the perfect example of that is Lecture Fan when
Knew you
he
were gonna
was
go
talking.
there.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
He actually tried to say, we were talking about the Gillette ad and toxic masculinity, and the first thing he says on it is that the right wing doesn't ever do boycotts or flip out about companies. While we were talking about the Gillette ad that right wingers boycotted and flipped out about. And I had to call him out on that. And
Yeah.
that dude is ridiculous.
Wait, say that again? What did he say exactly? I'm looking up his YouTube.
He said, well, it's on my YouTube, but like he said literally, oh, the right doesn't flip out about companies and boycott them all the time like the left does. And
While
I'm like,
unironically boycotting Gillette, or like while the Gillette ad was running and getting boycotted or whatever.
yeah, like
Yeah,
we
that was
were
the
talking
topic.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I brought up all like, and I missed a few. Like after I talked to a few people about it, I missed a few. God, what was the other one I
There's
forgot?
the coffee pot maker one.
The what?
The curing. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't pronounce it. Yeah.
Keurig I mentioned to him when they were smashing their Keurigs. The Nike I mentioned to him when they were lighting their shoes on fire to own libs.
Keurig? Wait, the coffee maker took a political stance?
They
Kinda?
they took
Do I
their
need to start
ads
drinking
off
coffee?
of
Tucker Carlson.
thank you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they pulled their ads, so they decided to destroy all their Keurigs.
I mean, if you want
Nice.
a recent example
yes.
from the last couple of days, I can give you an example from like a couple of days ago from the UK if you want.
Yes, please.
What you got?
The Daily Mail published a report about the Royal National Lifeboat Institute, which is one of the oldest charities in the world. And what it does is it operates lifeboats around the UK on a volunteer basis in order to rescue people who are lost at sea. It's been going around since the Victorian age. Actually, if you read Kropotkin, he talks about it as an example of what he thinks kind of like leftist, anarchist volunteerism could be, right, as an example of a good organization. So that's how old it is. It's talked about by Kropotkin. They got very upset about it after it was revealed that despite the fact that they were cutting a bunch of jobs in the UK, they were funding projects in other parts of the world, notably Bangladesh and parts of Africa, to try and reduce the amount of people who are drowning. So they got very upset. There's a lot of like recrimination about it. Tory MPs saying how ridiculous this is, that people are donating money and it's going to foreign people in foreign countries to help them instead of going to help British people in Britain. But when you actually look into it, basically they spend something like 2% of their global budget on international rescue and international projects. And that money largely comes from international donations. So it's money that they receive from people who are abroad and then they spend it abroad. You know, what a revolutionary concept. But this was enough to prompt massive boycotts. You know, people saying things like on Twitter, I'll never donate to them again. I'm never going to donate any money to them ever again. This is disgraceful. How dare they? That money should be for, I don't know, like normal, you know, like white people perhaps, like English people. So yeah, this is a kind of modern example if you wanted one.
Are they
and you can find it, just search for it.
are they a private company, or
It's a charity. It's a really
charity?
really old charity.
So it's a
They-
private charity.
Yeah, but it's a charity of I'd say it's a decent enough charity. It's a charity of volunteers that build their own lifeboats and then rescue people, and they've been doing this for what, like 100 years now. Which is again why Kropotkin wrote about it. You know, because it was something that happened whilst he was alive. So you know, like, but the point is that they're boycotting it because they're upset about where the money was going, and it's pretty ridiculous, really, when you actually know how much money they're spending on these things. But that doesn't stop them. I guess it doesn't stop them from being outraged about it. So it's a good
No.
example of this kind of outrage culture and this very sort of like, oh, I'm going to comment about it before I actually know anything about it.
It is incredibly easy to trigger conservatives, like incredibly easy. The idea that the left is full of snowflakes who just get easily triggered is very funny to me, because like it's hilariously easy to just say like, I know all the things that I can say to just piss a conservative off and have them go on like a tangent whining about this, that, and the other.
The AR in assault rifle stands for assault rifle.
That's one.
Yeah. I know at least in the U.S. there's what is it, Walmart that won't let people open carry, so they're just gonna stop shopping at Walmart now.
Actually, a lot of stores participated in that. Target, I believe, participated in that. A semi-national company that's based out of Michigan. It's another store called Meyer. They actually said you can't open carry anymore, which I'm thankful for, because here in Flint, they do that a lot. And considering the crime rate in Flint, it does not make me feel any safer, because you don't know who the crazy person is or if the crazy person can get to them. Hi, Daddy.
Yeah, I'm really weirded out. Somebody called Naughty Girl Next Door comes into my chat and just says, "Hi, Daddy."
Oh, God.
I don't know how to respond.
I mean, hi is a start. I don't know if I even want to click on this profile.
Thick
Oh, wait, hold
Snickers. What? These are
Never
good
mind. Not it.
emotes.
42,000 followers.
Holy
Oh.
crap.
So, okay.
That's a
All right.
lot.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I had 3,000 until a few days ago, technically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what happened
I
to
had
those,
almost
by the way?
2,000. They
Yeah.
were all bots.
Yeah, I know. So they got banned or something, or
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of, somebody spammed a bunch of bots around the political channels.
yeah.
Well, welcome, by the way, very popular streamer.
Yeah. How's it going?
I can't follow you because my wife would find out and she'd be mad at me because of the way you run your channel. No offense.
Say you can jump in here if you want. I think it's pretty safe to say with 42,000 followers, you're not going to say something to get all of us banned.
Please no.
I don't know. I'm checking out their Twitter, and that's questionable.
It's okay.
I might regret this.
I'm trying to figure out. I can't even remember what topic I'm on now. I'm just loving. That's a very clever emote. I'm also surprised Twitch let you get away with it, but
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna report it. It's so clever. What were we even talking about? I know we were talking about the whole like Walmart like not letting people open carry guns and stuff.
The problem
And
is
then-
there just isn't anybody to disagree with here. You need like you need someone to say something that's like really disagreeable.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I always enjoy that. I'm a confrontational guy. That's what I like to engage. Like, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you guys and try to make a fool out of myself arguing for a public option as a healthcare, because I think we are all in agreement in at least the philosophical tenets. And when it comes to electability arguments, like,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's something that we'll all see common ground on. We need somebody who's in here that's like, man, I think everything should be privatized. Okay, the private sector can do no wrong. Laissez-faire capitalism is the real deal. Okay, I read Atlas Shrugged. I think that like we're going Orwellian in the future. We need to completely de-publish. I scrolled down far enough in this chick's Twitter. You should probably not have this person.
I should not have her on.
Yeah, dude, I'm looking. Like, there's just some blatant. This dude's coming at two chicks. Like, you see the penis and everything. This is just. I think this is a fake.
Well,
tweet,
I mean, I don't. It doesn't look fake, but I don't know. Like, how would she interject anything like that would get us banned in the conversation?
Oh, I'm just
I
saying.
guess if she had,
She might be a troll, and so she might come on and just say some really dicey things. I'm just saying this is not somebody. I wasn't saying that they're going to come on here and find a way to hack our computers and insert pornography on.
Oh no.
Oh no, I don't want any
what they
pornography
could
anywhere
possibly
near
do.
my computer.
Yeah, no,
Can't have that.
no. Or my phone. That'd be bad.
You may not understand. We're good old Christian boys, okay? We have Jesus in our hearts and no porn anywhere near our electronics.
I worship the flying spaghetti monster, and flying spaghetti monster says, "Be a good boy." Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh boy.
Let's see.
We could talk about the debate. Like, do you think there would be any disagreement about the debate?
We could disagree about how much like Biden has a functioning brain. Like, to what extent do we think his brain's leaking out of his eyes?
Somebody got mad at me on Twitter yesterday because I said that Biden was sundowning. And she was like, my grandmother has sundowners. And that's not what sundowners looks like. I'm like, I worked with dementia patients for 6 years. I know how to check somebody for orientation, ANO times 3, person, place, and time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure calling Angela Merkel, Margaret Thatcher, who has been dead for 20 years, shows a problem with time and person.
I wish it had been 20 years.
How long's it been?
Not that long.
Oh, so good riddance. And I think not being able to remember people's names, like, oh, I don't know, Obama, who you spent 8 years alongside of, like, he couldn't remember the people's names of the people next to him on the stage. It was insane.
Yeah. Look, I think the far more interesting dig, because the Biden thing gets ran into the ground. I think the far more interesting dig is on Kamala. Didn't she seem kind of like just blatantly high that entire just laughing at really dumb jokes? Didn't she? I mean, come on.
No, she just seemed fake.
I didn't catch that part. Her entire
serious?
strategy was to attack Trump, though. She said that beforehand.
Yeah, I know that. But she just laughed at like all the dumb jokes that I think the moderator literally said something like really incredibly dumb and juvenile. And she was just like, or no, it was Biden. Biden was saying, no, we can't. And then she said, Vice President, don't you mean, yes, we can? Like, invoking
they had that planned.
I say maybe
she's trying to appear to not be as much.
Yep.
She's trying to soften her image because, the meme is Kamala Harris is a cop, which I mean, come on,
Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala Harris.
yeah.
No, I was just
So
gonna say though, just like on Joe Biden, like the funniest thing for me wasn't the debate; it was obviously the corn pop story, like how he defeated this evil gangster villain, when he used to work at a community pool or whatever. And the best part of it was kind of the reaction on Twitter for it, because like on Twitter you do have a lot of kind of like Joe Biden guys and people like, actually this is why Joe Biden's going to win, etc., etc. And I remember reading this Twitter feed, and it's like one of those really long, tedious ones, like part 1 of 20 on how this is this way, and he was like looking through all these old newspapers from the area, like of the community pool where Joe Biden worked, to confirm that yes, there was actually a guy called
Mhm.
Corn Pop who ran in a gang called the Romans, and this all did actually happen, and it's probably true that he got into a fight. And it's like,
he
nobody
died in like
cares. It doesn't.
2017. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it happened or not. It's
No, it
like, why is
doesn't.
he talking about it?
What
Why
is
is he
the
telling
point
you?
of that story?
It's not funny because it's true, or it's not true. It's funny because it's like, I don't know. It'd be like if like, what would be the equivalent? It'd be like going on stage and being like, okay, so like once I fell off my bicycle and I broke my leg, like, like, oh, just some random shit. Like, what is the relevance of the corn pop story? What does it add
I
to?
do not know.
I don't know.
My friend Hellord says debate me on communism versus social democracy next. Do you want to come into the call? We could have some fun. Go over to Leon's stream.
Yeah, I mean we can.
She's cool. She's not going to say anything to get us banned.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. If it's someone like you trust, I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a mod in my channel. She mods for, let's see here, Matt Bender, Majority Report, Michael Brooks Show,
Oh.
Trust nobody, not even yourself.
Central Committee.
Oh, she
God,
mods
did
for
I miss
Central
any?
Think
I don't know. I think
I'm
she
just
does.
joking.
I like Mike. I did. Oh,
Uh,
did you?
Pure. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to have him on, I don't care. This is pretty.
Yeah, she. You're on your phone. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well,
Well.
that sucks.
The cop out engaged.
She says she's on her phone and her phone is dying.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Well.
a perfect excuse, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, if she wants to
No,
come on another
she'd
time.
come on. She'd come.
I'm just fucking.
Oh, she
Oh!
doesn't mod for Central Committee. You
Yeah.
don't what?
I need to apparently pay more attention because I don't know who like all these like bigger lefties are on Twitch. I've been trying to spend more time. Hey, Mark. I've been trying to actually like watch smaller streamers a lot more, which means I'm watching a lot of people play Borderlands.
Yeah.
Because that's. I'm trying.
Hey, it's really good.
That's what everyone says. Here's the thing. Just help me out real fast. The problem I have with Borderlands is after you beat the story once, it starts lacking replayability for me. Is there anything you can say against that?
Yeah. At least in the second one, which I think is the best one up until this one. The replayability is in like playing a new character, leveling them up in different ways, and seeing their abilities, getting new guns. There's like super rare guns that you can get that are just like really cool. Like I've me and my wife have another friend who comes in my stream all the time. She like mines for guns in Borderlands 2, and she's been doing it for years, and she's got some really interesting stuff, like stuff that just like she walks up to people and it just shreds them. So like there's a lot of stuff like that. They're constantly releasing stuff like that, or DLC storyline.
I did see
I like the humor.
There's a gun for Dr. Disrespect. It's
There's
literally
like
called the
something
Two
wrong with my
Time.
brain, and the only game I'm allowed to play anymore that's a shooter is Team Fortress 2. Like,
Is
I
what?
just haven't played any other shooter in ages. Like,
What game?
Team Fortress 2.
Oh,
All the
yeah,
other games
yeah.
I play are shit like Dwarf Fortress or just Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 because I'm obsessed with these games.
Yeah, but Kennedy, we'll have to talk about that. I have some theories myself, but Kenny likes us.
There we
Anyways,
go.
sorry.
One thing I did want to bring up, because I was talking about the kind of content I'm trying to do, because I want to have like structured content like several days a week.
Mhm.
The one-on-one debate search for people to take conservative viewpoints is not going well. I can find like
Yeah.
YouTubers, or like I find like people on Twitter with like a lot of followers, and I'm like, hey, would you like to come talk about this? No response. Or
Have you
I
tried reaching out to like Bastille or someone like that? He seems pretty eager to talk to people usually.
okay. Yeah, that's what I went on
Who's it?
Killer Steven for, and that was a thing.
Oh,
How did
okay.
that work out, by the way?
I got banned.
Oh yeah, with the YouTube channel.
Bastiat's pretty centralist.
Yeah,
He
he's
might.
not really conservative, but I'm pretty sure he could get in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I had interesting conversation. Like Turing News pulled a switcheroo on me after the debate. He invited me on. And I was like, oh, cool. And then I go on and he's like, yeah, contact Bastiat. I'm like, what? And then I saw he rated Bastiat. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll go on there. And I ended up on there with like Cormentine. It was fun.
That's still pretty neat though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've messaged yeah, like Middle American just didn't respond. I do so okay, I have 3 people that quote unquote want to debate. One of them's not really a debate, but if anyone would be interested. We've got one person. They're not anti-transgender, but they are against trans persons wanting surgery. They even said it's a completely feels argument. They feel like people shouldn't have their genitals. Like,
I'm sorry, but that just reminds me of a drill tweet. This seems like a really weird position to have. Hold on, let me just find this drill tweet.
Yeah, these always feel like really disingenuous too. It's like, oh, I'm not anti-trans. I just don't want them to get the surgery that they feel they need to feel comfortable in their own skin. Oh.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'll post it in your. I'll post it in your stream chat so you can see the tweet. It just that kind of. Oh, hold on, I've lost chat. Where is it? There it is.
so there's that one. They specifically asked not to talk to Synth about it. I don't know why.
You can
Isn't she trans?
I think
Right.
Synth is non-binary.
Yeah, I forgot their pronoun.
They'd probably be okay with it.
Okay.
We got one person, not really debate, but they're a college Republican, and they want to talk about like the experiences of being like a Republican on like a liberal college. So that might be easier to find like a college Democrat. That's not much of a debate, but it's something.
You got Charlie Kirk to appear on your show, man. That's pretty cool.
What college do they go to? I'm curious.
I didn't ask. That one, I'll go ahead and say that one. That was Right Side of History. He's been.
Oh, it's
sick.
right side.
Yeah, that's Right Side.
Oh.
Yeah, as I said, not much of a debate, but we know Right Side and he's cool, so that would probably
Yeah.
be really chill.
Just like that thing you're saying about like being someone who's okay with trans people, but you just don't want them to have surgery. It reminds me of the drill tweet I posted. Like, history will show that Brexit was the correct choice for the future of Great Britain. I also do not believe in sex at the Brexit asexual. Like, it's such a weird juxtaposition of views.
That is really
I mean,
weird.
It's like the people like the late 90s and early 2000s who were like, yeah, I don't have a problem with gay people. I just don't want to you just like show it. Like, I don't want to know about it. Like,
so I think the defeater for this
in
is
the
you
face
just say,
argument.
Like, just
Yeah.
the defeater for this is always just bringing up civil rights, right? It's like I don't have a problem with black people. I just don't want them to like be in my public space. It's like that's like the comparison, right?
I just don't want them to vote.
Yeah. I just don't want them to influence my life in any way, shape, or form, be that like indirect or direct, or just like to have any political power or like any public power or just any power whatsoever. I don't have a problem with it. It's like your position is at ends with what your stated goal is. You should rethink your position there. Saying that you don't have a problem with them would imply that you have no problem with them gaining, at least access to some sort of resource or.
I always take the stance on this stuff of, how does it affect you?
Yeah, for sure. I take that stance as well. It's like, yeah, truly, at the end of the day, how does a transgender person, quote unquote, mutilating their genitals, as they always like to say it in the most like graphic of terms possible, and try to mislabel what they're actually trying to have.
I'm sorry, Sweetie, but it's something called the Roman Empire. You might have heard about how it fell. This is exactly the same as this modern
Oh, God.
situation.
I've heard that argument. They're destroying Western culture
Yeah. Sorry,
because
yeah.
totally this is the only place in the country that these things existed. Like India totally doesn't have like other gender in their society at all. Thanks for the follow, Iowa Code. I guess I didn't make him too mad. just check your sources, just please.
Oh God.
I'm sorry. But I appreciate the follow.
So the and I got one more person. I'm not gonna say their name because they're a decent sized Twitch streamer. He's open to talking about a lot of different things. So he's open.
I know what you're doing.
Okay, yeah, talking to guns, Second Amendment, capitalism versus socialism, illegal immigration, border security. But here's the thing: it sounds like he tried doing a debate a long time ago, and someone came in and started like attacking or doxing his family or something. So this cannot be at all an attack type thing, and you can't bring up his family at all. But otherwise, it sounds like he's open to talking about a bunch of different things, which is pretty cool of him.
So the deal is he's worried about people talking about his family?
Apparently, that's just something that happened in the past. I think it sounded like he got doxxed or something.
Okay.
And people started harassing his family, which is I even replied, I'm like, I'm sorry, dude, that's really shitty to happen to you.
Hey, Code for Money, you should follow me as well because that would also really trigger me. Like having additional followers would really trigger me, so don't trigger me, please. I was just gonna say, I need to go now because, like I say, I'm gonna be up tomorrow morning. I'm gonna watch this court case at 10 o'clock. Starts at 10:30. I've lost control of my life, but I promised a bunch of people I'd watch it. Yeah, it's gonna be loads of fun. Can't wait. Gonna hear some high level legal argumentation.
Some good poli-sci nerdery right there.
Yeah, I think the most exciting thing to happen will be like if one of the judges fell over on the way in or something like that. Like that'd be entertaining, but I don't think that's gonna happen. But yeah, I'll speak to you guys later and have a good one.
All right, well, we'll see you around, man.
Yeah, I'll see you. Thanks for
Thanks
stopping
for the
by.
follow, Arachnite. Sorry.
Yeah, do you want me to? I'll post my Twitch chat and my Twitch thing in the thing as well. Might as well.
Thanks.
Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to talk about Brexit. The same thing we talk about every single day. All right. See you later.
Right.
Yeah.
Bye. Okay. I guess I don't know who it was that you're talking about. I thought I did.
It's okay. I'm not gonna say their name, but yeah, if that's something anybody wants to.
Can you send it to me in the message, just so because I'm really curious.
Yeah.
I'll make sure it's not on stream.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I've learned to use the browser Discord during this, so I can actually go through Discord and not mess up as much.
Oh, okay.
I'm still figuring it out. But...
I don't trust the browser Discord at all. I follow Mark Monkey to trigger the libs. I trigger the libs.
Where's it at? There we go.
Axe Truth.
Some of these guys, I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know about that.
That looks like a channel that probably needs to be reported.
Yeah, I don't know about him.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I've seen his stuff. He gets very threatening.
Yeah, you're not in trouble, Arachne, but I'm deleting those messages just so it doesn't spread. You're totally good though, but yeah.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay. What were other things we had lined up? Let me find the list. Unless somebody else... We got so off topic from talking about that, like, anti-AOC ad.
Yeah.
One of the things I did want to bring up with it that worries me, I worry that media, like, this kind of media is gonna lead, like, to her or someone else, one of the four on the squad or whatever, actually getting hurt. Like, this
Yeah,
kind of
that's
seems
my
like the
fear.
kind of stuff that will incite violence.
Yeah. I mean, that's been a problem for a while. Like I've been very that a lot of the rhetoric about Ilhan Omar is going to lead to her getting killed.
Yeah, she would be an obvious guess.
Target.
I didn't want to say that word, but yes, that's the word. I was like,
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
she's an obvious target for somebody who wants to push
Yeah,
back against quote unquote extremism. I don't know.
Dude,
yeah.
and that's a very valid concern to have, right? It's the same shit with Pizzagate. Like, what did we see when Alex Jones and all those big guys were like saying Hillary Clinton and the entire DNC are running pedophile rings in pizza parlor, right? We saw some dude mobilize his fucking guns and take straight to the streets of where was it, New York or wherever the fuck that pizza parlor was, and he just
It was
went
in
in and fired.
DC.
Yeah, he fired a few rounds, right? Like, he didn't kill anybody,
Yeah.
thank God, or whatever the fuck you thank Spaghetti Monster, but like, he actually fired a few rounds in a pizza parlor under the auspices of what Alex Jones and other conservative pundits were spewing at the time about how what was it? Yeah, the DNC is full of pedophilic hacks. What else? Sandy Hook was an inside job. Those parents got a bunch of emails about it saying like, "Hey, your child." I know your child was used as a political puppet. Like, could you imagine being a parent in the grieving process of your kid getting shot in a horrible massacre and being accused of being part of like some political scheme? Like,
They also believed a part of the Pizzagate thing, and this is the craziest thing, is they believed like because there were apparently some of the emails and the shared emails that came out in D&C emails that like talked about getting pizza, and they thought that the toppings were special codes for different types of kid.
yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pretty fucking fuckity shit. The real
Yeah.
shitty thing is like when shit like this gets somewhat verified, I'll say, but that's like very questionable even still. By like what happened recently with Jeffrey Epstein in the media, what happened being that his suicide was a very dubious one that like could have been fabricated. Like, it only further pushes people to research into these things, and they find out, oh hey, as it turns out, Bill Clinton and Trump were pretty good friends with them. And that verifies all. Like, maybe I was right. Maybe Pizzagate was a real thing. And then people like completely misconflate what Jeffrey Epstein's very dubious killing and weird history with a bunch of politicians, being cordial with a bunch of politicians means in terms of like what they should actually do, right?
Well, really, a bunch of elite people in general. I mean,
Yeah.
Mhm.
like as Steven Pinker, like he's a scientist supposedly. Like people like that. Matt Groening was implicated in that. Who the guy who created The Simpsons? Uh,
Oh, well, that's right.
it was he apparently it involved like a foot rub or something like that. But like it was really weird that all these names pop up, and it's almost like we have like a two-tiered system where the rich and powerful get away with everything and the poor do not. You know, but instead it turned into this whole thing where it was Trump versus Clinton, and I had to remind people that look, I don't care if it's I don't care if Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump is implicated. I really don't.
Yeah.
Um, because they're both implicated. Send them both. You know,
Yeah.
put them on a ice slab and kick them out to sea. I do not care. I don't care about Clinton. I don't care about Trump. Send them both out to sea because they both suck. But like that was always the thing when you'd bring up Trump and Epstein. Like, you guys do realize he's implicated too. Like, yeah, but Clinton is. Like, okay, good. Send them both to prison.
Yeah.
Why do you think that that's something I'm going to defend?
Yeah, the meme that I see discussed most with this sort of thing is not that like Clinton or Trump are like specifically to be charged with these things and or anything like crazy like that. Not crazy, because of course those are like very reasonable implications to take away from this, right? It's more so just that like their conspiracies were proven correct, and they were right to break into a pizza parlor and fire. That dude was right to break into a pizza parlor and fire off a few rounds upon a bunch of innocent people. It's those like whenever conspiracies like this get proven somewhat haphazardly like correct, wherein like there is reason to question what's going on in the higher ups, people take it to the most radical extreme of like, okay, I'm gonna grab my guns and I'm just going hails blazing like in a fiery fury. Like if they take me, they're not gonna take away my freedom. Those kids won't be raped anymore, and bad shit happens, right?
Mhm.
That's like my concern with this always.
It's all uh this hero worship where they believe that they're going to be heroes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to activate my camera. How do I do this? I've never done this with Discord, but I figure like it's like, oh, if I have the feed on the screen, it doesn't matter if I'm on camera on my stream. Like I can just have it look not silly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Voice and video. There it is. And no, not snap camera. Who uses snap camera?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Oh, my green screen isn't there though. So that looks really bad. Just my green wall. Oh, whatever. I don't care. We'll stick with it.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
you need to get one of those like the green colored suits, so it's just like a floating head.
Yeah, could do that.
I think it'd be funny.
Oh, I know a way around this. Hang on. I think this will work.
Yeah, I'm guessing the Discord video thing doesn't have a lot of options for you.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's got options for different like camera programs. I got one that I can like add a filter to. It doesn't work good when I'm using it just on stream. So I don't use it anymore. Like it really bogs my shit down. I gotta chroma key. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. Welcome to Troubleshooting with Mark Monkey.
You should just do what I do and not steal a camera from work.
There we go. That looks a little bit better.
Let's see. I like that, yeah.
My shirt looks less yellow too.
It was a little
Or more yellow.
Say the like yellow on green didn't look good.
Yeah, my wife said that this shirt like it's kind of faded, so she thought that I wasn't wearing a shirt on stream. I was just sitting here topless. So, and I could see that it kind of blends in.
Wait, you're telling me you're not?
Nope.
I'm fucking.
Why do we even invite you on then?
I am much hairier than this. Now, if only I could flip the. That's bothering me. I'm looking like different words. I'm just getting distracted by all these settings. Talk amongst yourselves.
Sure. Let's see, what are the other topics? I mean, we jumped over a few like general debate stuff too, just because it felt like good timing. We want to talk about good faith, so.
We could talk about anything. Like people like it when you get fiery. So I don't know.
That's problematic. People like me when I get fiery, but I don't like. No, I don't think anybody here is gonna like really like trigger and set me off.
Yeah.
One thing
within reason, obviously.
Yeah. I didn't catch this during the debate, but apparently a lot of people thought Castro's like, "Did you already forget what you said 2 minutes ago?" comment at Biden was like attack on his age. Did anybody else?
I didn't get that. Yeah. I didn't pick up on that being an attack on his age explicitly, but I think I was right in that like yielded a lot to him being a winner, if you will, so to speak, out of the debate. I think Castro got a lot of attention. Not attention. Well, attention's the right word here, but like Google searches, popularity, publicity. Like I think that debate really painted him in a good light. especially given the position he was in, where right, like he was, I think the lowest or second lowest. Amy Klobuchar, I can't remember who was the absolute. I think he was at the absolute lowest polling candidate. Any sort of controversy that he could spur up, especially one that was like so specifically aimed at Biden, the highest polling candidate going into the debate, was good controversy. I think that debate painted him in a good light. Although I did not pick up on, like you were asking, that his question about Biden being able to remember specifically what he said 2 minutes ago was an attack on his age.
Yeah, I don't know if it was an attack on age. I mean, it could have been, but I think it's more so just this idea that yeah, he doesn't seem like he's got all his mental faculties about him anymore. And that does need to be called out. I was surprised that Castro people was the one that called it out. I honestly don't care if it was mean or not. This is a primary. You're supposed to run against these people. And saying things like that can help you as a candidate. So why not say it?
I still think Kamala's attack at Biden is the reason she was in the number 4 spot for so long.
Think so?
The busing thing.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. So then, like, what I'm saying here, like, I think if we saw Castro jump in the polls after this significant, I think he will. We'll have to wait.
I don't think it's going to be significant, but he will go up. So, I mean, he's polling at what, 1%? So he might jump up to like Pete Buttigieg levels of 3%.
I think that was a 0.3% jump, right? Wasn't he at 0.7 going into this? No, he's at 1.2 right now. He rose, boys. Almost beating Gap. He's neck and neck with Klobuchar. Look,
we're doing it. Castro 2020.
I'm not big on his campaign. I haven't looked too much into the policy specifically, but I do like how incredibly transparent he is when he attacks people. We saw this with Beto in the first night. Well, first or second night. It was the first debate. I can't remember if they went first. I think they went first, and then it was Bernie and Biden and Kamala. It was like the first night was Warren and all the kiddies, right? It was like Warren versus everybody that was polling sub 3%, and then the second one was Bernie, right? Yeah, I think that was it. Castro went hard on Beto. Like real fucking hard, just like beat him into the ground. And Beto, because like Beto's, bitch boy Beto, like he was sitting there like nodding, and even if he disagreed with what Castro was saying, like Beto has that appearance of somebody who's like weak and frail, if you will. We're gonna get into like the identity tax a bit. Like I like Beto's, like a lot of Beto's policies are great. I just think he's like a pretty iffy public speaker, especially when it comes to debate specifically, where like he's willing to like seem kind of like a lapdog and take insults, kind of lying down. We can look into like the exact mannerisms if any of you guys disagree. If you guys disagree with it. Because
I think those are interesting, but they're sometimes difficult to look up.
The funniest thing about when Julian Castro attacked Beto for speaking Spanish and things like that, like actual Spanish speakers were on Twitter like, Julian Castro doesn't know Spanish either. It's like apparently his Spanish is really, really bad. Like Beto's isn't good either, but like Beto's is actually better than Julian Castro's. Like he doesn't actually know Spanish. So I thought that was interesting. But my problems with Julian Castro would be, what he did when he was director of HUD under Obama. He was not good for that organization at all.
Like I said, I haven't really looked into his campaign too much and like seen what exactly it is that he's pushing for policy wise. I just know that like when it comes to the debate stage, it seems like he really thrives. And I saw this as early as the very first debate where he sparred with Beto on immigration, I guess. But you're right. He also did call him out for the Spanish speaking.
Yeah. From what I can tell, and he's trying to not be this, but Castro seems to be a very one policy candidate. Like he's very single note. Like he wants to repeal that part of the immigration law that decriminalizes crossing the border. Which hell yeah, I'm for that. But other than that, his policies seem to be pretty similar to like the Biden side of things. Like he's not really that different even Beto in a lot of his policy arguments. Like he's fairly centrist, just like Beto is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I might even make the argument that Beto is like more progressive than Castro myself.
Maybe on
Stuff.
guns,
I was gonna say, yeah.
but
Well,
otherwise,
and also let's like normalize your argument or your criticism a little bit. Every candidate has to be a one policy candidate to some extent, right? Like Bernie has to push for the big healthcare reform. Warren has to push for the college tuition and stuff. Like all these candidates only get so much screen time that they have to kind of focus on one issue specifically, even if it's not like what they would consider to be the extent of their regime, and regimes kind of loaded word, but like even if it wouldn't be the extent of what they'd focus on when they're in office, they have to kind of like put one issue first and foremost that they focus the most on, because they have to separate themselves in one way and they only have so much time to do it. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, there is
So
that. But I mean, I don't think Bernie has made himself one policy candidate either. I mean, he's talked about everything from unionization to uh, immigration. He's been very outspoken on the college thing, more so than even Warren, saying that he wants to
ooh,
cancel the debt entirely. Like Warren doesn't support canceling the debt entirely. She wants to cancel the debt for like you have to basically be very specific, certain thing in order to be like certain income level, certain demographic in order to get your college debt wiped out. But
it's pretty
Bernie's
general.
just
It's
like
like
wipe it all.
Mm.
no, it's pretty general, and I think you're being a little bit bad faith yourself here. Would you say that Bernie's main issue is for his campaign is not reforming healthcare? Would you say that that's like not true?
I'd
Is
say
that
that's his main issue, yeah.
yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't
That's
say that it's his one issue. Like Castro, that's the
I
only thing that he's came out with.
but that's not the that's not like factually speaking, that's not the only issue that Castro's talked about as a part of his campaign, right? Like if we're being honest, like again, same thing with Beto and whatnot. Like these candidates may be more liberal and like might not be big on like changing a whole lot as like we see Sanders and Warren, but they have certainly talked about more issues. I don't even need to look at like specifically night 3 of the debate stage to demonstrate that either.
Well, I mean, Beto's had to reinvent himself what 3 times. He was originally going to be the climate change uh, candidate, but then Jay Ansley pretty much took that mantle from him because Jay Ansley is a better candidate for that than someone who's rich from oil money. Got to be honest. And
Yeah. So well, okay. Just to be
so
clear,
that didn't stick, and now he's the gun candidate because it happened in El Paso. Of course, I understand that. That is a good pivot, and he seems very heartfelt on it, and I largely agree with the policy that he's pushing. But he keeps reinventing himself. What Beto 2.0, and now it's Beto 3.0. He reinvents himself to be the single issue candidate, and he just changes the issue.
Yeah, so you whether I agree or disagree with what you just said on Beto specifically, you're kind of proving my point that like politicians when they're running for office have to focus very hard on at least one issue and then talk generally about a lot of others, even if they like have a lot of research behind them on them. Otherwise, they seem like they're spreading themselves too thin and they have like so many things to answer for. In a lot of ways, I'd say that like this is where Bernie can actually learn from. Is that not to say that he's not focusing a lot on healthcare, but that like a lot of people consider him like a communist or like a full-on socialist when he's had to correct that so many times and say, no, guys, at most I'm a democratic socialist. Just hear me out on these things. And people say these levy these criticisms because they think he wants to change so much. Is that like not focusing on like one policy and going super hardcore on it, people start to like brand you crazy or say that you're extremist or say that you're like too much for reform. Again, by no means am I saying that I'm advocating for Julian Castro as a candidate. I'm just saying that like to say that he's a one policy candidate seems a little bit disingenuous when like you recognize that Bernie Sanders does effectively the same thing, but give him like credit for that or like cut him some slack for that to some extent.
I
So
mean,
I do.
Like
I guess so.
you acknowledge yourself that like Bernie Sanders would be committing the Beto thing of like reinventing himself too much if he did the things that you're accusing Castro of. So it's like,
Well, I mean, he talks about these same like several policies in the same statement. Like he'll talk about healthcare, of course. That of course is his main first issue, because he's trying to push the Medicare for all bill through. but he also talks about wiping out college debt, free college tuition. Like if he's one issue candidate, it's inequality.
That's
Yeah.
actually what I was going to bring up. Is because when I think of Bernie
Yeah.
Sanders, I think inequality. I don't necessarily think healthcare, although that is part of it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That
which
that
is
is
to
a
demonstrate that
means.
which is to demonstrate all the policies that Bernie advocates for focus on the one specific issue of wealth inequality in America has gotten way too big, or sorry, has gotten the range has gotten way too big. Something needs to happen about this, and these issues are multifaceted, so we have to address them in a multifaceted way.
Mhm.
It's just that's why he's branded an extreme socialist, which we all disagree with, right? Is because
Oh, of course.
it is so this is where I'm not saying Bernie Sanders is bad. I am a Bernie bro. I've said this to Leon Seifers before. I'll say this to you, Mark. I am all for Bernie. I'm leaning more towards Warren now just because I'm more interested in electability as the election goes, or as the primaries run on. And I think Warren might have the more electable platform. But I'm still like adamantly with Bernie on all of the philosophical issues. It's just when it comes to advocating for these, it seems like Bernie does make a bit of a mistake when he um, when he when he talks about these issues in the way that he does, because it makes him come off to at least half of the country that voted for Trump as this extreme far left socialist or communist, when he could just be branding himself more on like one issue in particular, saying that there's and he does this to an extent. I'm just saying that tact is a key thing that I think Bernie could pick up on a little bit more when it comes to these sorts of things. That somebody like Castro understands very well, where it's like, I'm not saying that he should be a mudflinging politician, but Castro does have a pretty effective way of like stabbing at somebody like, say, for instance, Biden, where it's like all of like again, like look at the layers of the insults that insults of the critique that Castro applied. We didn't even realize it, but some people could have perceived that as like as his critique as like one that demonstrates Joe Biden's age, when in actuality, from my point of view, I was receiving everything Castro was saying or critiquing about Biden's understanding of the bill that he was passing through as like, oh, this is just a criticism of the public option bill, is that people would have to buy into it, when in fact Joe thought that he said jump into it. It's like there's layers there of the criticism, and it shows that like Castro is taking a very nuanced approach to kind of taking Joe down a peg.
And I mean, yeah, and of course they're going to go after the front runner to the extent that I believe he's actually the front runner. But um, I mean, I suppose so. And I mean, I that is one criticism that I do have of Bernie, is that like some of the things that he says does lack some tact. He's generally good when he talks about race, but there are some issues, like the reparations question, everything like that. He just has a tendency of not quite, like, he relates it all to general inequality, and while that has been working for him, I can see how that can be something that would turn a lot of people off to him. Because you want to feel like someone's talking about you when you're asked a question about you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Wait. This is actually one of the things I agree with Bernie on. What did you take issue with when Bernie addressed reparations?
I mean, and I agree with them too, actually, like in the broad sense of things, but like the way he said it was not good. Like in the context of like, you have Marianne Williams, who actually has a policy that she wants to pass on reparations. Of course, you're going to be asked that. Of course, you're going to have to have an answer more specific than what he gave. But he was just kind of like, well, it depends on what it is. Like, well, you're kind of running for president. You kind of need to have a real answer on this. So
well,
maybe
wasn't his answer more so just like, we should be addressing the problems of today? That was an answer, right? That is a position.
Yeah. Oh no,
take.
no.
To be clear, it's one that resonates really well with conservatives, right? Conservatives love that. Fuck slavery. We're in the here and now. And I think maybe Bernie was trying to channel that a little bit. I'm not saying that Bernie has a literal conservative position on this, but the idea of like, hey, let's focus on the issues of the here and now, that resonates with the general voter base, right? Is that, or am I missing you on this?
What Bernie said was he was basically like, well, it depends on what the proposal says, and I'd have to look into it. Like, he was very wishy-washy about it. When people probably expected him to say, oh yes, just he probably should have generally just said, yes, I support reparations, and then he should have said, but I would like to know what that entails, instead of him saying, well, right off the bat, I don't know, because I don't know what's been proposed. And I mean, really, the funniest part is, like, the proposal that Marion Williamson is pushing for isn't very good.
Yeah.
It's essentially a bunch of donations to um like predominantly black schools, is what it boils down to. Which, I mean, would do something, but let's be honest here. Cut them a check. we're 200 years too late. Let's cut them a damn check so that we can get some sort of upward mobility. Like, does anybody have any idea how much that would sit?
You're cutting out. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I get the general thing of the thing. So I've always been more in favor of like reparations being paid into the societies that these people are like in, as opposed to just like trying to trace back their heritage and saying, okay, we found like African, like you are of legit African descent. Your ancestors were like on in the country of Africa. Like, here's $1,000 or something. I've always been more of like a big advocate for like looking into, say, Baltimore or like cities in Georgia where we see two things, right? Predominantly black neighborhoods and high rates of crime or low rates of education, et cetera, and just trying to pump money into those systems, and like trying to, like, I don't know, put better quality textbooks, or it's not just textbooks, reforming the entire education system there, trying to make sure these schools are up to date, looking into other things like like the situation in Flint, making sure things like that aren't just randomly happening, not randomly, of course, but like they aren't just that we don't have these sorts of like that. These things seem to always marginalize predominantly black communities is like a problem that we need to address. And I think just straight up cutting black people a check is like, I don't know if that addresses the issue. So,
I think it actually addresses the issue better, because saying that you're going to give it to the community, it doesn't mean that it's actually going to go just to the community, because a community is not just one race. It may be predominantly a certain race, but that doesn't mean it just exists as one race. Like, under that reform that was proposed, because I live in a predominantly black city, I would benefit from it just as much as any other citizen. So that's where I'm like, I think it would bring up the community more to actually, cut them all a check based on these guidelines. You're descendant of slaves. We can trace that back. We can trace you back to living under segregation, even, and like long discrimination. That would bring up the communities too, because that raises the tax base. And we all know how schools are funded. Property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody gets a bunch of money and they can build onto their house. Tax around the area. That's more money for the schools too, and also they have more money in their pocket to do with, and that creates that upward mobility from the individual on out.
Yeah. So when we look at like education demographics in these locations, and we see that their general education, like Baltimore, is like a low achieving city in general, right? It's not just specifically in the black communities. It's like just in general. This is an issue of a city that I don't want to say lives in poverty, but has an issue with like success as we identify it in common nomenclature. And that issue extends beyond just racial issues. When I talk about like diagnostics, something that doesn't come to my mind instantly is like, well, let's see if there's like a race-based issue here. I see that there's a general issue going on in the city that is marginalizing poor people. And like my sort of prognostication there is that there's probably a lack of resources somewhere. Of course, we could look into this and like take a multifaceted approach, but probably by and large, there's a lack of resources in many ways that would be benefited if we were to introduce said resources. And I think it does a bit of a disservice to suggest that like we should cut a check to specifically the Black community because and I'm sure we all agree on this. Poverty is like is a beautifully aracial and asexual thing, right? Poverty affects all creeds, all people. Poor whites happen to commit very similar rates of crime as poor blacks. What?
I didn't know if you were gonna go for the meme there or not. Like
Oh no, yeah, the
the JonTron meme.
1350. No. It's because that was a very defunct statistic. No, by and large, we see people that don't have access to education, don't have access to the very basic things that we see in society, fall all the same. They fall in generally speaking the same ball cord, right? Which is to show the beautifully shitty aspect of modern society, which is just that like these issues don't stem from race. These issues stem from access to education. They stem from class. They stem from poverty. And to stimulate these economies, or sorry, to stimulate these these subcultures in what because America's so big, to call it one society is obviously like disingenuous. But to stimulate these specific sects in our society that are maybe say less fortunate than what we by and large tend to live in, by saying, hey, one specific group of people in that impoverished society will get a stipend, to me like doesn't really address the issue. It addresses one part of it, and certainly it might help that specific community, but it kind of leaves the other people to the wayside. And I do recognize the history. I do want to like pay respect to that and pay homage to that and recognize that Black people were and have been and will continue to and are currently and will continue to be disadvantaged based off of things that extend beyond just the fact that they live in poverty. However, when we're talking about specifically like paying money out to people based off of their racial lineage, when we have an incredible wealth and income inequality issue going on in America that has very, very, very obviously demonstrable links to success as we define it, and access to resources and education. I guess my prescription gets a little bit different than just like cutting a specific gender or race or group of people a check outright. I would be more so interested in looking at like where are the concentrated issues, where are the concentrated instances of poverty? How can we stimulate those particular sects, if you will, or like groups of people through giving or providing more resources? I guess how can we make those places better as opposed to just like a specific group of people in them better? Because again, like, you know, you look in Baltimore and you see that like, yeah, sure, Blacks seem to be achieving far less in Baltimore than say in like Silicon Valley, but I'm sure whites in Baltimore are achieving far less than in whites in Silicon Valley as well. Well, that's a very like obviously biased comparison. I'm just trying to highlight the fact that poverty is the real issue. At least
I mean, yes, of course, poverty is the real issue overall. I do agree with that to an extent, but then we're not talking about reparations. We're talking about welfare, general welfare.
Yeah.
So that's a completely separate statement, separate argument. That can be a separate policy that can be taken care of, that can take care of that, rather than tying it to an argument about reparations. Of course, we need to stop poverty all around, but we still need to do something about the long injustice that we've had in this country towards Black people, and how it's still continuing to this day. You know, there's been studies that came out that the Black community doesn't have, even at the rate that they're going now, which has been increasing, of course, you know, under capitalism, they're not going to achieve nearly as much as whites until like 200 years. We could stop that now, bring them to our level, give them that intergenerational wealth to actually pass on. We could do that right now. And that would cure at least that one part of poverty in this country, so that there isn't this divide between us where we don't have to talk about, you know, as much because white privilege is always going to exist. We won't have to talk about at least that. We can at least do some mea culpa rather than, you know, tying it together with something that, oh, big shock, also helps white people.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I don't know if you'd like brought that up naturally or from my chat, but I will code says economic empowerment only gets us so far. The fact that the criminal justice disproportionately imprisons blacks on their minor charges is pretty big as well,
Yeah.
Mhm.
which
Oh yeah,
speaks
that's
onto what you
so.
just said.
And again,
No,
that's
no,
a
no,
separate
wait, wait.
argument. We can do
Oh,
something
wait, wait.
about criminal justice reform too.
Yeah, I
We
was
got
going to
to
say
do
it
all of
doesn't.
that.
Yeah, it doesn't speak to his issue specifically because he's talking about reparations, and if we're going to take his argument, then we have to say criminal justice is totally separate from reparations. Whereas I was talking about how stimulating impoverished environments is considered separate in your guys' view as well. So yeah, if we're going to talk about reparations as a completely separate argument entirely, then we have to like recognize that criminal justice can't be lumped into it, but not also my argument, right? Whereas my idea is taking a holistic approach and saying that like these issues are all interconnected. If you want to say no, but I mean that's true, but I want to talk about reparations specifically and how that might be something that we can use to alleviate future arguments of Black people never truly getting their just due for all the time that they spent as like indentured servants. I would say, yeah, like if your goal with reparations is to make it so that we can't say sorry, that like blacks can't say moving forward, well, I never got anything for slavery, or my ancestors never got anything for slavery. Yeah, there's like maybe a fair conversation to be had there. But if you're actually like trying to deconstruct these issues and say like, hey, like when we're talking about black crime rate in these cities, and we look at it and it's like relatively the same as white crime rate, or black levels of education being relatively the same as white levels of education in these environments. That to me speaks to an issue of again of like class, where I would be more interested in stimulating those environments in a way that encompasses everybody involved, not just like one particular race of people. But yeah, if you're more interested in like saying, hey, Black people have never truly had that like Native American level payback, not payback, sort of justice served, and that's like a real shame, and we should try to do something about that so that at least the talking point can go away. Then yeah, I'd say, like I said, there's maybe a fair criminal justice, though, I recognize that as a very serious issue that can't just be like solved quid pro quo by like throwing money at the problem. There's like an issue with judges there. Probably there's an issue with certainly with cops, and there's an issue with the way that like we look at these crimes. If we were to drastically reduce the rate of blacks committing these crimes, there would still be that issue of them getting disproportionately profiled by policemen, even in the very few instances in which they would then be committing those crimes. And I recognize all of that. I just think it's unfair to say like, well, reparations is separate from stimulating these impoverished environments, but it's not separate from criminal justice reform. That seems a little bit unfair.
Well, I mean, no, I do agree that criminal justice reform is separate, but the thing is, what causes crime more than anything is poverty. If you cure poverty in the Black community, largely with the, of course, racial profiling will still be there. That's why you have criminal justice reform to take care of that. But the way to cure poverty in the Black community is reparations, because we do owe that. We do need to do something. And to give it to the community, again, it doesn't go directly to them. It goes to the community and whoever's in it. And whoever can end up moving out of it because the community got built up and the property taxes and property values rose up. And again, we're talking about just basically gentrifying the area. And that doesn't help the Black community at all, because it just causes them to have to leave the community that they grew up in. We've seen this happen. This is how Pete Buttigieg made his name. Is he gentrified South Bend in that same way, to where the property taxes and the fact that he was investing in outside money coming into the city caused local Black citizens to not be able to afford to live there anymore, or to afford to be able to keep their businesses open there. That doesn't help the Black community. It helps the community, but it doesn't help the Black community. So it needs to be a more focused approach. It can't be this thing where you help all the community in the hopes that, yes, it helps Black people too. It has to be, no, we give it to the Black people. We allow them a chance to get a leg up, and we move on from it.
Well, I guess the only problem I'd have there is that, like, how can we guarantee that the money that we give to the black people as a form of trying to repay them or like stimulate them in these particularly disadvantaged economies, like, is going to be used to do just that? Like, whereas I would say that trying to prop these communities up and then also have a serious discussion about racial inequality and how systemic racism is still a deeply rooted issue is like one way to go about solving it. It sounds like you're saying, well, let's just try to flip it on its head, where now we give black people enough money such that they are the I don't want to say kings, but like they are the ones with the money and, like, I guess the power or whatever money would allow you in, like, say I don't want to say broken city, but like in a place like Baltimore. And Baltimore's like my shitty little scapegoat here. We could say some other place, some other impoverished city, like Chicago.
I'm born and raised in Flint. Like, I live there currently. So
yeah. Like, Flint, then?
I have a pretty I've watched what happens in a city like this. I've long said that, you want to see where the country is going, you look at Flint first. Where all the manufacturing jobs left here first. The poverty hit here first. The crime hit here first. After the trade policies, the economy blew up before 2008 in Flint, the housing market.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. So yeah, I've watched this happen. So yes, it's my scapegoat is the city that I live in, the city that I've watched this go down in. And the only thing that has helped us decrease crime has been bringing the people up. Rebuilt downtown, have more local owned businesses. Like, we didn't go to gentrifying our downtown. We went to the people in the city and invested in them. There are people from this area who are creating restaurants and opening hotels and opening lofts downtown and making a name for themselves by being in the city. The money that is paid to them largely does come outside of the city because we built dorms. So we have a large amount of transfer students coming in from different countries, and various things like that. But the businesses themselves are owned by the people of the community rather than an outside group. It's the opposite of gentrification. So that's what I'm talking about, is you have to invest in the community by giving it directly to the community as opposed to a large group of the community. And I see you're inviting Cyrus in, and hi, I didn't see who that was. So Cyrus will probably have a lot more to say on this, than us.
I was literally just fixing everyone's nameplates, and then Osiris jumps in and moves them all around again.
I'm glad I could fuck your shit up for you.
Wait, yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Good
wait.
one, dude.
Good to see you, bud.
I don't want to get super off topic.
We're talking about reparations, right?
Yeah. Well, we're talking about reparations versus, I guess, community. Specifically, black reparations versus like community, or not.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be community reparations.
Well, here's the thing,
Reparations.
right? What if, since it is kind of like demonstrated that propping up a community with more like, God, I hate to use the word twice, but like more community stuff, like parks and better education and lower socioeconomic places. Like, all of these things improve the well-being of the community as a whole, but like also giving money back on top of that to help them with like the impoverished state that they're in simply because of like the predisposition they were born into. That seems like that would also help. So like somehow doing like a fusion of the two would probably be really good for the community, as far as I can tell.
Let me tell you why that doesn't work. Let me tell you why that doesn't work. Because what you're doing there is you're making pre-assumptions about things that are probably not true. We're assuming that most black people live in the city, and that's not true, as far as I know.
No. Wait, wait, how did I imply that?
Because you say you're going to help the community by putting parks, but that's assuming that all these people live in the same place. Where are you putting these parks at?
Right, you can put more than one park down. You can make more than
just get
one
one
like
black
community
park.
home. You can do more than one like community involvement thing.
No,
I
no, no,
mean,
no.
it
I
has
get what
to
you're
be
saying, but
more
where are you going to put them? In which cities? In which towns? All of the towns and all of the cities?
Well, I mean, if that would raise the standard of living, then probably that's what we would aim for, right? Is to like aim for the most well-being.
But
See,
is this
It's
a,
like
this
completely not
was my
effective.
argument, Cyrus. I said that doing it as a community-based approach doesn't mean that the money goes directly to Black people. It goes to everyone in the community, and
yeah,
that's
no, that's not
what Black
reparations. Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's not reparations
exactly.
either.
Okay,
Exactly.
so the argument then, the counter argument there is like fuck reparations. Like, why are we specifically fixating on this issue? I recognize that Black people just.
I'm not.
I
I'm
like-
not. I'm not fixated on it. Just so you're aware.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Mark. And I'm not even necessarily trying
No,
to say Mark.
we were talking about reparations. We
Yeah.
started out. We were talking about Bernie Sanders' answer wasn't very good,
Succinct.
but like it turned into a discussion about reparations and how it should be doled out. And I totally think yes, cut Black people a check, go based off their lineage. Yeah,
I disagree with that too. I would
Look,
I don't know.
that's okay.
let me. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
well, I just wanted to say very briefly that like recognizing that the sort of policies that I'm advocating for does disproportionately benefit Black people, right? And this idea of like, no, it wouldn't because gentrification. No, I'm talking about like, let's like renovate these homes. Let's go into these communities, renovate all of all of the materials, and do it pro bono, right? Let's give a helping hand to these disproportionately affected communities that are by and large populated by Black people. This will still benefit the Black community far more than it would benefit the white community if you're concerned about then Black people.
What about the Black
But
people
my
that
problem
don't
with
live
that
in
is the
those
same
communities?
problem with what he said. What is the Black community? Where is this Black community at?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, they don't just all live in one place.
I know that. Why are we getting laughs at this? I recognize that you're arguing against straw man. We're all lefties as fuck here. Like I'm on the same page as I'm on the same page as all of you guys. Like I completely recognize that there will be some people who are Black that are like, say.
I'm not trying to tear you down, but when I hear these types of thought processes put forth, and then you try to work them out in a real logical form and effectively doing it in real life, I just don't see how it works. Like, how is that going to work?
Well, okay, so let's look at like any Black family that isn't living in these disproportionately economically fucked cities. Like what Black family would need? Name a Black family living in like the suburbs that's like struggling the same way that like somebody in Baltimore is, right? Because these are the families that we should.
Well, no, that's not. Hold on, that's a mischaracterization. Because so in the north, that may be true, but in the south, much of the cities are suburbs. Lots of Black people live all over the suburbs, everywhere, and that are poor.
Also in rural areas too.
In rural areas too.
Can we get specific? Because can we just name a city that like you're thinking like, man, this is like got a lot of Black people in it that are also getting fucked, and this wouldn't be affected by the sorts of
Houston, Texas.
Okay. Houston,
nothing
Texas
but suburbs.
Okay, and also nothing but disproportionately Black people compared to the white population.
Yeah, and had a large influx of Louisianans who came from the Katrina.
Let me look this up. Income inequality in Houston by race. I just want to see if like.
Wait, is that a stat?
I just want to find out if it is, right? I'm just because I mean you're purporting it like it is, so I just want to know if it is. Like,
no, I'm not reporting that stat.
And I can give a few in Michigan. Like, obviously everyone knows Detroit, everyone knows Flint now, but they don't know. They don't know Benton Harbor. They don't know that the west side of Lansing has a large Black component. They don't know that Saginaw has a lot of Black people in it. It has a lot of everybody, but Saginaw is like a second Flint.
Yeah, and there's a lot of smaller communities like that are nothing but Black people that are just all over, and there's a lot of communities that are intermixed, like in San Antonio, for example. San Antonio is majority Hispanic, but has a large Black population in the north east. So my issue is not that you guys are trying to fix the thing. My issue is the implementation. By putting things in a community, you'd have to define community, and that's not. I don't think it's easily definable.
That's why I want to make it about like just Just give it to people. You know,
Just black people.
Yeah, of
No,
course.
No. That's just a bad idea, in my opinion. Like, I just don't see how we can
Why?
Well, again, because these communities, by and large, are separated by class. That is actually just factually written out. You mentioned Michigan. I'm looking at Michigan median household, and I'm seeing nowhere does it say like the white population, by and large, has 30% income increase like compared to the black population. There's like very specific cities that you can track where the median household income is reported. And yes, I agree. A lot of these are underreported based off like on a by country basis. But that's where like we would step in and say, oh, these specific cities tend to have these issues with acquisition of resources or access to resources.
If they're black and don't live in that city, they don't benefit from it at all. And if you're not black and you live in that city, you do benefit from it. That's not reparations.
Yeah, but if you're black and you don't live in the city, there's a pretty good chance that you're not being affected by like the same sort of systemic
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That's not true either. Yeah, because there's a lot of Southern blacks who are very poor.
Yeah, if you go all over the South and into no-name cities with super poor areas that are maybe half white, half black, half Hispanic.
Tell me how cutting those people specifically, cutting them a check is going to help them. If they're living in incredibly rural areas, there's a pretty good chance they're not seeing a whole lot of police officers. There's a pretty good chance.
No, you don't know. No, that's not true.
Yeah, that's
not true at all either. Louisiana is racist as fuck.
Yeah, they're actually worse. I'm sorry to laugh at you, man, but yeah, no, that's
have, like a ton more time to themselves, and like they can literally just fucking sit in lower socioeconomic places because they can catch more people,
and they're not going to get reported on either.
Want to.
Right. Fair enough. My point.
Yeah, and it won't matter.
My point was a little bit mute then. If these places are being we'll say disproportionately discriminating against black people, then that is an issue. But that's not one that I see being solved by just cutting these black people like a $5,000. I see this issue being solved by having a serious discussion about race inequality and how systemic racism is still apparent. That is not an issue that would be solved. So this is where I get to laugh at all three of you and say, ha ha ha. Like, I guess you're right. You guys got me there. But like, how is that issue being solved by just cutting them a check? Like,
but I think you missed the point here. The point is,
I'm not advocating for just a check. But
I know you aren't. I know you.
I'm not either. I'm not either. I am not because I well, let me tell you why I don't advocate for just a check. Because I think the community thing is misguided also, but we've already been over that. So the check part, let me tell you why I think that's a problem. I think so that's basically a stimulus into a specific type of community or people. Instead of a community, let's just call them people. And if you're talking about we can talk about two different types of black people. We got you got working above the poverty line black people, and then you have the highly impoverished areas in the cities more than likely. Giving people who are financially uneducated a bunch of money, in my view, solves nothing. It has it all. But
yeah, I agree.
And so instead of giving them money, you should give them something that has equity, something that has an actual value. What that is exactly, I don't know. You can give them land. So me and my friends, what we were talking about, you know what? They made us work. They made black people work on the land for a long time and grow shit. Why don't they fucking just give them some fucking weed farms? And since that's the booming business right now, they can work the land and make their own fucking money. And that's a super $1 billion industry. I'm down for that.
I think I agree with you because like what is the largest asset to be passed on? What is the best investment you can make?
Land.
Housing.
Of course.
And land.
Well, I wouldn't say housing, but land, yes.
Yeah. I mean, largely it is, housing, but, land is fit in with it, that is your asset. That is the biggest asset that, white people have benefited from all our lives because we've owned the land, and, well, black people just worked on it,
exactly. But
I think I'd actually be down for that.
I don't want houses. It's a volatile market, and I don't want. That's not really just an investment. That's also a liability in sorts.
I guess the phrase I was looking for was real estate, and that does fit land in more so than anything. Yeah, sure. That's a better word for it. But yeah, I actually agree with that. I think that would be a good proposal, but I'm not sure how how that could be doled out because there's only so much land. And I mean, we can always just print more money. So
Law.
yeah. So I mean that's my only issue with it is we would run into that problem where there are, you know, how many millions of black people in the country, and we have to give all of them, you know, all the families access to these different lands in order to create businesses and agriculture or whatever they want to do with them, and that will benefit them. I mean, it just seems like we would just quickly run out of the resources more than anything, and that's why, you know, I think maybe
Well, how
both.
about this then? How about an option? So, some people can choose to like buy into the burgeoning market of marijuana land. I think that's a highly good investment. Or
I
some
mean,
other.
considering black people were most punished by the illegalization
Oh,
of weed, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
The irony is so good there. I love it.
yeah,
Wait,
I
no,
love that.
wait. But I thought that was I thought that was a Hispanic thing. That like weed was brought over from Mexico, and then all the Mexicans were like smoking it recreationally, and then they kind of passed that to Americans, and then Americans were like, "Hey, fuck you! Stop doing drugs in our country," and then they like illegalized it because Mexicans brought it over.
I
No,
mean,
no, that's not.
minorities in general, but
That's
largely,
not
you
why
know,
weed was legalized. Why marijuana got illegalized mainly due to industry back in late 1800s. It was competing with the American industry, and
hemp.
because people were using it for drugs, it was a good scapegoat.
Yeah, hemp was more of a competitive product with, I believe, like cotton and other things because it's actually cheaper to make things made out of hemp. If I could be wrong, I do remember it did have something to do with how hemp is processed
Yes.
and what is used by
Wait,
hemp.
no. Okay. No. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
Okay, so I found an article. Maybe this it's from Britannica, so
Mhm.
like pretty decently recognized. So apparently in 1910, many Mexicans began moving to the United States and they brought with them the tradition of smoking marijuana. Amid a growing fear of Mexican immigrants, hysterical claims about the drugs began to circulate, such as allegations that it caused a lust for blood. Yada yada yada. Basically, just racism against Mexican people.
That is true. That is
Um,
all true. But
I mean, that can
and
be true too.
that was the propaganda used to make
There was
marijuana
also
that
Reefer
scary thing.
Madness, which, you know, they used
right, yeah,
jazz as a euphemism for black people.
Yeah, but
Like
yeah,
if you've ever seen that nonsense.
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that was the propaganda used politically. But the root reason was because like he said, hemp was a major competitor to the industry, several industries in America, and they didn't like it. And then they found I think I don't know the guy's name. There was a guy who just like we have today, the people who were like, let's just blame it on other people. Other people are the problem.
wait,
But yeah, both things are right.
I don't, I don't mean to like put you on a like a spotlight or anything, but I kind of want like a link or something that shows that it's because of the economic disparity. As far as I can find, it's because of racism.
No, I'm not saying it's because of economic disparity. I'm saying because it was a competition to other industry. But I
Right.
am not. I'm not at my computer right now. I can absolutely give you a link. I thought that was well known. To be honest, that's why I don't like have a link. But yeah, the reason they made not cannabis hemp is as a plant was the competitor, not the smoking of marijuana. Those are two different things. And it got illegalized because of its its actual usefulness as a material product, not as a drug. But they used the drug portion of it throughout the early 20th 1900s to say this is why it's bad. It was a political hit. And I mean, if you Google why was it illegalized in the first place, you should be able to easily find that. I don't think that's like a
Was
contested.
I found a
Ill-
article from
socialized.
the first thing they talk about is 1929. Before Prohibition, they regarded this guy named Harry Anslinger, who's the commissioner of the Treasury Department, Federal Bureau of Narcotics. In 1929, a man called Harry Anslinger was put in charge of the Department of Prohibition in Washington, D.C., but alcohol prohibition had been a disaster. Gangsters had taken over whole neighborhoods. Alcohol, controlled by criminals, had become even more poisonous. So alcohol prohibition finally ended, and Harry Anslinger was afraid. He found himself in charge of a huge government department with nothing for it to do. Up until then, he had said cannabis was not a problem. It doesn't harm people, he explained, and there is no more absurd fallacy than the idea it makes people violent. But then suddenly, when his department needed a new purpose, he announced he had changed his mind. This sounds almost conspiratorial. It's interesting.
No, it's actually true. It's hilariously true how stupid it is.
Yeah,
And
I mean, it very well could be true because it is really like dumb. Let's be honest. Like a lot of the people that we hold up in high regard are kind of stupid.
and well, nobody said you had to have a 300 IQ to be a politician either. So
or
there's that.
billion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. He explained to the public that what would happen if you smoke cannabis. First, you fall into a quote unquote delirious rage. Then you will be gripped by quote unquote dreams of an erotic character. Then you will quote unquote lose the power of connected thought. Finally, you will reach the inevitable endpoint, insanity.
Sound familiar?
Oh yeah,
Insanity.
that's a setup for.
Hey, so here's the rest of that story. In a nutshell.
Well,
When people got when they started to push back, so they found a doctor who would say these things for them. That literally happened. It's idiotic. The whole thing around marijuana is stupid.
well, yeah. The whole
And they do
the
mention Mexico here. I will say that. That it goes on. Like this is kind of an article. Talk 1960s. Let me see here. It's like it's not.
I don't know.
It's never one answer. It's multiple answers that build up to the one thing.
I looked it up, and most of the links that I can find say that it's because of, or primarily because of the Mexicans moving in after the Mexican Revolution. Like that's
But yeah,
what I can find.
There's not a. Well, it's not. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. It's not common knowledge. That's the symptom. That was the scapegoat. That's what they pinned it on. And that's what and when they sold that to the conservatives, the Christians, and the like. But that was not the main cause.
Oh,
and a lot of
here's an interesting part of this article. So the part where it mentions Mexico, it says, in a panic that gripped America, marijuana was banned. The U.S. told other countries they had to do the same. Many countries said it was a dumb idea and refused to do it. For example, Mexico decided their drug policy should be run by doctors. Their medical advice was that cannabis didn't cause these problems, and they refused to ban it. The U.S. was furious. Anslinger ordered them to fall into line. The Mexicans held out until, in the end, the U.S. cut off the supply of all legal painkillers to Mexico. People started to die in agony in their hospitals. So, with regret, Mexico sacked the doctor and launched its own drug war.
Wow.
That's insane.
So you
Wow.
see how it was a deeper issue than it was just like bad crazy
It's politics.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
politics. It was
crap.
literally
Well, of
the
course.
same politics that we have today. Literally the same thing.
Yep. We have not evolved at all.
Well, it was the demonization of, same thing that Trump's doing. Demonization of a specific people in order to, like, scapegoat off problems.
Yeah, and you know what? And you know what the funny thing is? History. History is not going to recall everything that happened, but we are going to recall. Well, Trump said the Mexicans are all bad. Well, why did he say that? Man, I don't fucking know. So a lot of things get lost in history, and like the part about the cannabis plant being a super, first of all, it's super cheap. It does so many things. Like for example, back in the late 1800s and early 1900s, when boats were still a thing. Well, they still are a thing, but when they were more of a thing,
They're still a thing.
yeah, but when it was okay, I should say when they were the primary mode of transportation for material goods.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, having rope was an important thing. Where do you get a rope from? Well, you get rope from trees. But guess what's better than rope? We got tree rope, cannabis rope. And there was lots of things that cannabis can do medically, in a material productive way that it does better than the things that we use today. And that shouldn't be that far fetched to believe because how many other industries just kind of outlaw other things that they don't want to compete with today on a normal basis? So what they did was they stigmatized marijuana as this evil, bad thing, and that idea is what lives on today. So it now no longer has anything to do with production, and it has all of the things to do with social stigmatization. And this is why we need to make it legal and stop fucking around and find better things to argue about than marijuana. That's dumb.
So true.
I mean,
so true.
well, there's just overwhelming scientific evidence that it actually helps more people than it hurts, and there haven't been any like actual overdoses on THC. There haven't been any like real deaths related to THC. It's all been the vitamin E dumb shit that they put in there and cut their shit with. Like, there's so many things that marijuana can actually do. And it's not even just marijuana, it's hemp too. Like fucking CBD buds that are like blowing up around places where THC isn't legal yet. Like those are really good for medicinal effects, like pain relief and just general anti-anxiety. The plant itself is good for like massive amounts of production. Like you can make baskets, you can make fucking clothes, you can make a whole bunch of shit out of it.
You're actually making my case for me. You see how useful it is? And
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a huge fucking opportunity that we just need to tax the hell out of.
But why do you think it doesn't exist?
Chicago, or Colorado
what's funny
and
about
fucking
that,
California.
But why do you think it doesn't exist?
Well, let me just get this.
Because of big tobacco.
What's funny about?
To be honest,
no, that's not it.
Alcohol more than anything, but honestly, like the flavored e-cigarette ban that happened starting in Michigan, and now they're talking about making it national.
Yep.
New York is talking about it too.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I think this is like
it started out. It was actually the wax pen. There was something wrong with them. Like people were modding, and they blew up. Like it was literally the weed pens, but people were fucking with them, so 6 people died. That's why Michigan did it.
Oh really? I thought they actually did it based on like the evidence that it was causing teens to smoke more. Because that's
what they were saying. So there's always an agenda somewhere with somebody.
Oh yeah.
And some of it may be based
governor over that.
Well, that makes it really stupid then, right? That they're just fucking banning something because of, like some really dumb mods. I don't know. I think overall it's probably a good move because it'll decrease the amount of young people smoking, young people getting into nicotine. I think that's probably a good thing.
Or they'll turn back to cigarettes, which is something that I'm really worried about.
But by the way, I don't. I don't advocate for e-cigarettes in any way because there's not enough evidence to show what the long-term effects are. It hasn't been out long enough.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I have a sneaking suspicion it's obviously not good for you because putting things into your lungs that don't belong there probably isn't good for you, regardless of what it is, unless it's fucking oxygen.
People say the same thing about marijuana. We all disagree with that, right?
No, I don't disagree with that. Marijuana is not good for your health. It's just not detrimental to your health. It's going to kill you tomorrow.
Yeah, he's saying there's been enough studies on marijuana.
Yeah, there are problems with marijuana as well. Like it does cause if you smoke too much, then it does cause issues with your lungs. It can cause issues with your memory and your cognition. If you use too much, I'm
glad you said that. That's my issue because weedheads.
Yeah, there are downsides to this drug. It's not like a wonder drug.
I agree.
Some people simply can't handle it.
I'm glad you said that because the number one thing you get from a weed head is Yeah, it's not. Nobody dies from marijuana. Yeah, but you're fucking retarded. Like you smoked yourself
It
retarded,
cures
literally.
cancer. It cures cancer.
Yeah,
Like,
well, you're never
no, it
gonna get
doesn't.
cancer, but you're never gonna be smart either.
No, it doesn't cure cancer though. There's
Yeah.
actually more tar in a joint than there is in a regular cigarette and like a
Whoa.
tobacco cigarette.
That's why when I use my medicinal shit, I only use fucking concentrates.
The way to go.
Smoking is so bad for your
This
lungs.
is guy is a smart weed head. I like him.
I don't. Okay, so I use all my legal shit. I use like fucking only concentrates so that it's like the best possible, even though it's probably still bad for my lungs, probably the best possible thing. Like I try not to use too much at all. Like I try to just get rid of my anxiety and my insomnia with it. Like there are ways to actually use it and it be effectively helpful for you. But if you're like sitting on the couch like smoking right before work and you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna call out today.
Thank you.
You're just
Thank
too
you.
high. Like, holy shit, there are some problems there.
Because
Oh,
weed
yeah.
heads use these arguments all the time, the pro marijuana arguments all the time. But I'm like, that doesn't apply to you. You're a fucking Buddha. Like your life is about smoking, and that's all you do is smoke 5 blunts a day. And explain to me how that's healthy. Like your lungs are fucked and your head is fucked.
Mhm.
So it's not good.
I mean, it's
but-
just like drinking too much alcohol. There's always
Yeah,
going to
exactly.
be that thing.
You can enjoy it without overdoing it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Moderation is key. Wise men used to tell me that.
Oh yes, of course.
So, I mean, we're largely in agreement on that. I don't even know how we got to this, but we did.
I was
It
gonna
about the
say-
reparations. Well, it was about the
I think we
Yeah.
went from like marginalization of black people, and then he said something about weed farms, and then we went into like the actual legalization of weed, and it ended
I
up
mean,
here.
you had a valid point on that. All I'm saying is the irony of giving back the people who had to work the land, giving them back the land to grow stuff on. I think it's pretty funny. Like,
Yeah.
especially when you're talking about a birthing $1 billion industry. Like this industry is gonna fucking take off in the next few decades, and it's gonna like once it becomes legal across all 50 states and probably federally eventually. Oh my God, the money in the money in that industry is going to be astronomical.
I think
I can't wait
think
for it to hit
personally,
Michigan.
I think it's gonna become legal federally before every state decriminalizes it. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean,
I think
that's
they're gonna be
usually
like
how
it
holdout
happens.
states.
I agree.
Indiana.
Texas.
That's honestly that's how it is supposed to happen. Like conservatives don't like it, but let's be honest here. The best way to dole out legalizations like this is to just have it at the federal level and do it. Because I mean, then you have a benchmark for the entire country to go by too.
Well, and here's the other thing, right? Is that it doesn't even have to be like a schedule. Do we use letters or numbers? I think we use numbers. It doesn't have to be a Schedule 1 drug with fucking like heroin and crack cocaine and shit like that. Like they could literally take it down to a schedule that it isn't like prosecuted, and then
I've hung out with potheads and I've hung out with people who've done heroin, and I can tell you, I don't hang out with the people who do heroin, and like, absolutely not. I cannot trust those people. I can trust a weed head because the most he's gonna do is
He's not gonna run
make
from you.
fun of me.
the greatest piece of advice that I got when I was in high school was never let a meth head into your house. They'll steal all your fucking aluminum foil.
Yep. That's true too.
I
gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
So, one thing I want to read real fast, talking about the Schedule 1 drugs, and I know I Will Code's mad at me because he wants me to bring the topic back. If you actually read the definition for the Controlled Substances Act, which is marijuana, Schedule 1, Control 1 drugs, substances, or chemicals are defined by the federal government as drugs with no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. Schedule 1 drugs are the most dangerous drugs of all drug schedules, with potentially severe psychological and physical dependence.
Well,
Wow.
yeah, okay, so that like completely isn't LSD and psilocybin and DMT also in there?
Yes.
So, well, maybe
LSD
maybe you
is.
wouldn't rule out DMT because DMT is fucking weird, but DMT doesn't cause addiction
Well,
or anything. If
well,
anything,
not only is it
stay
a
away
class
from it
one drug,
afterwards.
not only is it a class one drug, but it's also illegal to even do any science with them too here in the United States of America. So
I think they have no. I want to say they have some studies with MDMA in some of the Ivy League schools, and they also have some studies with psilocybin up in the north. I want to say that's true.
yeah, so yeah, I
For
think so
curing
also. But
depression and PTSD.
you're right. I think you're right. Because I think recently, I don't know what actual procedures through whatever legal means went through. But for a long time, it was. I don't know if it was like illegal, like we're talking about criminally illegal, but it was not. It was frowned upon heavily in the United States to do any work with these drugs at all in an academic setting, and that's why they stopped doing it since the what was it, the 60s? Yeah.
Yeah, it was really heavily stigmatized. Psychedelics in general were really heavily stigmatized because of a few bad cases where people had bad trips. And then they could blow that out of proportion and say, okay, well, if you take LSD, then you're going to have like this nightmare experience and there are going to be fucking spiders on your wall eating you and shit like that. Like, they could take one case, blow it out of proportion, and then say fuck it. But now we're coming out with like actual medicinal uses for like psychedelic stuff, which is really good because they can cure like depression and fucking PTSD shit. They're really good at like self-introspection, and especially in a therapist setting, like I can imagine that will work wonders on like internal conflicts and things that you didn't even really know you had to work out.
I agree. I think more science should be done with it and come to a reasonable conclusion and then apply it.
I want to say Canada is the leader in psychedelic medicine. I want to say Canada is doing it the most.
Real quick, off topic.
I'm not sure.
I want somebody like Ted Cruz who takes like LSD and then put him on a stage. So I want to hear what he really thinks. Or Donald Trump. That's what I want.
Dude, if Donald Trump was on LSD, he would literally be fucking drooling. He wouldn't be able to comprehend the geometry that was happening before his eyes. I don't think he has enough brain power.
All right, I'm back.
It would be entertaining though.
Welcome back.
What I miss?
I agree.
Welcome back.
We're talking about giving drugs to presidential candidates and politicians.
Shrooms. Give shrooms to every single one of them. We will hear
Dump
some
psilocybin
shit.
in the water supply.
Yes.
It's better than lead. So I guess I'm with it.
I mean, personally, I would rather have psilocybin in my water than lead. Given I would have a great, like, next 6 hours, but, you know, it'd be worth it. Need that water.
Yeah, speaking of that, I had a very, very Flint moment earlier today. I was at a place to get my wife's car fixed, and I walked up to the water fountain and filled a cup with water. And it's like just down the street for me, so it's not township. It's definitely Flint. And I turned to him and I was like, "Hey, wait, is this filtered? Like, do you guys have a filter, or is this Flint water?" And she goes, "It's Flint water." Dumped it out. She's like, "I'll get you a bottle of water." I'm like, "Oh, thank you."
Wow.
Wow.
That's.
Yep.
Hey, you know what's funny? Like,
moment.
can you imagine living outside the United States and looking at the United States as the empire on top of the hill, the most mightiest empire in current history, and then hearing something like that? It's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous in so many ways.
I mean, well, here's the reality, right? I don't know if a country can effectively, like, make the entirety of its country, especially as big as the U.S., like, on the same playing field.
They could. It's do the people want to.
Not under capitalism. That's
not under capitalism. There's inequality always in capitalism.
No, I disagree with that. But you can do it under capitalism.
It's inherent in capitalism. That's going to be like it needs to have
in
that
the system.
inequality.
Yeah, in the system, like, you have to have business owners making more in order to like sustain the business. Unless you're doing like a co-op business where literally all your fucking employees like own part of the business and have some say and like are basically a board of directors of it, which seems like a really inefficient way to do it. Unless you wanted to do it that way, fucking dude.
You could do it under capitalism, absolutely, because capitalism does not indicate the structure of the society. That's the economic structure, but not the social structure. So under a democratic republic, you could absolutely lean more socialist. I guess is the buzzword of the day, and redistribute said money through taxes, and it would still be a capitalistic democratic society, just highly tilted through redistribution means, and still follows all the rules of capitalism and democracy in the republic. But all that being said, you still got to get people on board. So that's the whole problem. You can solve all these problems. You can literally solve all these problems with one rich person's income. Absolutely. But they're not going to do it. So messaging matters.
I mean, that is the problem. They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
and,
yeah.
That's the problem that I've always had with just embracing capitalism as like a good system. It willfully will not distribute it because all the power leans to the top. Labor doesn't have really any power unless we choose to exert it. But if we choose to exert it in a proper way, we will essentially be leading more closer to socialism, which I'm okay with that. But a lot of people aren't. So
but a lot of people are stupid too, though.
Wait, I wanna like clear up what's our definition of socialism, because I hear a different definition every time. Like,
I don't
are
think we're ever
we
gonna get a clear
functioning
definition.
social
the
safety
general
nets
definition
and,
of socialism, seizing labor seems to mean production, largely democracy in the workplace. And I mean, I'm not a socialist. I'm a soc dem, but there's a lot of things that I would definitely decommodify, and I'm definitely for more democracy in the workplace. But I think we still need democracy overall.
I agree, but I think it's a messaging issue. We're already a social democracy. Everything that's paid for in our cities are paid for by us. Everything on our schools are paid for by us. Many of our all of our public hospitals are paid for by us. So what is the problem with extending it to other basic needs now that we have the prosperity? Basic needs. We're not enriching for like other people off of the backs of other people. We're putting basic needs on the table. Something that maybe was unheard of 100 years ago, but
they just won't do it.
Yeah, because we're fighting over stupid things like the nature of socialism. That's not. I don't think calling it socialism is that messaging is not effective at all.
No, I agree with that. Like, I agree with
because
that.
we're already that. We're already whatever social sock dem is. We just need to make it better.
Mm-hmm. But I mean that leans further away from capitalism. Like, if we're that's the big difference between someone like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders is, Sanders willingly accepts that capitalism as it is fundamentally broken, and Warren just wants to add some fixes to it, and while keeping it generally intact. So I mean, that's still what Sanders is talking about. Isn't even complete socialism. It's still democratic socialism, because he's not talking about all of labor owning the means of production. He's talking about us taking back some of it so that we can have a better social state.
Yeah. I don't.
I think I disagree. I've never seen like Warren and Bernie take big contention with their I guess ways of solving the problems of a capitalist society, where Warren's like, oh, well, I just want to amend a capitalist society a little bit more, and you're saying that Bernie takes like a little bit more of a hands-on approach of saying, well, no, we need to like
look up the time that she said that I'm not a socialist, I'm not a democratic socialist, I'm a capitalist.
These are just like meaningless quotes, though. Like, Bernie could say the same thing.
Yeah, that's why I don't like.
I mean, her policies follow that along too. That's why
like
they're not nearly as extreme as Bernie's is.
I guess I don't see that. Like, could you name a specific policy that we could talk about?
Her Medicare for All proposal is very lacking in comparison to Bernie Sanders. She separates mental health care out as being something that is subsidized if you're poor enough, basically making health insurance just for mental health care, as opposed to it being included in healthcare like it currently is under, every insurance plan.
Yeah.
There's that. There's her student loan proposal where there's a lot more hoops to jump through than Bernie Sanders just saying wipe it. Wipe it. We can fund it with the Wall Street speculation tax, and we can allow people to have free college. She's not talking about free community college. She's talking about like basically increasing funding to allow people to go to college more. Her policies always are like leaning towards Bernie, but they fall just short. Basically, that's what I define as she's trying to fix capitalism when you should be trying to move further away from it. There's an in between point that we can be at that we would all be better off at, without going full socialist. But Warren isn't that. She doesn't recognize that.
I guess I see it a completely different way. I see that like sorts of policies that she's trying to enact as more for like barring out just the exorbitantly rich that don't need these sorts of policies, and trying to include the general population that Bernie would be trying to include and target with the policies that he implements. Whereas like Warren might be trying to bar off certain individuals or create more hoops, as you put it, from accessing the sorts of plans that she proposes. But it's like the individuals that are going to graduate with a college, like with a doctorate, like postgraduate individuals. I saw was that she's trying to like bar these individuals away from having their student loan completely paid for. And it's like, why would we even subsidize their loan if they're going to like enter into a career that's going to be paying six figures as a starting position? Right.
Because if we make it just aimed towards the lower classes, the rich will do everything in their power to cut it away over time as conservatives get elected. The same thing that's happened, for the entire existence of the social state in this country.
Wait, I don't understand. So targeted policy like doesn't work in this respect, but it does work with reparations. I don't see is there a meme here, or am I missing something?
That's completely two different.
Wait, is it though?
It is.
Yes.
How do you think they're the same?
Well, yeah. So she's trying to target certain. So again, as I've stated before, class is like the main issue here, right? Or are we not on that page? Like that class is like the big thing. Is this like certain people?
More
certain
or less,
people,
yeah.
So like when your parents can pay for your undergraduate, your postgraduate, all of your education, all the way up until you're receiving your doctor's degree, and you graduate and you are again guaranteed like a six-figure position, like in that individual's case, they've had a lot of advantages levied in their lives. Like, why should we be subsidizing their out of college activity? Like, or sorry, why should we be subsidizing through the plans that Bernie's proposing? Their sorts of like, this is the same. I mean, and again, like this may seem like a radical position, but like I think a lot of people have talked about how subsidizing these, and when I say subsidize, I just mean like canceling their student loan. Why should we be canceling student loan for these individuals who are again like awarded a lot of privileges in life anyways?
Right. So you can go through a postgraduate program. Like, I'm not sure how this would work if you would have to like target specific like degrees or something, which I imagine that's how it would have to work, because you can literally go in and get a PhD in philosophy and then work it as a fucking janitor because you can't find a job because you have a PhD in philosophy. Like, you don't make six figures starting with some of the fucking postgraduate degrees that you get. But like, to get a job doing philosophy, you either have to have a master's to teach at like a high school or at like some respectable level, or you have to have like a doctorate to teach at a collegiate level. Like the 4-year philosophy degrees are literally good for like going into law.
Yeah. Dude, I don't disagree with you
It's-
whatsoever. Yeah, I completely acknowledge PhDs and philosophies are really hard to apply. I'm just talking about specifically Warren's legislative proposal would cancel $50,000 in student loan debt for every person with a household income of under 100,000. Why should we like be subsidizing their student loan debts if they have a household income and they came from like incredibly advantaged positions in life where their family is making more than 100,000? Like I don't see why we'd be.
Hold on,
like,
can
just
I?
because they gotta.
Wait, is more than 100,000 a year enough to like completely pay for
No,
postgraduate
it's
and
not.
everything in college? Because I don't think it
No.
is.
I mean, it certainly
Yeah,
depends. like what college
then why would it matter if it's at $100,000 level? Maybe if they're making like $500,000 a year or some shit, where like they can just easily pay for everything in college. Like the books, the classes that'll cost you probably around like $50,000 to $100,000 in general to like
In
get
her-
all the way
wait, wait.
through.
Have
Like-
we read her bill? Guys, she also proposes that as well, is provide substantial debt cancellation for every person with a household income of between 100,000 and 250,000. It's not like it's like, oh, you're over 100,000, fuck you, you don't get anything. It's a cancellation of $50,000 in student loan debt for everybody who's under 100,000 and still substantial debt reparations paid for, or not debt reparations, sorry, debt forgiveness for people who are in between the household income of 100 and 250,000. Are we going to set the bar higher now? Like, what about people
Right.
who caught? Is that really what you're gonna do?
But what
is,
is
like, how much?
well? But what does that mean? Like specifically good for the people who are between 100,000 250,000. Like what is that gonna look like? What did they just mean? Like
It's
we're
about
gonna give
$30,000 to
them less?
$120,000. I'm just curious. Like, have you
Hold
gone
on.
to college? Like this.
Hold on,
it's not-
hold on.
Yeah,
making-
I'm in college.
Okay,
Hold on.
I just graduated from college. It doesn't cost like this big. Like college is not $500,000. I don't know where this idea has come from. Like college is incredibly
I
expensive in
didn't
the United States.
say it was $500,000.
I know, but I'm just saying you're like sort of like raising the bar constantly. I'm just wondering where we stop. Is it like, oh my God, anybody who has anything under than a median household income of $100 million needs to have their student debt forgiven because like that's just too much. Like at some point we can recognize certain people come from incredibly advantaged positions, and there's really just no reason for we as a society to be like forgiving their debt if they incur any going into something like college. Like, what's the point of?
Do you believe rich people shouldn't get Social Security too?
No, I don't believe it. I never said anything along those lines. And
But I mean
hold on, hold on.
that's the same thing.
Yeah,
That's
but that's
same
the
thing.
same like.
Hold on.
That's
First of all,
It's incredibly hard
Okay,
to
well-
cut Social Security because everyone gets it.
Social Security is a program that rich people pay into currently, right?
That everybody pays into.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that rich
Right,
people
and
pay into
everybody
Social
would pay into the like
Hold on.
debt forgiveness.
let me interject. There's a lot of points being made here. Rich people should not get Social Security because that's ineffective for the goals of Social Security. That doesn't even make sense to me. But $100,000 to $250,000 is not wealthy. My mom is in that bracket, and she's not wealthy. But I don't know Warren's bill, so I'm not going to argue on that behalf. But I will say that does set back those families too significantly.
We're just letting those points hang. $100,000 to $250,000 is
Oh,
not
sorry.
wealthy. Nobody disagrees with that? Nobody ever. We're all just like.
No,
okay,
that's not. That's not. It
I
depends on
mean,
how
it
you
depends on
define
where you live. It depends on your cost of increase.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
A lot of
can.
things.
Like after you buy a $200,000 or $250,000 home, you buy a car or two. You gotta, you're putting your kids through college. So the more money you make, the more you're spending out. That doesn't make you have a lot of money.
Defined as middle class. It's
Yeah,
in the
that's
range
pretty
of middle
lower.
class.
That's pretty upper middle class.
That's pretty upper middle class. Yeah, I would definitely not say, oh yeah, you're middle class, much the same way that
But
somebody's
I mean,
making-
I'm not arguing against you. I'm just saying that's
no.
well,
These are different brackets, right? Like we can recognize that in the middle class there are many sub branching categories of what defines somebody who's in the middle class. It's not like you're in the middle class if you make $45,000 a year, much the same way that somebody who's also considered to be in the middle class in air quotes who's making $200,000 a year. Like these are two people who are generally speaking within a relatively similar income bracket, but are on two totally different ends of the spectrum in that income bracket.
yeah, I totally agree. I'm just making that
And I'm
distinction.
saying, yeah, and that's a fair distinction to make. In fact, if anything, I feel like that plays into my point here. Wherein, yeah, I'm for cutting student loan completely for people who come from households that make under $60,000 a year. No questions asked. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't. But just that we should recognize the difference between somebody who comes from a household making $50,000 to $60,000 a year versus somebody who comes from a household making $200,000 a year. and that like maybe we should forgive less student debt based off of that. Is this to say that rich people don't sometimes fuck over their kids and send them to college without any sort of like assistance whatsoever? Yeah, I'm to some extent one of those kids, but that's not to say that like I should just be said, oh well, yeah, well we'll completely forgive your student debt because even like despite the fact that maybe I received little assistance compared to somebody, and I mean I actually received fair assistance. I'd be like pretty disingenuous to sit out here and say my help me out. They help me out a significant amount, but just this idea that like I've received no advantages in my life because my parents aren't helping me out, and that I should receive a like completely pro bono student debt, despite the fact that we're completely discounting all of the other advantages that come from being born in a wealthy family that might preclude to some extent receiving direct financial aid, but still contribute to somebody having a pretty significant advantage in the college education game. Seems a little bit like short-sighted.
I don't think I disagree with that. Because this is why I don't disagree. Because I'm all about the procedural effectiveness. Just like I don't think rich people should get Social Security. Think about all the money that you're paying out for people who already have money and don't need it. And even they laugh at it. But they still take it, which is ironic. But anyways, and then you slide that scale down. You take that money out of their pockets, slide that scale back down to the people who actually need it, which Social Security was set up to be useful for. And now you have effectively upped the total number of money that the people who need it get. Same thing with this college debt forgiveness. I agree with him that the people who make $100,000, $250,000 don't need the same level of help that somebody who makes $45,000 a year.
Which, to be clear, is going to be very significant still under Warren's bill. But yes, go on.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That wasn't a jab at you. I'm just saying that's a jab at this idea that Warren's bill just like basically says fuck upper middle class households, because it certainly doesn't. If you're in the bracket of income, if you come from a household that's making between $100,000 to $250,000 dollars or median household income, that is still a significant bit of debt forgiveness that you're getting under Warren's bill. And this idea that like she's not in some way, or that she's trying to fix capitalism by having a lighter approach to debt forgiveness than Bernie is a little bit.
Well, I mean, they're Medicare for all bill, but again, I'm gonna make this point. You know, on Social Security, the reason that Social Security has been so difficult to cut. I mean, there has been cuts over the years, but the reason that it has not been cut is because it gets to everyone. So even rich people who are like, you know, that's another rev stream. You know, I kind of like that. You know, they're gonna fight against that. They can easily say, if it just went to the poor and the middle class, they could easily say, well, it doesn't go to us. Why do I care? Just like they do with welfare, just like they do with food stamps, just like they do with any social program that they don't benefit from at all directly. And you basically make it something that can be, you know, easily gotten rid of by the people who have all the power in this country right now.
Yeah, I was about to say that. And guess what? Those are the people with all the fucking power in the country to lobby all the fucking policies that they want.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is literally like.
Besides that, it's a much better point to make that, you know, education should be a right than anything. You know, just like healthcare should be a right. They you know, are we going to argue next that wealthy people shouldn't be able to benefit from Medicare for all?
This is such a big meme. It's like, no, wait, hold up. Philosophically, like you're arguing against a straw man. I agree with you 100%. I don't think that things like education, healthcare, food, access to shelter should be barred away from any class of people. In fact, this again takes it all the way back.
Well, then there's a candidate with a better policy than that, and that's Bernie Sanders.
It's not better. It's not electable. We can look at the stats on this. Is that like Bernie's plan is less electable than Warren's? If you'd like to look into it.
What does electable mean?
The very thing that you're talking to. He has a better policy. How is it better?
More people support it for one. So it covers more people. It covers more people.
But you're talking more people.
So then he's the more electable candidate then.
But it's not though, because there's polling data on this.
I mean, there's
can you shoot some links?
Polling data depending on how you ask the question.
So
if you ask the question, you know, do you like that Bernie Sanders Medicare for All proposal takes away your health insurance, and then just leave it at that? Yes, it polls badly. But if you explain it that it replaces it with something better that you pay less in taxes on than you do for your premiums, for your co-pays and everything else, then you know what? It polls well. It polls at over 60%.
So what we're actually
the idea that Bernie is not electable, like that's not serious. again,
I-
you know,
Well, I didn't say he was an electable.
I
Well,
think what he's
more
saying is
electable.
that I think
Yeah,
what he
more
said.
electable. I just said that he was less like his plans are less electable than Warren's plans. That's all I said. I didn't say he was.
I don't agree with that because his plans poll better.
We're pretty much talking about the first like hour of the last debate. When Biden was asking, "Are your taxes going to go up?" He knows the answer to that. Like he already knows the answer to all
And
these
yeah,
questions, but
it's
he
gonna-
asks it anyway because he knows it doesn't poll well. That was the entire like Biden strategy for the first half.
I think Bernie is the antithesis of Trump, meaning before you try to set me on fire, meaning that he is not going to ever poll. He's as things stand today over 50-something%. But he does have a strong base support structure that can get him elected to president. But I don't
think Sanders polls more than 50%. He polls well even with Republicans and who aren't counted in these Democratic polls that focus on only likely voters of which they define as like over 50.
Right, but
he polls much better if you actually include the people who are actually likely to vote for him, as opposed to just the quote unquote likely to vote demographic.
Right, but it's I'm looking at it from a 30,000-foot angle, meaning that you got a lot of complications. A, Donald Trump's in office. B, you have like 300,000 candidates running for office, which is splitting his vote, not Biden's vote. It's going to split his vote more than anything, which is same thing that not the same thing that happened in 2016, but that you have an issue where the Democratic Party is split within itself, and same thing. So the same argument that liberals would say, or anybody would say for that matter, that if you insert a third party, that usually splits the vote and it usually disinfects or disenfranchises the Democratic Party. They're doing the same thing within the party at this moment. So now, if Bernie was and one other person were the only people to run, yeah, Bernie probably would get the nomination. But with this many people, he's being splintered off by his own left. So that's what I mean. I don't know if that makes any sense.
I honestly don't believe that. I honestly don't believe the polling. I think the polling is wrong. I think we're going to see that once they actually start voting. I honestly think he will win.
Wow,
it will come down to him and Warren. Biden, I'd be shocked if he won more than 4 states in the South.
I'm not going to argue
at this point. Yeah, at this point, like Bernie could win in Texas, like. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's why I didn't say, I didn't say I didn't know what electability means. I asked what electability means to you. Because a lot of people talk about electability in the context of Joe Biden, because Joe Biden is supposedly more electable because he's the center candidate and he used to be Obama's vice president. But he would get trounced by Trump.
No, that's not
hands down.
That's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about electability. I think you're being
okay.
dishonest if you're going to.
That's why I asked you that.
Oh, okay.
That is what I asked.
I'm definitely not saying, we should be so concerned with electability that we should just prop up the person who's currently polling the most and try to like unify the party to rally behind Biden. Even though I probably more than I don't know. I'm not gonna say more than you guys do, but like right there with you guys, acknowledge that Biden would get Trump.
But I don't think that Warren's idea is electable. I don't agree with that. I think people want radical change.
Hey, hold up. I never said Warren's plans weren't electable. I just said that they were more electable than Bernie.
No, that's literally what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't believe that they're more electable.
I thought you said Bernie.
I think Bernie's is more electable than Warren's.
All right.
Maybe in 2016 when Elizabeth Warren should have ran, when Bernie actually wanted her to, yeah, I would have been behind her 100%, but that didn't happen. We're here now. People know Bernie
I'm confused
Sanders.
about something. Maybe somebody can answer this for me. So if Bernie wanted Warren to run in 2016, why are they both running today?
That's a big question.
That is a good question. Bernie's running because he built that coalition from 2016. Warren, I'm not entirely sure, because you remember when Bernie announced, it was way late in the primary. Like he joined really late, and he kind of joined as a message candidate originally. Like he honestly didn't think that he was going to win. Like one of his first interviews was with the show that I follow, Majority Report with Sam Cedar, where he said that, he was looking to change the conversation. He didn't talk about anything about winning. But he, it's been known that there was at the oh God, what's the convention? The DCCC, I think.
DMC?
Convention. No, the convention that they have. There was a movement called Draft Warren trying to draft her to run against Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders was a part of it.
Oh, did he actually favor that?
Mm-hmm.
So again, why are they competing against each other? And they're not even taking any jabs at each other either. So
Well,
I feel
To
like
be honest, wait.
Warren's,
You know what? You know what I think? I think this is like an eternal five-head move where Warren and Sanders are trying to get as much of the votes as possible, and then they're just gonna team up at the end and slurp up all the votes. Like,
Just
don't
gonna
know,
VP
'cause
who's
there's-
behind.
yeah,
I actually kind of
yeah, just VP whoever's behind, and then fuck it, dude. Like, you're gonna get most of the votes.
There are some things that Warren supports that are very contrary to what Bernie supports. Like she's unfortunately got a very huge blind spot with Raytheon. Like she's very very in their pocket, and the way that she's doing her campaign finance is not at all how Bernie's running it. And the way that she said, well, I'm going to accept, large money donors when I'm in the general election. Like that's because she sees it as like unilateral disarming yourself rather than getting massive amount of volunteers who will also vote for you, actual ground roots support that actually reaches people to vote for you.
I mean, sure, but like a lot of their, or maybe I
they're
shouldn't say that
aligned.
because
Don't
I
get me
haven't
wrong.
I haven't read like
Bernie has
all
a
of
lot
their
of respect
policies
for
or
her.
anything.
They are friends. They are very aligned.
Warren
but
has a lot of
she is
voter
different.
problems.
Well,
Because
here's the thing. Well, like who else are we? I mean, I guess maybe like who would even be good? Maybe like Biden Warren on a ticket.
No.
Like possibly, but no, like he can't stand up to Trump.
No,
Like,
I've said all along
Bernie-
it's just
Bernie
Bernie
is
and
like-
Warren.
I don't
But
know.
I don't think
Bernie,
they're together on this. I think they're actually against each other in a lot of ways.
I still think
Well, I
Tulsi would be a
think-
good VP pick for him.
Ugh, no.
I don't know. Wait,
pseudo
she
right
wasn't
wing,
in the
no.
she wasn't in the last one. Right? She wasn't in the third Democratic debate or whatever.
No, she's technically still running, but she wasn't in the debate.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, there was a huge to do about that,
Kerfuffle.
from
I need to
Tulsi's stance.
rewatch.
Yes.
I need to rewatch the first and the second one so that I can
But
hear more of her.
no, I have a lot of issues with Tulsi. She's hiding her power level, we'll say.
Wait, how is she? Is she contrary to Bernie on anything though?
yeah, she's pretty centrist.
Yeah.
She's pretty centrist.
She's actually pretty right wing.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but I didn't know how far I wanted to take that.
She says
statement.
she supports Medicare for all, but when you press her on what Medicare for all, this happens to a lot of these candidates on stage. When you push her on what she means by Medicare for all, she means the ACA. Yeah, like Kamala, and then she's portrayed as anti-war and anti-imperialist, but she is very much in favor of drone warfare, and she supports the Hindu nationalist leader of India right now. She supported him before he was elected, Modi.
Wait, I got a question. You said she's in support of drone warfare. I could say I'm in support of drone warfare if we don't put boots on the ground. What does support of drone warfare mean? Is she hawkish and wanting to be in?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Well,
I think you should put it that way.
She would totally be for us drone striking. I guarantee.
Drone striking what? Sorry?
Well,
In Kashmir.
Okay.
because she's very pro Modi, and that's what doing right now is trying to take over Kashmir.
Well, isn't the problem with a lot of drone strike stuff is that they end up killing a lot more civilians than boots on the ground would?
Yes.
And I mean, I get that like boots on the ground isn't even something that we want to have, and I agree. I don't think we need boots on the ground anywhere. But like drone strikes kill a shit ton of civilians from the things that I've heard. At least like I don't know, it seems like it's not a very good identification system as of right now.
Yeah, but I would push back on that a bit and say that not killing civilians has always been obviously the default purview of international law, but not killing civilians has always been part of any interaction between two states.
I mean,
so no, hold on. To make my point perfectly clear, what I'm saying is that I'm not discounting it or trying to make it seem less than it is.
You're trying to accept it as a reality. Yeah,
I'm just saying that just pinning all of the problems of civilian deaths on drone strikes, and we can't use it because of that. I don't know if that's sellable.
I mean,
But
I'm not saying that it's like all the problems, but it's like effectively killing a lot more civilians than we really need to.
Because you're going based off of a camera from miles away and a giant bomb being launched. You don't know who's there.
No. Hold on. But when we drop strategic bombs on areas, so like for example, let's say
that's bad too.
So let's say we didn't send SEAL team in to go get Osama bin Laden in Pakistan, which we had no business being in by international law. Let's just say we dropped the bomb on it and said fuck it and rolled out. How's that any different than a drone strike? Because what I'm saying is that a drone strike is pretty much the succession to missile strikes or bomb droppings, which we still use, but it's better.
Wait, I wouldn't even say that bomb droppings are a good thing. Like bomb droppings are probably really bad. They were done with.
It's also a lot easier to fly a drone in than it is, to fly an unmanned drone in than it is to fly a manned plane in to bomb a place.
But so hold on.
Also, classical bombing had a lot more problems. They had worse.
Hold on.
Actual instruments.
It's why we have like record numbers of civilian deaths currently.
Listen,
is Trump ramped up our drone warfare.
Listen. I'm not saying that these things are good or bad, because killing people in general is probably bad. What I am saying is that,
what I'm circumstance for everything. You can.
Exactly. That's why I say probably, because there's justifiable.
Cut him some slack, guys. Holy shit.
So what I'm saying is that these things are gonna. Listen. These things are gonna happen. Irregardless, if you do a drone, drop a bomb, or do a thing. So your problem isn't with the drone. Your problem is with the United States international policy. Listen, I think you're arguing the wrong problem here, because these things are not going to stop happening if you're saying, "Oh, let's not use the drone. Let's put boots on the ground." Well, boots on the ground kill innocent people all the time too.
Wait, no, I said that it does less. I also said like right after that we shouldn't put boots on the ground anywhere. I remember saying that.
They're talking about optics. They're not talking about necessarily whether or
not. I think that's the wrong argument to be having. Absolutely.
My point is, like I don't want boots on the ground. My point is that it's a lot easier for and it happens a lot more for a drone strike to happen.
Where are these stats at? How do we know?
I was gonna say I kind of want to source on this too, because I was looking this up. I have yet to find that drone strikes have killed more civilians than boots on the ground. I realize that like per capita is kind of a difficult thing to make, because we've had drone strikes pretty recent. Boots have been on the ground for a very long time, but like substantiate.
The last stats that I saw, this was a long time ago. The last stats that I saw was like it was something like drones are some of the most effective and like efficient ways of committing warfare that like commit the least civilian deaths like per, I don't know, strike, whatever you want to do. But the thing is that we're committing so many of these drone strikes and we're not really putting much thought into each one. So the civilian death toll is like skyrocketing because of that.
It's like a one from regulation, right? Is the argument here is that like if we looked at drone strikes more carefully and like we planned them out better, we could commercialize them.
Okay, so if you put it that way, I agree. But saying that we're not going to have civilian deaths is just not.
Oh no! It's not unrealistic. We don't think that we have no civilian deaths. We're saying you do the best to minimize it, and the way that we're using drone strikes now is the completely opposite of that.
So we're on the same side here. We're all like okay with less people being used in direct warfare as long as it means
Yes.
that less civilians are dying. And in this case,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Yes,
So what I
think we're
mean
all in
when I say
agreement.
that Tulsi is pro drone warfare, she's pro what we're doing now and
Unregulated.
even rampant. Yeah. So that's why I say she's very right wing. And a lot of Tulsi fans will blindly yell at me about that, but I say bring it on.
Damn, I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to get some people with that one.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting.
Just look up her old interviews on Fox News. There's a reason why they told her to go on Fox News and why a lot of right wingers Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, fucking David Duke supported the fuck out of her, but I think
she's a Trojan horse, is what she is.
She denounced Duke.
That's insane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so did Trump. You know.
Didn't Trump like specifically say that he didn't even expect to win? That it was literally just like a popularity campaign. I swear he said that at one point.
But
the only thing I ever saw him say was
speculation.
that like it was like 20 years ago. He said like if I was ever gonna run for president, I have to run for Republicans. Democrats are too smart. Like they'd see through my shit. I remember him saying something like that.
No, that was a fake
Okay.
quote.
Whoa, was it?
Was it?
Yeah. Because I see that quote going around a lot. It's not real. He didn't actually say that. That would definitely be putting a lot more faith in his intelligence than I would be willing to do. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way he was that calculated at all.
That sounds like he would.
Oh yeah,
Probably why.
We trust.
I might be wrong on that. Or on the same
Snopes
stuff.
is leftist liberal propaganda.
Snopes says only 2 people running it. How could they be right? Hold up, I gotta reset my camera. Behind.
The United States only has 1 person running it. How could we ever be right?
Fucking right, you got him.
Left wing destroyed.
What now, libtard?
Oh, God.
Sorry.
It's alright.
I spend way too much time on Twitter, okay? I've heard it all.
I've noticed you've been active on Twitter.
Yeah, since you
One of
followed
my
my other
friends-
account, you see how much I use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One of my friends had the idea of literally just starting a Twitter that attacked people on their positions. Like that's all that it does.
Just
It's
pure contrarianism?
Yeah, just pure contrarianism. Like, well, your fucking opinion or like your argument kind of doesn't really stand up here. Like this is why, and then it goes over the reasons why. Just do that to everyone that they possibly could.
Those exist already. You always figure it out when you get to the point where why do you don't know what I act. I'm just saying, and it's like, oh, so you're just a contrarian. Like, fuck off. I don't even want to talk to you. It's like, just thank you for wasting my time.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
Igloo says I'm highly online.
Well,
I need to get a job.
I as a person enjoy playing devil's advocate because I think you always have to know both sides of the
I mean,
both sides
to an
of the
extent,
conversation.
unless it's the bad faith argument. Always keep people honest and keep people on their toes. But when it's just a bad faith argument, like what the Iowa Code say, the guy you missed that, he was saying that there's members of both the Corbyn campaign and the Bernie Sanders campaign that are openly anti-Semitic. And when I looked into it, it was all the same bad faith nonsense.
Like, I mean, if you're playing devil's advocate and you're open about the fact that you're playing devil's advocate, you can't really have a bad faith argument.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's the thing. You have to in playing devil's advocate, you don't do it with like unsound or like invalid arguments either. Like generally to play devil's advocate, you have to support the other side as best as you possibly can. And then see if you can trounce your side with it. And then if you can, then I don't know, maybe switch positions. But
to be fair,
that's like the primary goal of that.
We're kind of steelmanning devil's advocate a little bit here too, because I'm sure we've all argued with somebody who said, "Oh, well, I'm just playing devil's advocate," after they like literally just mischaracterize the fuck out of your argument.
Yeah, true.
annoy you for 20 minutes. So like I agree with both sides here. Like I hate arguing with those types of people, but at the same time I can certainly respect just trying to show me why like my argumentation might be rooted in flaws.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I would
mean, and
always.
not to
Yeah.
bring that topic back up, that was kind of what I was saying about like Bernie Sanders' a statement on reparations, is that it was bad optics, and he didn't say what you need to be saying when you're running for president. If you're just a general dude on the street, no one's going to care that you say that, you know. But he's running for president. He needs to have an answer, not, well, it depends on what is in it, because then people are going to be like, what? So that was my issue. Like there are some things that Bernie does, man. You gotta be ready for that. Like he needs to be ready for the tax question too, and just say, yes, your taxes are going to go up, but not as much as your premiums have gone up.
Yeah,
And
I
they're
agree
going to
with
be
that
way
100%.
less than that. Like he's got to be very short and specific. He's got to own the fact that, I mean, Warren did okay in the last debate with that.
Well, I don't think she like, I don't know. It's dancing around it. I just like that clear and succinct. Yes, your taxes will go up, but overall costs will go down. She never said that. Bernie never said that. They always kind of like, and you're right. Warren said it a lot better than Bernie did. I don't know if Bernie even got the chance really to say it though, because Warren had like
no, he didn't.
But like either way, I can only imagine Bernie would have danced around it the same way Warren did. Where it's like the simple defeater to this is just say nominal costs go down. Like you're at the point of service, you will receive free healthcare. Like that is overall a net boon to the majority of us as people living in.
Mm-hmm. Like I actually sold a lady on Twitter on that. The only thing that she didn't like about it in the end was that the government controls it. But like that's what I explained to her. It's like, let's say your taxes go up $100 a year. How much do you pay for your health insurance, per month? Because I know for just me and my wife, we pay $300 per month.
I'm on Cobra, so I'm paying $600 a month right now.
No,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Cobra is hella expensive.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
Well, Cobra's just like extortion.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
100%.
They
you don't have a job, pay us way more money.
Because they see a market vulnerability and they capitalize on it. That's like literally.
But I mean, I like have to do it though. Like I don't really have many other options.
Because it's an inelastic good, but nobody wants to admit that. Nobody wants to have that conversation about healthcare is absolutely an inelastic. They just want to talk about these businesses deserve to make this money because they're providing a product to the consumer.
But let me take the other side of this argument. You could just not have insurance.
Yeah. And I can just walk into the doctor's office with a common cold and get charged $3,000.
Yep.
Or I could come up with something slightly more severe and then like be indebted for life, right? I could just do
I still have a $500 deductible that I have to meet too, on top of that $600 a month. So
Jesus.
Oh yeah. Can't forget about the deductible. Dude. Oh god, this is such a good point. You talk to voters, the average voter base is so out of touch with all of this. You talk to voters and say that their deductions are going away, and they think that's a bad thing. Like with Medicare for all, and like your premium will go away. Oh
how was the question asked though?
Yeah, I know. I know, but okay. So they fuck. I had the specific thing pulled up like a week ago. I'd have to find it. But they
like
voters,
I don't blame the electorate nearly as much as some people do. If I blame them for anything, it's not showing up to vote. But like I don't blame the electorate for like
not understanding
completely. Yeah, they can be tricked into saying, supporting an argument that they actually don't.
Yeah. I think it was asked as clearly and succinctly as when voters were asked if they would be okay with a bill that would be passed in Congress that would remove their deductibles, remove their premiums, and remove their copays, and instead place in a singular thing that they would all pay taxes into and would remove the point of service price, like point of service price on healthcare. I think they still said something to the extent of like we don't support this or some shit like that. Again, I'd have to look this. It was a little while ago that I had this. It was you guys are all probably familiar with this guy, Sam Cedar 2 in chat or Gamer Words in chat. He linked that thing to me, and I was like, how out of touch is the American voter base? Like you guys all pay for this shit, right? Like I'm still on my mom's healthcare, right? I don't even pay for the shit, and I know what these terms mean. And like the general voter base is like not okay with their premiums going away. You want that stuff to go down, or their copays going away, or their deductible.
Yeah, but death panels.
Yeah, but wait times.
Those things we totally don't have now that are run by private insurance companies.
My buddy Igloo loves it when people bring up wait times. He's in Canada, and it drives him absolutely nuts. I'm waiting for him to comment and be really shitty about it. Be like, why would you bring that up?
No, dude, like you have to wait, remember? So like if you have a heart attack, I'm sorry, you got to wait in line for the guy that has the cold that needs
Yep,
his
you got to stand in line while
you gotta
having
stand
a
in
heart
line. First come, first serve health insurance. That's how it works in Canada.
Yeah, totally.
I
All
mean,
cap.
well-
Why? I knew
I
it.
think like
This is gonna
Sorry.
reveal my ignorance. This is gonna reveal my ignorance, but and I've probably done that a lot this chat so far, so I don't really care. What's
fine.
the defeater to that, Micro?
to the wait times.
So the wait times, yeah. Because I had a debate with somebody where I was like, he brought up the NHS. We were talking about it earlier in this conversation, where he brought up the NHS as like demonstrative proof that like wait times diminish like quality care going to people who need it.
Yeah. So
Well-
if I'm not misunderstood, Mark, please correct me if I'm wrong here.
I will, 'cause
Well, first of all,
my
there's a
Canadian
lot
buddy
that's
had told
wrong
me.
with yeah. Well, first, there's a lot that's wrong with Canadian healthcare, and I don't know all of the details of what makes Canadian healthcare wrong. I watched some video and read a couple articles on it recently, but I don't remember everything. But basically, I'm pretty sure it's done on like a basis of severity, like what is needed. Like if you have a heart attack, they're not going to say, "Hey, you have to wait because there's more people in line in front of you." They're going to say, "Oh, we need to fix this right now, or else you're going to die," and you go in. If you come in with like some people, I don't know, let's say you have some sort of knee problem that needs to be addressed, but it might not need to be addressed for the next 6 months or so. They might say, hey,
What?
What's up?
Uh-oh.
we have a lot of other things that we need to.
You dropped
address
out a
right
little
now."
bit.
You dropped out.
Oh, me?
Timing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I mean that's basically it though, right? Like if it's something that's
the only thing that I would change is it's specifically for just specialists, and the reason why is essentially the aging population needs those specialists a lot sooner and a lot, it's triaged, if you know what that means,
Yeah.
based on severity, and the older population need those specialists a lot sooner than someone younger does. So
For
it's
sure.
literally just on special. The idea that they're going to emergency room and having wait times is about as true as if it was happening here, except for our wait times would actually be longer when you take into account, insurance, for example.
Yeah.
So like that's how it's explained to me. Probably the biggest problem with the Canadian healthcare system is that it doesn't cover pharmaceuticals, even if they are cheaper.
I think Bernie's plan wouldn't even fully cover them, right? Just less than $200.
No, it covers them. I mean, yeah.
There's like a
It covers
minimum.
them up to $200, which, okay, I can deal with that. I really can.
Or no, I thought he said something
And-
like you wouldn't pay more than $200 a year on.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I
sure
guess
that's.
Yeah, or some shit like that. So it's not like it covers all pharmaceuticals that are under $200. It's like a year you will not be paying more than this amount, like a slight
Yeah.
tax, if you will. Like
There
it's
would
like,
be a
it's like
cap
It's like
at
a
it.
very like a low. I don't even want to say a copay. It's money that you would pay.
It would be a cap.
Or no, yeah, it'd be like I think it's basically just a deductible. Like the first 200 you would pay on pharmaceuticals. Everything past that for a year's time you would like have paid for, as I seem to recall. Could be wrong.
So here's this is a random article, but these are some of the things that it says, like Canadian healthcare, some of the cons basically. There can be long wait times for non-emergency procedures, like we were saying. Permitted fees are not based on the cost of living within the system. Patients in urban areas typically receive better health coverage. It is a healthcare system that tends to be reactive instead of proactive. I can see that. Government intervention means there is politics in health decisions, which, yeah, that's a negative. The healthcare costs in Canada are often misrepresented. It goes more into that, but that's too much now. It takes forever to receive an MRI. So again, that kind of goes with the on basis of need. Not every doctor is willing to take new patients in Canada, and taxes are higher in Canada to support the healthcare. So, I mean, compared to the negatives in America, like if you get cancer, you go bankrupt or die.
Yeah.
Or
Shit,
both.
I just got an MRI
Or
on
both.
Friday.
Or both.
Yeah.
And they told me I might owe over $300 for it.
God.
Jeez.
Yeah, I had what ended up being, I think it was a panic attack or an anxiety attack, but I didn't realize it. I thought I was having a heart attack at the time. So I went to a Care Now and they sent me to a hospital, and it cost some like just for them to do an EKG to like test my blood, to do like a few tests and to tell me I wasn't having a heart attack. It cost around $1,500 out of pocket. So it took me about a year to pay that. I could have paid it off earlier, but it took me about a year to pay that all off, paying around $150 a month.
Best healthcare
See-
system in the world.
Yeah.
This This
America.
makes me very sad about my future if we don't get in someone like Bernie or someone with like actual good healthcare, because I'm currently at the moment where I'm 20 years old, so I'm like just barely over 18.
You got 6
I can
more
kind of
years.
mooch off my parents. My parents found me as a dependent until I'm 25, and like I use their healthcare stuff, and like that's really cool. But like once I turn 25, I am gonna be fucked if we're still in this like capitalist.
Hi, 34, millennial. Yep. I went without health insurance and got married at 25.
Feels Zoomer,
because
man.
the ACA didn't kick in for that. It kicked in for my wife. It did not kick in for me.
Darn.
Yeah, but at least I was able to benefit from the pre-existing condition ban. I was able to shove it in my first insurance company's face when they sent me a letter saying I might be denied for it. And I called them. I was like, yeah, you might want to read the law. And they're like, I'm sorry, what? And I was like, you can't deny me for pre-existing conditions. Yes, I have pre-existing conditions. You can't deny me for it, though. And they were like, oh, yeah, no, we know that. We know that. We just wanted to make sure that was the case.
No.
That isn't what your letter said. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun. It's like, motherfucker, I pay attention. Sorry. I get a little excited sometimes.
I don't know. There's a weird thing. I'm assuming we all live in the US. Or I think we do. There's like, so if you look up the people of the sovereign states, it's like basically just a line to say to cops to say that you know a whole shit ton of laws that they're not supposed to violate. There's like literal videos of people just saying this, and then cops will like ask for their ID or like ask for something stupid, and then people will say this, and they're like, "Yep, good day."
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you know what you're talking about. See you later.
It only
It's
works like a couple
of
of times. You get the same cop again, and they're like, "Yeah, I looked into that bullshit. You're coming with me."
Yep. I don't know.
I love those
some
people.
Real weird.
I am the state of whatever my name is.
Yeah.
You cannot invoke your rights on me, for I am the state of man.
Wait, I was paying attention to my chat there for a second.
Oh,
Are y'all
yeah.
talking about sovereign citizens?
Yeah.
Oh, those
Yeah,
guys are
and
great.
then, like-
Well, that flag has a gold trimming on the outside, which means this is a naval court, and as I am not a part of the Navy, this court does not apply to me, so I will be leaving now.
My fingerprints are
tased.
actually my personal property, and you can't infringe upon my personal property. So I'm not going to give you my fingerprints.
My
That's
favorite
some
one is
real
this video
shit.
of this guy who went into court, like this most haggard looking backwoods man you could imagine. He kept saying, I am the man on the range. Therefore, your laws do not apply to me. According to this statute, blah, 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 blah. You cannot apply these laws to me, for I am the man on the range. And he walked out.
Did he... All I can think is the home on the range.
Yeah, he just kept shouting, I am the man on the range. And I'm like... I think they were just confused in letting him go. Like I just have.
I love how they think that they can just like use everything that taxpayers pay for, but not pay taxes and not follow the laws and just like do their own thing.
Oh, because they don't agree with how the taxes are spent.
Cool. Neither
So
does anybody else in the fucking world.
Yeah. That precludes them from having to, abide by society's rules.
Holy shit! Am I being detained? Am I being detained? What's the other one? Like, what do they say about their cars? They don't need license plates or a driver's license because
yes,
what do they say? What is it? They're like, I am in transit or something.
Yeah. It's like anytime they pull you over, then they just like stop their car and they're like, I'm parked here. Like I'm in transit right now. All right. I'm only sitting here because you're like making me sit here. That's
oh yeah,
some
I
real
am not
next
driving.
level
I am
shit.
traveling. Often the sovereign
Yeah.
states don't bother to pay for their license. They feel the right to free movement means they do not need a license. Travel is a right, which is true. What the sovereign fails to grasp is they are free to travel by foot, by bike, even by horse. The car is a complex machine. To operate a complex machine requires training and some licensure to operate said machine. Yeah. So stupid.
Yeah.
Speeding is not a crime. A crime requires an injured party.
One of my favorite videos of all time is Sam Cedar, Michael Brooks, and all them on the Majority Report covering the libertarian debates.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And the guy who says,
Daryl
Rhodes.
Persons. Fuck yeah, dude. He's like, yeah. I hate to like
Daryl Perry, yeah.
Daryl Perry, yeah. And he had a debate with Sam Cedar later too about that.
Yeah, that was hilarious too.
Is he the guy that's like abolished the American government?
No, he was the guy that kept getting mad about.
Yeah,
you know, you're trying to get me to centrally planned liberty, Sam, and I can't. And then he got mad when Sam said that, yeah, you know, if you don't pay your taxes, you should probably go to jail. And he goes, "You're a horrible, despicable person, Sam. It was nice being on your show. Good day," and hung up.
No, but the specific quote, I want to be abundantly fair to what the anecdote that you're calling on. The specific quote was that Sam Cedar was covering the libertarian debates of, I think it was 2016. They had Gary Johnson on there. And
okay.
And Gary Johnson, it's a weird thing to say this. Trust me, I got chills every time I say it. Gary Johnson was the actual voice of reason in that debate.
Yeah, yeah, it was so weird.
Holy
He's like the normal person among a bunch of crazy people.
They had one moderator. It was Larry Elder, so that tells you where this is going.
Oh,
God. Larry Elder, the black conservative libertarian, was like, "So what do we all think? What do we all think about driver's licenses?" And they just went like, it was like a fucking like it was weird seeing the like stepping stones of extremism. Was the guy? Everybody was like in universal, in unanimity, was just like, "Oh God, what are we talking about?" And then like they showed like, "What, are you serious?" And then Gary Parsons said, "Next thing you're gonna say, we need to have a license to make toast in our own damn toaster."
My favorite one is the guy they definitely showcased. The guy goes, "Roads? The old question about roads." I guarantee he said it exactly like this. He goes, the old chestnut about roads. Yeah, roads. Where we're going, we don't need roads. In the future, we will have a jetpack.
I agree.
And then he went from there.
I agree.
He said it just like that. It was beautiful. Just
you know, I do have to give Larry Elder some credit. He's one of the first people that made me realize that somebody like Dave Rubin is a fucking grifter. And I used to watch Dave Rubin's show I used to watch every episode. I used to be a big fan. And then I watched the Larry Elder episode, and Rubin's like, "This was a great one. You know, he just made so much sense." And after it, I was like, that guy was stupid as hell. That guy said like racism doesn't exist because there's no laws that say black people can't do anything. Yeah. Like, no.
and quick announcement about Dave Rubin. Officially today, he has finally blocked Sam Cedar on Twitter.
Oh, Sam Cedar? He blocked my ass, Dave Rubin.
Yeah, he blocked a bunch. Well, yeah, I've been blocked for over like almost 2 years, I think.
Apparently,
I wasn't even replying to him. I was talking to somebody else about how he's funded by the Koch brothers, and he blocked me. I'm like,
oh yeah,
what the fuck? I wasn't even talking to you, Dave.
He said something like, "Why doesn't the left blah blah blah?" And I said, "Why don't you get some journalistic integrity?" And he fucking blocked me.
That'll do it.
What a little soy boy can't take. Yeah, what a triggered cuck can't take it.
Ugh. I'm overusing
it's
that,
actually,
ironically.
Wait, what is Dave Rubin's position? Isn't he the free speech god? Like, doesn't he think all free speech is great? Just for the marketplace of ideas? Yeah.
Except apparently blocking people on Twitter isn't like infringement. I don't know.
But,
like, he says whatever he's paid to say.
Yeah. Trying to find consistencies within Dave Rubin's ideology will get you nowhere. You'll just go in a loop of consistently finding inconsistencies.
He believes in socialized healthcare. And then when he describes it, he basically explains what Obamacare is, just with less government. But he says he's not for the ACA.
That's a big meme. He says the exact same like lip pandering service to both sides about abortion too, where he's like, "Look, I'm pro-choice, but I'm against every trimester that's not first. I'm against every trimester except for the first one, and it has to be within the first 2 weeks. And if they don't know that it was a pregnancy, then I don't even forgive that or some shit."
He says he's begrudgingly pro-choice.
Yeah, pro-choice.
Because the left has been going too crazy.
But guys, yeah, you have to realize Dave Rubin hasn't changed his opinions on everything. It's the left that's gone crazy.
Yes,
the left is the one that's moved too far. He used to be as far left as you can possibly get. He used to be exactly extreme left. Then the left, we went too far with the whole treating humans like they matter thing.
Now he's pretty much a libertarian, but he calls it classical liberal.
Oh, I used to call myself a classical liberal.
Oh yeah,
so sorry.
classical
God.
liberal is just the mental gymnastics that you take yourself through when you're actually a conservative and can't stand what you're, or like can't rationalize the thought process.
You don't want to be like packaged in with people that hate gay people, black people.
Yeah.
This is going to be really random, but do y'all ever go to the subreddits Toilet Paper USA or Prager Urine?
No, but that sounds like my
someone
kind of
linked
subreddit.
Prager
Oh
Urine
my
to me.
god. Prager Urine is fucking great. They basically just make a whole bunch of memes about how Dennis Prager likes to go into a Chili's and shit on the floor. That's like... Prager Urine and Toilet Paper USA are both fucking... Ooh.
Oh, that's so good. I've probably seen the Toilet Paper US. Like anything that makes Charlie Kirk's face look smaller on his giant ass head, I am there for it.
I legitimately like can't take his normal face. His normal face looks way too big now because I'm so used to seeing his tiny face in these memes where it's just like shrank just a little bit, just enough to not be noticeable.
It's sort of like the Trump hands meme. Like after you see like how small they make, and then you see him next to someone else's hand, you're like, oh my god, they're really fucking small.
Yeah.
They really are. Oh
Dude.
my god.
All right. I looked up pictures of Charlie Kirk. That head is you're right. It's like I see all the advertisements and stuff, and then he's next to someone. It's like, damn, that head large.
That head large. I love that.
Fuck it. I hate Charlie Kirk so much. He's like, all you need to do to be successful is just to drop out of college and have your dad give you a small amount of like $1 million to start a conservative.
Start your own business.
Yeah.
Have your dad have connections with fracking billionaires so that they'll fund you for the rest of your life. Foster freeze.
Start your own business. I didn't understand the big head memes until I like watched a PragerU video featuring him, and I was like, "There's no way they're like propagating this meme, so it has to be true. Like this is his actual face. It's on a PragerU video, so it's like got the seal of non Photoshop, and it is actually just this big."
Well, you're not realizing that conservatism is the new counterculture. So people
it's the new punk rock.
Oh yeah, people like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
As an old punk rocker, that pisses me off. Like, fuck you. You've never been in a fucking basement show, you pieces of shit. Sorry.
I'd love to see Charlie Kirk in a mosh pit. Hey, Charlie.
Someone would bump into him and be like, excuse me?
Are you infringing on my personal space?
I live like a capitalist.
Do not violate the
paid to be here,
sir.
Where's your ticket?
I live like a capitalist. Oh, ooh.
I live like a capitalist every day, Jake.
God. Yeah,
that was so beautiful.
Oh, it was wonderful. It's just I get so tired of even like hearing people like, because like I watched the Charlie Hassan debate, which is like a year old or something by this point. But like I can't watch these debates anymore because it's just Charlie like regurgitating all of these like facts that he has like a notebook on, that they're just like, well, when he says this, you say this. There's no like nuance. There's no personal opinion. It's just him regurgitating shit that he's read before.
I always say that the fact that the NPC meme came from the right and not the left is so silly to me, because that's literally what they do. Like, I've tried to explain this to them. I was like, do you know why I have an answer for what you said as you say it? It's because I've heard it 10,000 fucking times before. I'm already ready for it because I've heard it so much. Get new information, get a new way to sell your thing. You know, I already know the facts, and you can't combat them with your talking points that were relevant on Fox News 20 years ago when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, a lot of the shit that you hear from the right, especially nowadays, from people like Dave Rubin or Steven Crowder or stuff like that, there's a lot of projection, like the whole, the Democrats are the real racists. They're racist because blah 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 blah. And it's like, then how come minorities consistently vote Democrat? Like, do you think that they're too stupid to know like who the okay, whatever. Oh, and the switch of the parties never happened too.
Yeah, the realignment.
Yeah, the realignment never happened because Dinesh D'Souza showed how the senators changed. It's like
I always bring up Strom Thurmond. I was like, so was a liberal, then, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, no. It's like, well, Strom Thurmond was a Democrat and switched parties. Are you telling me that he was liberal and then became conservative?
Well, people like Dinesh D'Souza like to use the fact that there weren't actually a lot of senators like Strom Thurmond that actually did change parties like that. But what he leaves out is that all of the senators that replaced these guys, the conservatives went to the Republican Party, the Southern conservatives, the Southern conservative Democrats all went to the Republican Party, and the Northern liberal Republicans all went to the Democratic.
Lyndon Johnson called it, but he was wrong about how many generations. He said, when they signed the Civil Rights Act, we have lost the South for a generation.
Mm-hmm.
It's been more than that.
Dude, I don't know if this is like against TOS, but if y'all ever wanted to watch one of Dinesh D'Souza's documentaries on stream and like riff tracks it, I would fucking love that.
I would lose my mind.
I would too, because I love history and I hate history revisionists. That sometimes history revisionism is good if it's done in good faith and it's like a reinterpretation of what we had previously thought. But people like Dinesh that do it maliciously to try and like reframe history to make himself look good and make his political opponents look bad. Fucking.
These days, I can't even watch a Michael Moore film. That's how much I hate revisionist history.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like this guy agrees with me, and I can't even stand him. Like, just stop.
Yeah. But like I said, like I feel bad using the term revisionist history because, like I said, there is some good stuff. Like for instance, people are kind of rethinking because like Genghis Khan in recent years had been kind of given a pass for a lot of his like war crimes, basically by saying like, oh well, he brought the East and the West together, he created a bunch of trade routes, but in reality he didn't really mean to do any of that. He was just killing millions of people and just so happened to bring these things together. So now people are starting to revise that and go, maybe we shouldn't give him so much credit for bringing the East and the West together. He was really just trying to expand his empire and kill as many people as he could, and through that expansion he accidentally like opened up trading routes.
He was a cannibal. He fucking ate people. Yeah, wasn't he a cannibal?
Not that I've heard, but it wouldn't surprise me.
I thought the Mongols like they it was either cannibal or incest. It was one of those things that they were all about, and it was.
I have to, if I can find
a lot
it.
of things.
I have to peace out, but look, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed conversating with every single one of you, and hope to see you guys again soon. Okay.
Yeah, we see you around, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
Peace out. Hey, take guys.
Thanks for being here.
I know that this is like a non sequitur, but if I can find this, Genghis Khan had the single most badass quote that any historical figure has ever had in all of history. And I'm going to try to find it because it's fucking.
More badass than Teddy Roosevelt finishing his speech after being shot.
It's, I don't know about as an entire thing, but like as a quote, it is the fucking.
I can't wait.
Okay, so yeah, basically Genghis Khan, he went on this like huge. So basically, he tried to open up trade routes with these people called the. Oh my god, what were they called? I don't know. They were some Muslims, and he was trying to make trade routes with them. So he sent a caravan. No, it wasn't the Moors. It was some. It was some different. I can't remember what they're called. But basically, he tried to open up a trade route with them. So he sent a caravan and some diplomats over to one of the outer cities of this like land. And so I'm doing such a bad job of describing this. The governor.
Hold on a second. I just got a call. Yeah. Leon, I loved how slowly you moved your name up on your stream. That was really funny. Second of all, I would turn off your new follower thing.
My new follower thing? Oh, that's a good call.
Yeah. I try to watch out for people on that because I know how those fucking.
Oh yeah, I reported them already, but I didn't think about that. Thank you.
Yeah. I always hide the text until it's gone. Oh boy, here we go. But yeah, you can go on, man.
Yeah,
sorry, I'll try to make this quick.
All right.
The quote Charismians, that's it. They were a group called the Charismians, and so he sent some diplomats and he sent a caravan full of stuff to like as like a trade. Do you know what I'm talking about, Leon?
No, go. I just moved everyone's name so it was in place again.
Oh, and it all moved again?
Yep. Then meta joined.
Oh,
yeah. So yeah, he and so basically the mayor or governor or leader of this this border city, he decided that he was going to do what he thought was going to be best for the Charismian Shah, and he killed the two the two Mongol people that went to go see him, and he shaved the beard off the Muslim man that Genghis Khan sent, and he sent the Muslim guy back, and then he stole everything in the caravan. Which, as you can probably tell, doing something like that against Genghis Khan is pretty bad. So let's fast forward a lot. Genghis Khan has swept through their lands. He's destroyed every single city leading up to the capital city here. And he finally gets to the capital city, and he takes over the capital city, right? And so he had basically ordered that like a lot of people get killed. So he's about to kill a whole bunch of fucking people. So he goes up to their mosque, their like main mosque, and he turns around and he like addresses the whole city of people there. And he said, this is the coolest fucking quote that anyone's ever said in history. "O people, know that you have committed great sins, and that the great ones among you have committed these sins. If you ask me what proof I have for these words, I say it is because I am the punishment of God. If you had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you." Ooh, fucking
God
great.
damn.
That is some flawless logic.
Isn't it? I know, right? Like, if you hadn't been sinning, then why the fuck am I here killing you right now? I don't know. If you ever give a fuck about the Mongols, Genghis Khan, learning about him is great. Hardcore History by Dan Carlin is fucking fantastic. Sorry, I know that was a non sequitur, but I forgot.
Oh, no, it's fine.
It's okay. No, I think once Meta gets in here, he wanted to talk about something else anyway.
No, I'm just observing, dudes.
Oh.
I'm half a bottle of wine in, man. Let's do this. Mark Monkey.
Yeah.
I heard you want to get Yang Bang tonight. Let's do this.
Bring it.
Oh no! Did you guys talk about the whole, what's that guy's name? Shane M. Gillis. Shane M. Gillis, that whole SNL guy.
We have not yet.
Who was
No, we haven't. I have not even seen the video of what he even said. I was just like, oh.
As a comedian and as a stand-up, I have been embroiled in all of this recently.
Yeah, actually, yeah, dude. I mean, you probably have a very unique perspective, man. What do you think?
So that's a good question. What he said was really stupid. Okay, so basically he tried to use the excuse of I'm a comedian and I'm trying to push barriers and blah blah blah. Which for an instance like this is pretty stupid because he just did the generic racist like, oh, hello, please, I'm Asian, and like there's no like pushing boundaries with that, right? Like these are jokes that have been around for 100-something years, and that doesn't make a statement about the world, doesn't try to like tell his ideology or say anything. But at the same time, like comedy shouldn't need to like make a statement about the world. It's one of those things where I don't blame SNL at all for not wanting him anymore, because there was more than just that. He said some other stuff too, like I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something along the lines of like mentally handicapped Asian kids should just be like,
oh yeah, I saw that quote.
The moment that they're born. Like he said some pretty.
Who said this?
Shane, what's his name?
Shane Gillis. Shane. So his Twitter handle is Shane M. Gillis.
Yeah.
And so basically, I don't know if you know about, like, I've never heard of this. I guess it's a YouTube channel or a podcast, but what is it called? It is called like the Lord of Skanks or something like that.
Oh, Legion of Skanks, yeah.
Legion of Skanks.
Yeah.
Some assembly of skanks.
Yeah. Which like they're known as being like a pretty edgy podcast, and I don't know. The part that gets me is like I don't have any. I'm an edge boy myself, right? Like I like edgy comedy. I like edgy shit, and I don't really like how people can be canceled for just about anything nowadays. A lot of the comedy community is very left-wing, which I am too, but that also means that they eat themselves a lot and they don't really leave a lot of room for people making honest mistakes. But I don't really know if that applies in this situation, because that guy said some pretty like ignorant shit that I can see why people would be about.
Yeah, like so, like I mean, the best thing I can compare it to, well, the thing that I immediately thought of when I first heard about it was many years back. I'm probably dating myself, but probably early 2000s, mid 2000, like 2005, early 2000s, 2000, somewhere along those lines. Sarah Silverman did some stand up. I think it was on the Jay Leno, like the Late Show. But she basically also used the word shank, but she was kind of saying it again, like in a not an appropriate context, but she was just kind of trying to. She was throwing it out for shock value.
Parodying it.
Yeah, there's different.
Yeah, but even in a way, like she was throwing it out for shock value, but she was like, she almost like she said it and she wanted the audience to be shocked, almost with everybody realizing like you shouldn't say that, and that's why I'm saying it. So it was kind of like along those lines. And my personal issue was that, and for the folks who don't know, who I don't have, long story short, my camera's not on, it'll be on next week, but I'm an Asian guy. And so when I initially heard this, my whole issue was, look, Sarah Silverman trying to prove her point would never use the N word when trying to make that point. She probably would not use a derogatory term for Latinos as well, but
or
it's
Jewish
always
people.
or Jewish people, but it's always the Asian folks. Like, hey, if we got to make a risky, edgy joke like that, Asians are a pretty easy group to target. And so that was my issue with that. But again, it was kind of semantics, and she has since apologized multiple times. It's fine. But when I watched this guy's stuff, and then I watched the other shit, and so I think somebody alluded to this, he's on that whatever Legion of Skanks group. It just seemed like coming. It just felt like it was all just coming from a very shitty, negative place. Like it wasn't coming from like, oh, like let's some say some things that we shouldn't be saying. It was more just like it just felt like we really don't like these people,
And it
and
was
they're
so
an
like
easy target.
lowbrow.
It was lowbrow, and to me, like it was the icing on top when you just kind of know, like, okay, these guys are just fucking pricks.
Yeah.
When they started going to your point about the Down syndrome thing, and basically the argument was yeah, when they have Asian folks with Down syndrome, like, you just got to put them down early. And the guy's like, yeah, just the buddies are all laughing about it, like, yeah, just put them down early. And then I think this is where the Shane M. Gillis guy comes in, and he's like, well, he's like, I don't know if we should put down the girls.
Yeah.
It's so fucked up. And then somebody pulls up Google's Asian Down syndrome, pulls up some guy who's probably, some young dude who's probably a teenager. Um, and they start mocking the guy, and Shane M. Gillis basically says, oh, dude, it really sucks that I actually kind of look like this guy. I mean, it's such a negative, hateful, like evil place. So I'm like, this is not coming from a place where you're like really just trying to make people laugh. Like it felt sadistic to me. Um, and to be honest, like Yang's response, he initially came out and he said, you know, I he did say like, look, I don't like this kind of like, I don't like this cheap shop type humor, but like let's talk. And then he followed up with, and to be clear, I don't believe that he should lose his job over this. And I think he kind of, my personal opinion was he and his campaign. This is my, again, no inside knowledge from his campaign, but my personal view is they may have jumped the gun, and they might have based it off of the initial video, which was in question. And the initial video was like talking shit about Chinese restaurants, and you know the fact that they the Chinese folks invented MSG to make their food better. And then he used the word chink while they were talking about this whole idea. And I think he kind of they probably limited themselves to that, and they didn't see all this other shit. And then
Yeah,
he
that's
kind of, yeah, go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, I don't want to like make too many statements about it because I haven't seen the full context. I've only seen the actual bits of what he said. But
Totally.
like I don't know, there can definitely be situations where I think comedians, even comedians that aren't of that particular race, can use racial slurs and can be funny with it. Like, even though he's been canceled too for being a shitty person in his own right, Louis C.K. has a pretty good bit called like F slur, cunt, N slur, and like hard R and everything, right? And I don't really exactly remember what the bit's about, right? But like he never got canceled for it or anything. He actually like knew how to weave this into a funny bit. It definitely made everyone uncomfortable because you don't like seeing this like really white looking guy on stage saying that stuff. But I don't know. There are ways to be able to use this stuff. I guess my only issue is I don't want the idea of not being able to use certain words or to talk about certain things be like a norm in stand up, especially because people do need to be pushing these barriers. He, in this case, probably wasn't, though.
Well,
He was just kind of being.
I mean, my opinion on that is like, look, I think the comedians who I don't think it should be canceled per se, or comedians should be limited in the material that they use. And I also don't think, we people should be disallowed from kind of just laughing at ourselves as humans in general.
Yeah.
But I would say the skilled comedians, when they go down that route, are able to, within that same bit kind of, or throughout their routine, able to kind of hit multiple groups on purpose, right? So it doesn't seem like, hey, I'm picking on these guys because it's easy. And I'm, to be honest, like, right, like if you're a comedian and you go out and you're like, you know what, I'm just going to pick on the Asian folks, like, it's a pussy move if that's all you're going to do. Because in their mind, like, I'm willing to go against the Asian folks because I feel like I'm not going to get any blowback because one, there's probably not going to be too many Asian folks in the crowd. Two, the white folks in the crowd are not going to go ape shit or going to be hissing me if I were to go against or say something about someone who's African American or Latino American even. So it's like, let me hit the Asian guys. So to me, it's like not risky comedy. Like I think it's just a pussy move in my opinion. I
No, it
apologize
is.
for using the P word.
No,
But
in order to like, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, it's just like, so look, if you're gonna do it right, hit everybody. Like if you're gonna take that chance, hit everybody, including whatever race you are yourself. And I feel like the skilled comedians are able to do that. Um, yeah,
I'm
look,
with you
I
there.
get it. It's a touchy subject. Like it's tough, and like I love comedy, and I like, for instance, like I love Russell Peters, and he doesn't bag on Asians, but like that's a perfect example. Some guy who's like some Indian guy, he's bagging on East Asians in a sense, but when he uses his Chinese accent, it's not like the stuff that you saw with this Shane M. Gillis guy. It's like you listen to that, like, holy shit, like this guy definitely has Chinese friends because that accent is like totally on point. Like that is like a really good fucking. And then I'm like, oh, it's weird. You know, there's no magic formula, but I'll laugh at that and I won't be offended by that because I'm like, you know what, this guy has actually put in the work and he clearly has interacted with many Chinese people, Chinese voters, to know like that's how they talk versus some guy who just decides to start rolling R's and bullshit like that.
Yeah, you need to be a
Yeah.
really skilled comedian to talk about stuff like this and to keep the audience on your side because you can lose an audience very, very quickly. And whenever you lose an audience, like, oof,
Yeah.
that's hard to come back from.
Dude, and I get it, man. Like, look, being a comedian is fucking hard. I can't admit I don't think I could ever do it.
You
Even if you
could.
put a gun to my head. It's very difficult. So I respect the fact that, your people are putting themselves out there. But, again, like I just feel like, when I saw that kind of shit, like we're in this culture where we have now, like, it does feel like over the last, I'll just say it, like since Trump was elected, it does feel like the goalposts have been moved significantly. And it's ironic because it's occurring at the same time that people on the right are jumping up and down and chanting snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. I feel like it has gotten, things have gotten more normalized. Like to the point where the most disappointing about hearing this guy, his routines or the things that he's talked about within the last year or so, and then see him get an SNL gig, it was just mostly disappointing because I felt like I don't like 10 years ago, I would be almost more shocked that this all occurred than now. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like, wow, like this is actually kind of more. I'm less surprised that it's happened in 2019 versus maybe 2010.
Maybe. There's a lot of well, no, actually racial stuff was probably just as taboo back then. But if you go back and look at like comedy from 10 to 20 years ago, homophobic stuff was like a lot of comedians like main thing that they did and nobody cared. Like it was just a normal thing. You can go back and watch some comedy and you're like, ooh, this is
like not necessarily stand-up comedy, but just, and I'll just like leave it at that and I'll let other people speak, but like think about like, I hate fucking talking about Antifa versus the Proud Boys. I just think it's like the Twitch keeping up with the Kardashians, like just it's just like such a minor topic in the grand scheme of things. But when we talk about the Proud Boys, right? Like people who are defending the Proud Boys will say, "Oh, this is just a comedy act. You guys are, overreacting. This just all started as a comedy bit."
Oh, like the white power sign and stuff too.
Yeah, but that's where we're fucking at, man. It's like people are joking around. Then that's my point. So it's not about necessarily like what Dave Chappelle is saying versus 10 years ago. It's the fact that like people now feel like they can start some de facto like phony head fake skinhead group, get the left to freak out, and then say, guys, even though we're doing this white power sign, all that, it's just to fuck with you because we're satire, we're comedy. And that's where we're at, man. It's like a fucked up place. It really is.
Dude, right-wing comedy, like, I don't know, especially people that like aren't actual established like good comedians that have been honing their craft, usually just amounts to like, here's a racial stereotype. Isn't that funny? And you're just like, nah, dude, there's no punchline or anything. You're just showing a racial stereotype. That's about it. Like,
Yep.
we need more than that.
Yeah.
I wanted to point this out. Apparently, Shane Gillis replied to Yang, one of my people in my chat.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I just saw that. Anyways, and can't exactly repeat what he said, but he didn't make it any better.
Oh
We'll
god,
just
all
say
right, I
that.
have to look this up. But like
Look
Shane
for it.
Gillis, too, he'll probably still be a relatively successful comedian, right? Like he won't get his SNL gig, which is really bad, but he'll probably still be a relatively successful comedian. So he's not even getting like super canceled. But let's see.
Oh my god, I see that's amazing making fun of my shirt. I should have changed my shirt. Shit, you can see where I fucking laid in some shit on the ground when I was working on my car.
Like we even talked about this earlier.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my wife came in. She's like, "Oh, I thought you were nude on." No. She's like, "Yeah, you shouldn't wear that shirt on stream." I'm like, I'm not gonna change now.
It's just flesh tone, baby.
It's not even. It's yellow. It's
Do you
just,
have like a link you can send to? Because I'm not seeing his response anywhere. If this is a real response.
I don't know. Jimmy, can you post where you found that?
I'll try to find it and send it.
Yeah, because he said that in May. Sorry, specified. Oh, okay.
Also, to show how far we've come, my dad, the town that he came from, and it's like a small rural town in Illinois. The mascot for their high school was the Chinks back in the day. So they've now since been renamed to the Dragons. But my his girlfriend is Japanese, and sorry, Leon, did I?
You're good. That's funny.
All right, yeah. But my dad's girlfriend is Japanese. We have a hilarious picture of her like with pointing at the newspaper where it's like Chinks win again or something like that. Peaking proud of their, and it's oh my god.
Ooh, I got one. So
They've since renamed the Dragons.
there's a coffee chain. They're now called oh fuck, what is it now? I forget their name, but it starts with B. But they used to be called Beaners.
I thought you were gonna say. Oh shit! I thought you were gonna say it was called the Chinks Coffee Chain. I'm like,
no. They were called Beaners when they started out in Lansing.
Oh,
like, I moved out there and they were called Beaners. And like I dated for a minute worked for corporate there, and I was like, have they ever considered changing their name? And she goes, yeah, I get asked that a lot.
I could like the funniest part is
they did change their name.
Oh yeah, I can totally see that being just them ignorant of like the fact that that's like a slur, I guess, and just be like, nah, we make coffee, we take the beans, we cook them, we're beaners.
I gotta look up what their name is now, but yeah, it was seriously a thing, and it was the Big B Coffee. Yeah.
Oh, Big B, that's a little bit better than Beaners Coffee.
Yes. I was so happy that once they finally to being all over the state, they had changed their name. Like I recognized the logo, and I was like, "Oh, that's Beaners," and I was like, "Oh, they caught the hint." Good job, guys. You're on it.
Yeah, I've been going back like watching through like I love Whose Line Is It Anyway? Like hilarious stuff. But some of the stuff they would like they make jokes about like cross dressers or like being like gender confused and stuff every once in a while, and it's like ooh, but it's different. There's another one, The Office. The Office, I think it's amazing. I think it's hilarious. Mm-hmm. But some of the jokes they make, I'm like, oh, I'm not so sure. There's actually like one joke where they actually do have a character in blackface for like 3 seconds.
I mean, it was. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't they also have like Wait, I think they had like one actual trans character, or like they made a character trans or whatever, and then one of the God, who's the really annoying dude that came from the second expansion when they like merged?
Andy?
That always kissed up to the boss.
Andy.
Yeah, Andy.
Oh, Andy, yeah.
So Andy like walks up to him and he's like, "So you still got your dick?" or like something along those lines. Like, and it's just like,
Oof.
no, it didn't. It's like the way that the actress plays it off is just. I feel like it was well scripted.
Yeah,
to, like,
see, I
kind
can
of highlight that that's a bad joke.
I could totally, because the whole point of The Office is to show how these people are socially awkward and constantly break social taboos, right? So I can see how, if done right, that could actually be like a really funny joke.
Yeah. I don't know.
Wait, how, like, just out of curiosity, so I'm 41. You don't have to say your exact age, but like, are you guys in your 20s, 30s? Like, I'm asking to make a point about what we're talking about with homophobia, etc.
Oh,
I'm in my
30.
30s.
Okay.
29.
Okay.
I'm 20.
Okay. Yeah. So
Little baby.
All over the place.
yeah, maybe the folks with the two handle, like, I'm sure we're talking about, so you guys have seen it, but it's like, it is amazing how much, in a positive, well, we're not clearly not fully there, but like how much the media has kind of evolved in terms of dealing with its homophobia and kind of moving on from homophobia just being a kind of day-to-day type of thing. And it really is nuts, right? Like, if Eminem's first album was released today, I mean, he would have been canceled in half an hour after it was released,
Oh
right?
God, yeah. I can't listen to
90%
that
of
one or the
rappers.
next one.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
people even
I grew
went
up on that.
insane over his use of the F slur in Rap God like a couple of years ago. People went insane over that, apparently.
Yeah, and he was probably like, oh, I've always done that. What?
I mean,
And
he
around
just
his
yeah.
second EP, like people were actually flipped because like he did that, and then he had Elton John play at one of his performances for like I think the Video Music Awards.
Yeah, it was the VMAs, I believe. One of those. It was either
when he
MTV
played
or-
Stan.
Yeah.
And that was like a big deal back then. Like people,
I don't know.
his defenders,
Hey, Jimmy Dirt.
16-year-old me were like, see, he doesn't hate gay people.
I mean, here's an interesting game. Like, so maybe again for the folks with the two handle on the name, they probably less so for them, but like maybe for Leanne and Mark, what in your recollection, what was the first positive media portrayal of an LGBTQ person you remember seeing? I can tell you mine. Mine was, I was in high school. It was Real World 1, and they had a gay guy on it in New York, and it was very different from the current the last whatever 15 or 16 iterations of the Real World. The first Real World was actually, their heart was in the right place. I mean, they really were trying to get like different people and really to see how they live together, and they purposely chose a very diverse cast, and like putting a gay male on there. It's probably more normal for New York, but for the rest of the country, it was probably a first. And that was the first time I remember being some knucklehead high school kid. And, I probably said, oh, this is gay or that's gay without even thinking twice about it. But I remember seeing that and like, it really changed my view. And just, I mean, it's really just, I mean, it's something as simple as just throwing somebody out there and saying like, hey man, this is, holy shit, LGBTQ people are humans, unlike everything that the media kind of shoves in your face, right? But that was probably like 1995, and it probably seems long ago for the younger folks, but for folks in their 30s, doesn't seem that long ago to me, actually.
So I don't want to jump in front of anybody else here, but I'm going to post a link to a video, Leon, and this kind of shows like a progression of like how 90s cartoons handled LGBT stuff. Because this one, to your question, the first time that I remember seeing like a purely like positive portrayal of gay characters was in Mission Hill. If any of y'all ever saw that show.
No, I didn't see it. What is that about?
It's basically about like two brothers who are living together in like a high rise or like an apartment in New York with like another guy as the roommate. And there's like a little brother who is like in high school and the older brother who has to take care of him. And well, basically there's this couple who it's a really small, really nice man, and then like a big buff like sailor guy who talks like this, right? And they're just this couple, and they kind of just like don't really call too much attention to it. But there's also like a whole episode where they talk about how these guys met and how they fell in love, and like how even though they had opportunities to like leave each other to like further their career, they decided to stay together and like give up on opportunities for their career because they loved each other so much. And it was, I don't know, I just remember it being one of the first times that they like had gay characters that they didn't like play as a joke that I remember.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
how's it going?
Hey, yeah. My space was hijacked, so I'm. As you
Kids?
probably can hear, there's a baby still yelling in the background because that's what they do.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've even like seen a good portrayal of LGBT people in like the vast majority of stuff that I've watched. I've watched like, so I think Rocco's Modern Living did a good job with the way that they played off the character that was trans.
I haven't seen that yet.
Basically what happened was they drive up, they're like, yeah, I'm a girl now, and then they sort of show pictures of them with their parents, and like it's like, yeah, I'm a girl now, and then that's all the airtime that it gets. It's just, and then they drive around, they're doing friend stuff as normal. I think that's really wholesome. I think that was really good.
No, that deserves 30 minutes of videos from No Bullshit and the quarantine, what's his name, the quartering.
Yeah,
No, that just shows the degradation of American society and how these liberals just keep getting so triggered. So here's 15 minutes about a throwaway line from a cartoon show from the 90s that I saw.
Yeah, all these perverted morals that these liberals are throwing around.
Like the ability to be yourself.
Having grown up with Rocco's Modern Life, like, I wasn't that surprised to see them do something like that, because that show was pretty forward thinking. But like the original character, like the way that character was originally when she was male, was incredibly angry, incredibly happy, and what ran this big company where they produced this show that was like this comedy show that they liked. All the characters like called the Big Heads. But,
was it one of the Big Heads?
He was one of he was actually the neighbors kids.
Okay, so it was one of the Big Heads kids.
Yeah.
Okay,
and like,
because I used to watch the old Rocco show, but I haven't seen the new one.
Yeah, they had this episode where they meet the creator, and they're all super excited, and he's like this huge angry asshole the whole entire time, just completely unhappy with his life, you can tell. And that's kind of how they explain it. It's like, well, he was really angry because he was fighting with gender dysphoria. That's kind of what it explains now. Oh, well, shit. But I mean, they were pretty forward. As for mine, like I have like two. One for first good portrayal of like someone trans, first good portrayal of someone gay. Like the one that I always remember, and I don't know how to define a good portrayal because of the way the movie is, but Philadelphia, that movie was really good with that. Like it wasn't this thing where they were shunned or they were treated like this pariah type thing, but like the whole idea was they just covered as people, as two men who were gay, but they also had AIDS and they were also fighting the case related to it.
Wait, what was the movie?
Philadelphia, starring Tom Hanks.
Sorry, I thought you said Philly something. Philadelphia, yeah. Huge movie for sure. Yeah, no, that's a great point.
I think
that spoke to me a lot as a
I
kid.
just want to interject and say that for on behalf of the Black people, I'm glad America's not mad at us anymore, and they hate the other brown people and all the other people, and we're not being targeted anymore. So God bless America.
I love how you started that by saying on behalf of all Black people.
Amazing. We're all the same, right? That's the email I got. I don't know.
Sure. Right.
Right.
My wife would totally disagree with you.
What is that? It's if there were any, I don't think there are any conservatives on right now, but if there were,
No.
that's where I'd flash for them. It's a trap.
So
See that's bait.
a lot of times when I come on here, it's not to argue for like conservative ideas. What I'm doing is of seeing pointing out the flaws, because there's a lot of flaws in the liberal ideas too, and like the whole point about
Yes.
the fixing the community thing. Like there's no fixing the community because there's no community. Like there's no black people city.
It's not a monolith. Yeah.
And I just think that's funny. But still, the point still stands. I'm glad they're just not mad at us no more.
Well, I think Cynthia made a good point too about good representation. I think a lot of good representation is literally just like not calling it out and just treating it like normal. Like I've been playing Borderlands 3 recently, and one of the characters, Jacobs, is just like, "We need to go rescue the love of my life." I just got
to that part. I was talking about that. They did that really well. Like it's like no big thing.
Spoilers.
It's not a spoiler. It's from Borderlands 2 also.
We won't tell you who the major character is that he's with.
Yeah, Hammerlock was gay in Borderlands 2 also.
Oh,
but they sorry. Well, they just for sure.
It was a lot. You know, it was played up as a joke, but this time it's like not at all. It's like just they exist, and it's not a big deal. Like I saw that and I was like it slipped past me. Like I was like, oh, and then like I was doing the mission and I was like, wait a minute, they just did that like it was a normal thing. Holy shit, you guys have actually gotten better.
Borderlands is like
they don't call the little people midgets anymore.
Now they're tinks, which I don't know if that's much better or not.
Oh,
I don't know. We're going back to the Andrew Yang.
We have tinks and nogs.
Tinks and nogs.
Tinks and nogs. Yeah.
Yikes.
Jesus.
Maybe there's some hardcore subliminal shit in fucking Borderlands. I don't know.
I know it's like
Maybe
bad,
this
but,
is-
like, I don't know. There's something about the term shotgun midget that I just love. That shotgun tink. I know I'm the only one. I just think it sounds funny.
It made me uncomfortable even when I played Borderlands 2 back in the day. I played it but I was always just like
any of that. I gotta be honest.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They've been pretty progressive on like a lot of their
GTA is the same way though, right? GTA does a lot of racial, cultural jokes.
Oh yeah,
that lands pretty well though.
They do the best like racial interplays and representation, and not even racial but cultural. Like GTA 4 with oh my god, what's the main character's name? Being like an immigrant coming to America as like a Russian immigrant.
Yeah, that was one of my favorites. I know this is controversial, but I think GTA 4 was better than 5, but whatever.
Oh yeah, GTA 5. No, GTA 4 is better than 5. Like objectively, in my opinion, at least.
There's a lot of people who are
objectively.
Hey, you said
this art is objective.
Hey, I don't like it. So.
I don't like objectivity. All right.
But like, so when it comes to like representation like that too, I know a lot of people. Some people were giving backlash because they didn't like the trans being in their game, but the newest the newest Mass Effect.
You see my problem? I mean, you see the funny part of it? Like 20 years, 30 years ago, they've been the blacks. I'm just glad we're not on. I'm just glad we're not on that.
It still kind of is the blacks.
No, it's not. They're way more mad at brown.
James Bond.
And I'm doing it to be like to mock those other people
female
too, right?
James Bond.
Okay,
people are pissed about
James
that.
Bond is a white people problem. You guys can argue about James Bond all day.
Wait,
I don't give a shit. I don't even like
Wait,
James.
is Idris Elba playing James Bond?
No, they're replacing James Bond with a black female.
Yeah.
Black female.
Yeah, so she's not going to be James Bond. She's just going to be the next 007.
James
so
Bond?
she will be taking 007's position from James Bond.
Yeah.
Hey, look, that is a.
You know what?
That's other people problem. I don't care about that.
I think
trigger the fuck out of the conservatives. Give it to them. I don't care.
Is Sean Connery still alive?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like 900
They're
years
probably
old.
they're probably gonna draft Sean Connery as like a cameo to like saying goodbye to 007.
If my wife doesn't listen to what I say, I just give her the back of my hand.
Sean Connery's definitely going to guide her through the process to make sure she doesn't fuck up. Right.
Wait. Are we saying Sean Connery's the best James Bond? Is that what I'm hearing here?
No, just the most, I
bro.
think he's the most iconic.
He is.
For
sure.
Like that. Okay, no, that's fair. I'm sorry.
My buddy says Sean Connery doesn't act. But yeah, no. My first like positive trans like representation. There was this, I can't remember what it's called, but there's this little known sitcom on MTV that I used to watch just because I don't know, it was on. It was kind of funny at the time, but like they like ran a video store to give you the idea how old that was. Dating myself, and like there was this girl who was like really mean to them, and they all made fun of her. She's like from like some Russian type country, you know, Yugoslavia or something like that. And she was like really mean all the time. And one of the main characters started dating her, and like she had to admit that, you know, before they slept together that she was trans, and like it wasn't played up as a joke at all, but like, you know, the guy was really concerned about, you know, oh, you know, well, you know, I don't see why this is a big deal. And she's just like, well, I don't want them to find out because, you know, they don't like me. They'll make fun of me even more for that. And I thought that always stuck with me. Like, so it's really humanizing. And it was like the first time that I saw, you know, someone trans not played up as a joke in media like that. And it was really well done. That was the only thing I remember about that show.
Which show? What was it called again?
I can't remember what it's called, but it was like late 90s MTV sitcom.
Some boomer shit.
Actually,
The only one I
think
remember
changed
is
my answer to like a really zoomer answer. I've heard. So if you've seen the show on Netflix Sense 8,
I know
Yes.
of it, but I haven't
probably
seen it.
not.
My niece has told me about
good.
that. She's
Yes.
she's up.
So one of the characters in like the main party is trans, and they got a trans woman actor or actress to play her, and like they like fully they show off her body, like specifically.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's directed by the Wachowskis too, so it's directed by two trans women also.
It's really good.
Oh yeah, aren't they? Didn't they? Isn't that the Matrix?
Yeah, they're the Matrix. They were the Wachowski brothers. Now they're the Wachowskis.
Wachowskis. Not saying Wachowskis.
I'm saying Wachowski.
Oh my god.
I don't know. That's what we're losing how to pronounce their name.
I'm erasing Polishness from America. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna Americanize it.
I finally figured out the first time I recognized anyone as gay in media, but it is not a good answer. I've been like banging my head against the wall.
I think the question was the first positive experience.
Okay.
Show.
So a shot at love with Tila Tequila doesn't count.
I used to watch that when I was younger, but for very different reasons.
That was my first like, oh, these are like gay people. Like, why are there women on this dating show with another woman? Like, I thought it was really bizarre.
Have you seen how crazy she is now?
Yeah, she's fucking crazy now, man.
No
she's
idea.
like super alt-right. Like she's a fucking Proud Boy.
Oh, yeah. She like thinks that Jesus.
Right. I think I'd just call her nuts.
She thinks that Jesus.
Doesn't she like believe in like white genocide and shit?
Probably, yeah.
I swear I've seen her like talk
She's
about
got
that.
some crazy shit, man. Like she's like hardcore anti-Semitic, like openly anti-Semitic.
Oh, that's all right.
She's super Jesus.
No, hold on. This is why I say this, because she says alt-right things, but she says all kinds of nutso things, and you can't draw any lines between those two things. She's just fucking crazy.
No, you might have missed it, honestly. Like, and I think, like, when I say this, like, I'm not joking. I think she's actually been to alt-right events. Like, that's I'm like,
that doesn't, okay. I mean, she might have been, and I would still say she's just fucking crazy.
That's also true. That is also true.
Yeah, I've seen her YouTube videos, and she is lacking in the brain department. We'll just say that. They definitely need to do some hiring over there.
One of my buddies, Jimmy Durr, he says it was amazing when the Juggalos threw feces at her at the gathering of the Juggalos.
Shut up! The Juggalos threw feces at her? Come on.
Yeah, I'm trying so hard not to stand Juggalos, but they keep doing shit like that. Because like I've been around them all my life, and I don't like them. Like they're.
We need to.
I don't blame
bad.
You know what's fucked up? I mean, Mark, you know, you're from Michigan, right? So like, a lot of people don't know this. Like, Kid Rock used to be on like very close, like he was very close to being a juggalo. Like, so I'm a little bit older than you because I'm 41, right? So
Yeah,
Kid Rock
not
used to
too
during
do
the
much
a couple
older,
time
but a
things
little
though.
bit.
To
Yeah.
be fair.
ICP is like a Michigan-based group.
Yeah, out of
Um,
Detroit.
and then
Insane
when
Clown
Kid
Well,
Posse
Rock,
for
a
those
lot of
that
area,
don't
people,
know.
Detroit area.
For
oh
those
yeah,
that don't
when
know,
Kid
that's Insane Clown Posse.
Insane Clown Posse, yeah. So a lot of people don't know this. Like in Kid Rock's early days, like he was originally like a true, just no bullshit, like hip hop artist.
Yeah, yeah,
And
that's when I
if
liked
you
him.
go, like if you Google it, I'm sure you can find it. His first album was called, what was it called? Like Corn Grits for Breakfast or some shit like that. And it's
I've
it's like
I've
on the
seen I've seen it in records as a kid
oh dude, I
when
fucking
he
owned
came
it. How
out.
about that? I owned it.
Oh
Hey, hey,
shit!
hey, hey,
I have the
hey, hey, hey.
cassette, dude.
Me too.
Oh, you did shut up.
Yeah, no, Kid Rock was the shit back in the day.
Yeah, he was, and he had like that was when like Kid and Play and like the huge high top fades were like in style, and
Yeah.
he fucking put like who knows how many spray cans of mousse in his hair and recreated, and he wasn't being satirical at all. He was being
No, he
No,
hundred
he
wasn't.
was
percent
into
Nah.
it.
dead serious. Like he
He's from
was,
Detroit, right?
yeah, he's from
Mhm.
Detroit, and like his whole
Detroit
thing
area.
was he was just like,
He's
and he's
from
an
Redford.
opportunist. Like this, I'm sure he believes what he really believes. I don't think, well, he's fake, but like I think he thinks he believes what he believes, right? Like he's this like now he's this hardcore like racist redneck, and it's cool to wave a Confederate flag. But he only got to that point because he wanted to make money, because he tried to be this hip hop guy.
I don't know.
Obviously,
I don't
He
know
in
about
comes
the
from a
that.
rich family, doesn't he? Like,
Yeah, his dad owned a dealership in Redford, Michigan. That's
oh,
why I
he's
always keep
literally
correcting that. He's
So
from him and ICP are from the Detroit area, not
yeah,
actual Detroit.
yeah, yeah.
right.
Yes.
Redford's actually pretty far from Detroit. It's like a half hour, 45 minutes away.
I'm a little bit more charitable to people's character. I don't know why, maybe just because. But I would
That's fair.
say that people like Kid Rock and that ilk of people, maybe they didn't get there and they're being facetious or fake or whatever adjective you want to apply to them. Maybe maybe they got to that point because of their status that they accrued over time. So maybe if he stayed in Detroit or Detroit improper, as we can call it,
Mhm.
he might have been a different person. Now that he has a bunch of money and he hangs around with a bunch of fucking rich folks, and let's be honest, the rap community, the black community, does not accept him as a rapper. That's not a thing.
Nobody really does.
I don't
Yeah, okay.
accept him as a rocker, so there we go.
So
I just think he makes
maybe the
shit
company he
music. I
keeps,
said that from the first time I heard him.
maybe
No.
the company he keeps has influenced his thing. So I know at least me, Meta Jawbone and Mark Monkey are of a similar age. You
Hmm.
do change over time, especially with the company that you keep over several decades.
No,
So
that's fair. That's
maybe
that's a
maybe he
fair point.
genuinely.
It's a fair
All
point.
I'm saying is maybe he genuinely he believes that. I'm not saying I'm not defending it. I'm just saying maybe, and I'll give him that. Like I don't give a shit about racist people. I really don't. Racist people are cool. I don't give a fuck. We can have a fucking beer, and I can talk to racist people all day. That doesn't bother me. Uh, that's not the end of the line. Now, crazy
Well,
racist people, the one who want to hang you from trees, those are different people.
I was gonna say I don't know, man. I think it depends on the flavor of racist person. Is it like
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
that's
if you
hidden, hey man, I don't want to admit, I'm not gonna tell you I'm racist. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm thinking, but I'll be really nice to you, or is it like fucking, Richard Spencer,
right, right, right. Yeah,
hardcore, like
of
let me
course.
explain to you why we need
But
a
see,
white nation
but this is
over a
what gets
beer.
lost in the conversation, though. Is the flavors like racism is like Kool-Aid. It has all kinds of flavors, and they're all fake as fuck. I don't give a shit.
Oh yeah, I mean
But I just
Midwest
don't want the
racism
hyper
is way
sugar
different.
Kool-Aid. I
It's
don't want that
less.
Kool-Aid that has the sugar sitting at the bottom.
Right. Right. I hear you. I hear you.
That's amazing. Once to get on a Discord with somebody, some other boomer, and let us have a rap battle.
wait,
I'm sure
If not
everyone
who?
you,
that love.
Raj might be down. Sis. I'm not. I'm not down. I'm not a rap guy. I don't. It's just not for me. But
What?
So wait,
yeah,
someone on your Twitch stream
There's
wants to
rap
get
for
on the Discord
everybody.
and actually have a freestyle battle or a rap knowledge battle?
I don't know.
All you need to know is that
I
MF
think
Doom
he
is the
want-
greatest rapper alive.
I
Wait,
asked him
who?
if he meant rap royale, and he
I said MF Doom is the
MF Doom.
greatest rapper alive.
Oh my god.
MF
Did she mean
Doom.
Eminem?
Yeah, I know. Here you go. Like,
Yes.
he's stirring the pot. Get the fuck out of here.
No, Doom is the greatest. Doom is the best.
First of all,
But he's not
I
a
don't know
rapper.
who that is.
Doom?
First of all, there's no such thing as the greatest rapper ever alive. That's just
Yeah,
like,
his name is
that's like,
MF
saying
Yeah.
that's like saying who's the greatest painter alive. Like,
Well, here's the thing, right? Like our schools of like rapping basically are like derivative flows are from basically Tupac, Rakim, NWA, and
this guy
fuck,
knows his
missing
shit.
one.
I like him even more again.
So Tupac, NWA, Rakim, and
Nas.
basically that's like how if you like listen to G-Eazy, for instance, there's a bit of like Tupac flow and there's a bit of like Biggie flow. If you listen to Eminem, it seems like he's mostly like, I don't know, he's like a giant fusion of all of them, and then he kind of makes his own spin on it as well. There's a kid called Token that's like, if you listen to him, there's a lot of like correlations with Biggie's
Holy shit.
flows.
This guy knows.
Yeah.
I know.
So where would you
is
say?
Is it Synth? How do you say your name?
Yeah, Synth.
I'll just call you Synth. That's great. Check your mail. I'm going to send you the official Black Pass. You got it.
What?
So where would you say that like the people? Because I feel like in more
Hey, I
recent
got
days,
mine
people
from
have
my
been-
brother-in-law.
What?
I feel
Why
like
do I
in
even bring
recent
Osiris on this channel?
I feel like in recent days people have kind of been pushing the different like rhyming schemes and flows into different areas. Like I think MF Doom was kind of the start of moving it to the next level, and then a little less recently we had people like Aesop Rock that just completely took the idea of making sense in a song and threw it out the fucking window. And then even more modern, we have people like Earl Sweatshirt, who does oh my god, what are they called? It's like a very specific type of rhyming scheme that he uses.
Osiris, do you know who any of these fucking people are? I know who some of them are, and I was like, really, I
I
am
know him.
really
I
into
know
old
MF
school hip
Doom.
hop,
MF
but
Doom
all
is,
the new
like,
school shit, I have no idea what the fuck.
No, he's like an underground. He's an underground sensation.
He's the greatest.
ASAP Rock, I know who he is. He's a bit. He's like. He's
That's the guy who's
says
like,
Klan's heritage.
Sorry, Aesop Rock and ASAP Rocky are two different people.
oh,
Aesop,
gotcha.
Oh well, shit. Well, fuck me then.
Aesop Rock is
Well,
like
I'm
Aesop, like the
Oh, ASOP.
AESOP.
Oh yeah. I do know that.
Yeah.
You're right.
Aesop Rock is great. Check out the song "None Shall Pass" or "39 Thieves." I think are the two songs that are really good. He's just like, I don't know. His flow is stupid. Like he just literally tries to. He just like pulls out a thesaurus, however you want to say it, and like tries to find the most complicated words he possibly can. And his songs are like completely metaphor. Like there's nothing that's just straightforward in anything he says. But I think pretty dope.
Here's a crazy story about Eminem and myself. So back in the day, this was 1990, 1997,
I was 7 years old.
1997. Like, so
I
I'll
wasn't
dox
even
myself a
born.
little bit.
I graduated
Oh, you weren't even
1997.
born? Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
I graduated high school in 1997.
Well, exactly. I graduated in 96, so I have a year on you. So like, I'm a sophomore at the University of Michigan. I'll dox myself a little bit. And then this
Hey,
guy I
you
knew
them.
who was this DJ on campus said, "Hey, I'm gonna put this show together. Like, do you want to help, or do you want to help like me promote it, or whatever it was?" And I was like, "Oh, I'll do whatever I can." And he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna get this guy named Eminem. He's the shit right now, best freestyle battler in the Midwest. Like, let's go check him out." And so he takes me to St. Andrews Hall, who I went there many times when I was in high school. St. Andrews Hall is what was supposed to be the place in 8 Mile, but the place that they showed in 8 Mile was nothing like St. Andrews. St. Andrews Hall is like a emptied out church.
You mean the shelter, the basement?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same
Yeah.
thing. Is St. Andrews Hall same thing as a shelter?
Yeah,
And
it's
so,
it's the basement of St. Andrews. St. Andrews is like a really nice venue, but like the basement is called the shelter, and it's kind of like a dirty, grungy kind of punk venue in a way.
Yeah.
It's
so here's
slightly a separate thing in the same building.
I didn't even realize that the shelter was different from St. Andrews, but either way, he takes me to St. Andrews, and we get there, and I'm like, oh, this is like so. There's like not that many people, honestly. Like it was just once every month they did their hip hop night. And there's a spattering of people. I asked my buddy, like, where's this Eminem guy? Should we meet him? And he's like, no, that's him upstage right now. And it's just this white dude running around with a blow up doll. Yeah, and there's like people not even paying attention, honestly. And so this guy brings them to Michigan. I convince a couple people to go. I shit you not, man, there are 10 people in the audience total, and we're all sitting at tables watching this guy. And he starts screaming at everybody. He's like, look, I'm not gonna come on. I'm gonna stop performing unless everybody gets up from the table and gets up to the front. And it's kind of awkward because no one knew who the fuck Eminem was, nor did anyone care. So like my friends were like, fuck it, let's just go, dude. Like, but like 8 people showed up and they actually went up and they actually went in front of the stage. But like it was nuts. He was signed by Dre a year later. And like he actually looked nothing. I mean, not that it matters, but when he signed with Dre must have put him on some weight loss problem because he weighed a lot more when we had seen him. Like to the point where we saw him on his first video. Like, dude, they must have like made this guy go through a crazy diet. Because he definitely was on the heavier side when we saw him, which is it's crazy.
Wow. That I had no idea about.
Yeah. You look at if you Google early, I don't even know if I've seen him, but if you Google early pictures of Eminem, like he definitely weighed a little bit more than he does today. That's for sure.
Let's do that. Everyone's talking rap in my chat now. It's like I don't know an.
Yeah, I don't know anything about rap. I cannot.
Yeah. Now,
Yo, if anybody wants to talk death metal,
that and early 2000 punk and emo scene, hell yeah.
I can talk that. That like I got into the post-hardcore scene when I was in high school from like 2004 to 2008. I used to be like a big pop punk fan before then. I basically have just gotten harder. I went from pop punk to post-hardcore to now I listen to like death metal. Like I was listening to the new Infant Annihilator on stream the other day, and it fucking it's hardcore.
Yeah, here's one.
I can't get into like
Here, you guys
really any newer music, which sounds terrible. But
I'll paste this. This is I put it in a link to a picture of this is how I remembered him back in 1996.
Yeah, because I can't find anything.
Oh.
Where'd you put it?
In his Leon's stream.
He was a little chunky.
Stream?
A little bit.
He's definitely not as skinny as he is now.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Why is this site in Russian?
That's
oh my god, he looks like fucking Jamie Joss. Look at that chin strap.
That's what I mean, man. I'm telling you.
Let's go ahead and do this.
So how do we get from your first positive portrayal of seeing an LGBTQ person in the media to Eminem was overweight back in 1996?
Oh no! The topic was the Yang thing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's gone even further than that. I have no idea.
Good stuff.
Oh my god.
Twitch political debates, you gotta love it.
Igloo, thank you for sending me that. I don't know if we want to laugh at a MAGA, but my buddy just sent me a video of a girl rapping about walk away movement.
What?
And she's like an older
walk
white
away
lady.
movement. Wait, what's the walk away movement?
Walk away from the Democrats.
Oh, sure, leave us alone.
Yeah.
Wait, is she saying clearly she must be saying this from a progressive point of view, so like we need to start the third party type of thing?
No, she's saying vote Trump. She's MAGA.
Oh. Wait, you have Trump friends? I would have never guessed.
No, my buddy reposted this because it's funny. I want to listen to it, but I just wanted to ask if you guys wanted to hear it. She sent it to me.
Send it over. Why not?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll put it in the chat. I'm very curious. I'm gonna look to it right now. This is probably gonna be similar to when I listened to an ANCAP rapper. That was really funny.
Is this like Trump? Oh God.
Hey, I'ma walk away. Lifelong Democrat.
Why is this person Republican? They could actually this is their lines actually aren't that bad. It's just the content.
I wrote a rap song about asking permission before you pet my dog, and it's less cringy than this.
Like I want to send back a response battle rap video, but I'm trying to think of a line that rhymes with Donald Trump took away the estate tax. Help me. Am I on?
I'm usually good with that.
Did that totally fly above your guys' heads?
No, I was legitimately
I'm trying to figure it out.
Wait, is this a parody or is this
lots of A sounds? Yeah, definitely a lot of A sounds. That makes it a lot easier.
Is this a parody or is this serious?
It's serious.
Oh,
it's serious.
That's the right response.
Oh God.
I did play it on stream. That was all of it.
It's only like 40 seconds.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh God.
Just
You
wasted talent, my friends. Wasted talent.
I could show you guys the
One of the
ANCAP
greats.
rap. It's called ANCAP Grind.
No.
By
It sounds like a really weird dance move.
It's so bad.
That's my red line.
Yeah.
We don't need it.
If you guys get curious later, I posted it on the YouTube channel, and like me and my buddy like like someone else showed it to us. I think it was Frozen Harley Quinn showed it to us, and like it was so bad that Iggs was like, dude, let me in the Discord right now. And we talked about it for an hour after just like, oh my God. And we went through the lyrics. There was this weird thing with raw milk and broccoli.
What?
I don't know. I'm not kidding. There was a scene in the video where they had this thing of raw milk and broccoli, and she slams it into it. Nope. Don't know.
See, you can write a rap song, but it even if you use decent structure, it's still not gonna make it good.
Yeah.
You have to like actually, I don't know, as far as I can tell, you have to carry on a train of thought while also being able to make it rhyme. And then like if you're completely incoherent with the shit that you're saying, like but it rhymes really well, it doesn't even matter because you're really just fucking saying nothing. Or at least that's my opinion on it, because
you mean like
really
the
have
RZA?
opinions about this.
It's basically the RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan. I'm waiting for Cyrus to say something because
He had to walk away for 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Because his name's Osiris. I'm sure he's a Wu-Tang fan, so I was just trying to give a dig at the RZA anyway.
like show like how little my rap knowledge is. Like RZA's the one that does a lot of like acronyms, right?
Well, he has an acronym for a name, so yes, he does a lot of acronyms every time he says his name.
Well, I mean, the Jizza doesn't, I can name all the members of, like, I don't know their defining characteristics really, except for ODB, but,
Yeah, maybe we can call this stream, everyone can kind of rename their names. Like, you could be the Mizza, Leon could be the Lizza.
Oh, God.
Although all three of us, Micro, the Sizza. Although Micro, Mark, and myself, we might have to battle it out for who gets the Mizza, and then everyone else gets random consonants.
I'm gonna be the Jizza, but with a G, because my name's already
cannot be a current Wu-Tang member. You can be the Bizza.
Well, my rap name's already the Ginger Avenger, so.
What the what?
The Ginger Avenger.
Are you a ginger? You're not a ginger.
My hair's gotten a lot darker.
Oh, come
My
on,
hair
yeah.
used to be-
beard is ginger.
Oh, bro, wait, hold on.
You're just trying to. That's fine. Those are
Yeah,
freckles,
you're
dude.
ginger.
It's fine. Those are freckles.
My hair used to be as red as my beard. I can show you pictures when I was a kid. My beard's still really red. It doesn't really show in the camera that much. My beard's really red. My hair is a little bit redder than it looks on camera, but it used to be really red. Now it's like pretty auburn.
I don't know, man.
More freckles than fucking. I still
Now
got
I'm
more
just
freckles than
going
fucking
gray.
anybody.
I don't even want to talk.
You're just trying to claim gingers, man. You might be the Elizabeth Warren of gingers.
I am half Latino too.
124th
If I
ginger.
actually went outside, I might be comparable to your level of freckle. I'm just a very pale-skinned individual.
Maybe
It's
that's
just
instead
well,
of
no,
like so.
actually,
Go ahead.
we can share in this, okay? So both of us go straight from we have basically, or I'm assuming that like this basically works for you the same. So we basically have like 3 shades. We have like pale as fuck, then you have some freckles, and then you have sunburnt as fuck. Like
yes, yeah.
That's how it feels to be.
I've had a lot of
pale
ginger
skinned.
friends, and yeah,
So
that it's like they call the last one lobster. At least my
Yeah,
friends.
Oh,
I was gonna say lobster, but
yeah.
Part of my stand-up bit is about how it's cruel that like I have freckles and freckles are great camouflage out in the wild, but like I can't spend more than 10 minutes outside or else I get like sunburned to the point of skin cancer.
Dude, this is perfect. I feel like we're on the precipice of forming our rap crew. We have the MZA, we have the SBAF, we have the Elizabeth Warren of gingers.
You know,
We
I'll
have the
send you
Lizzo.
my dog rap. It's the only one I've written a couple. That's the only one I've recorded, and I did it to fucking make a couple of my friends laugh. And then they were like, "Bro,
Since like I don't know shit about rap, like I mean I know how to play music, but like can I just be like a hype man or something?
yeah,
yeah,
you
you
could be the manager.
You could be the guy in the background.
Yeah. What?
I was gonna say you could be the hype man, but after seeing that, you're no longer allowed to be the hype man.
Well,
no.
You can,
I blew it.
You can be
I
the
blew my load
accountant.
too early. Sorry.
Oh man, super funny.
Oh boy.
We my friends and I played this the last time we were drinking, we played this game where we actually asked ourselves like, what's the most creative racist thing you've ever been called?
Oh no.
And the most creative thing that I had ever been called was Chinks Ahoy.
Wow. Oh no.
Oh no.
It's painful at the time, but hilarious now. Oh god.
That took a little bit of imagination.
Yeah, I
Gotta give
know,
them that
right?
much credit.
Yeah, kids, man. Same imagination that creates Minecraft and beautiful Lego projects.
That's amazing. Is
Minecraft.
rapping in my channel. He really wants to do a freestyle battle.
Is he any good?
I don't
Who
know.
knows?
I told him to do it in your chat, Leon. And he
Oh
won't.
no, he left my chat. We know which one he likes more. I see how it is.
I think he's still upset that you wouldn't let him call last.
You guys should put him on the spot. Like, who does he give the sub to, though? That's the big question.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that. He still hasn't given me one, and he's been fine. Just saying. If you have Twitch Prime, you do it for free.
Right.
Same.
I'm gonna take a short break.
All
Been
right.
here for a while.
Okay. Yeah, that's
This
fine.
is
Get up and stretch your legs a little bit.
My God.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
One of my legs fell asleep, so now I'm gonna limp away.
I've been there. Sit so long and your legs fall asleep.
yeah, guys. I'm probably gonna sign off on the voice. I might lurk for a little bit, but so long story short, right after the Yang, or right after the debate, like Yang Discord, we were about to send over a bunch of folks to my Twitch stream, so I was like gearing up for it, And I shit you not, for no reason, my Streamlabs said it just could not connect. So I was expecting like 60 people. So they gave me 60 people after debate 2. And I was expecting another 60, maybe more, because it had grown. And like, I shit you not, it would not work. And I had been trying to figure it out fucking forever, for the last like 4 days, why it's not connecting. And I type it into YouTube, like the error message that I got, and the solution was, I mean, I shit you not, the help video was from, it had to have been some like fucking 15-year-old kid. And it's like, oh, when you go to like stream and you pick the server, instead of it being on auto, just click the city where you're actually from. And that fucking fixed it. So that was the whole reason I lost out on 60 folks. And the last time after debate 2, I got 60 and 30 followed. I mean, it's fucking brutal. But anyway, so I got to work.
I got attacked by a bot. So after the
What's
debate.
that? You got attacked by bots?
Yeah, me and Leon
Yeah.
and one other person. They were going around to all the political streamers, like anyone with the political tag, and like
really,
yeah.
Apparently, only
I got
people that matter.
1,500 followers. Leon, how many was it? 3,000?
I had, when it was done, I had exactly 3,000. So they actually gave me some weird number.
So wait, then what happened to Twitch? Like, as those accounts got erased, like your follower account went back to normal, or?
Yeah, we had somebody run a bot to ban them all. Like they ran their own like script to ban them all, and like after a couple of days they just took it off, which I'm okay with. I don't. I'm not a big fan of having my, unless I get bigger. I'm not okay with having like a following account or a follower account more less than my my following. I like to keep it pretty.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Support for sport. I believe in that.
Totally makes sense.
Why I lean socialist.
I hear you. I know.
Yeah.
So by the way, so like in
by the way, I really quick, I signed up for that sweepstakes from Yang.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah. And I told him in this chat that I was like, I don't support you. I still support Bernie, but it'd be funny if I won.
Yeah, I mean, look, like it's one of those things where I think like the guys, I have talked to some people who are in the campaign, and he went on the Colbert show right before debate 1, and the response and the return that they got on that announcement, just in terms of email signups, people going onto the site, like the amount, I mean, the $12,000 that they spent on that, sample freedom dividend or experimental freedom dividend was like way much of a better response than if it just spent that on fucking Facebook ads. And so like there was definitely some design to it. And yeah, he came out, or not he, but his campaign manager came out today, I believe, and said that they got 450,000 new emails. They got $1 million in additional donations, and the donations, like, yeah, you signed up for it, so you didn't have to donate to sign up for it, but people still gave them.
Asked me.
Yeah, it asked you.
Oh, it did ask you. Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
But
so
like, I
go
get
ahead. Yeah, so it was, I feel like it was an effective use of their money. But anyway, so before I hop off, I don't know when it's going to be, but I told my stream in celebration of me actually not ending or retiring as a Twitch streamer earlier than I expected. I'm going to have just some bullshit, like a trivia night, where I'll just read the questions off this like on the screen. People will type in their answers, and I'll fucking keep track of it by hand. And every game or round that we have, if you win, it'll be like a $10 or a $5 Amazon gift card, e-gift card. So like we'll do something like that. But if you guys want to join or tell your followers to join, I'll pick a time where I'll pick a time in advance, and it's definitely not one of these Mondays or Thursdays where there's no conflict, so it's not like conflicting with anyone's game. But yeah, maybe we can do something like that. But anyway, I'll let you guys know when we figure out the details. And good conversation as usual. Hope you guys have a good rest of the stream. I'll be lurking, and what is it? The only guys that I don't follow on this are Synthetis, but how do you say your name?
Cynthia EDC.
Synth the
Just
Agency.
call me
Okay.
Synth. Yeah.
So I'm just sticking with synth because there's no way I can pronounce it.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, so as I leave, I'll still be lurking, but like you got to explain where the name came from, where it came. Like I
Alright.
gotta hear this.
So, if you plug it into a Greek translation, it literally translates to like consciousness, knowing, and knowledge type translation. It also like plays well with my position that I don't know, human life. I don't know. This whole world could be synthesized. Or maybe that's not my position, but like it's one of the things I could probably argue. I don't know. There's just weird shit. Um, also, synth is like a gender neutral type of thing that you can't really. I'm not really sure you can assign a gender to because it kind of plays into my being non-binary as well. Here are a few little things about my name.
Oh, okay. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know. I originally I found it and I was like, the Greek word for consciousness sounds like a good name. Then just
My name's just something one of my friends' kid brothers called me when I was in high school because my ears stuck out.
My name's
And I was a corn kid, so I changed the spelling. That's it.
My name's just something my parents came up with.
Nice.
Actually, I'm named after my dad. I'm technically the third, but
Oh.
yeah.
Well, ain't you fancy?
Yep.
Just kidding.
It's fine.
Oh,
I just dox myself on Twitch. It's cool.
I mean,
just over and over.
I think you're like already doing that with just your username being what it is, but you know.
Yeah, I pretty much am. The full real personal docs. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. Got to get that Google footprint going.
Oh.
I don't know. I think my shit's probably pretty easy to find out. I don't know. I'll leave it to someone else to figure out.
They're all easy to find out. I'll just tell you that now.
Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you could find my legal name.
I bet you I could. Yeah, you don't want to have this challenge. I don't want to find your legal name, but I guarantee I can.
Wait, but I want you to. I want someone to fucking find that shit. If it's able to be done, I want it to be done. All right.
Let me tell you how easy it is. Me and a guy.
Just so that it's not the worst later.
Me and a guy did a podcast for a couple of years. He was very careful not to leave any footprints, online footprints. And I went on Facebook one day, and Facebook actually recommended me as a friend to him under his personal profile, even though we've never interacted on Facebook ever. So, just to show you how easy it is. It's that easy.
Oh yeah, yeah. We actually when I did my our Twitch support community, we had one guy who was really mad that we made a Facebook group because he was worried about his name getting out. And we're like, well, then just don't join the group. Oh, by the way, Facebook already recommends you to all of us because, you know,
reasons.
It's Facebook and it knows everything already. And he got really mad at us and left and took a bunch of people with him. Kind of flipped his shit.
Your online,
Weird dude.
Your online digital footprint is not hard to find because
No.
So basically, people live essentially two lives online. They live their public-facing online persona, then they have the private persona with what they do, you know, their natural everyday life, buying things on Amazon, etc. Those two things can be linked very easily. It just takes a little bit of investigation work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd be interested to see if you could actually find... Actually, that's not true. You could probably find it fairly easily. Or at least my Facebook. I think you could probably find it fairly easily.
Think about this. I could screenshot my screen right now. And then cut you out of it. Just Google search your image. I bet you it'll link to your Facebook easily enough.
Actually, I don't know if it does. Um,
You don't have any pictures of yourself on Facebook at all?
I mean, I do. I'm just not sure if that happens because I don't know. I've searched up my name with facial recognition, or not facial recognition, but like reverse image searching. I can't usually find my accounts.
I mean, I mean that's just one way.
Or I try to make it so that you can't find my accounts.
That's the easy way, right? That's the one hit way. But there's plenty of ways. Were you talking to somebody who likes to hack into who spent the first half of his life learning how to hack? So, my OS of choice is Linux because I can hack on it.
Well, Linux is like the best user-based one if you know what you're doing.
Well, Linux is the best user-based operating system if you don't know what you're doing because you'll run into less of these problems.
Have you ever backhacked a mainframe?
Have I ever what?
Ever backhacked a mainframe?
No.
I'm just saying stupid shit.
I don't want to go to jail either. So
yeah, I'm just saying stupid shit. Like
I'm good at backtracing hackers.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a friend
who can. We'll put it that way. All right.
Oh, that's a real thing. I thought I was saying.
Well, you're not saying a real thing, but I get what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah. No, I meant to say nonsense.
Yeah.
No, but I do
have
know
a
people who
friend.
can.
Yeah, I have a friend that like he participated in like the national hacking like test or whatever. He got placed pretty fucking high as far as I remember. I think it was like top 100 or top 50 at least. I don't know. He fucking told me about it.
Computers are inherently vulnerable. Like by their very state, they're because they're online. Everything that's online is vulnerable. Everything that's online is hackable. China and North Korea and Russia have proved that. Everything is hackable. Oh, and Iran.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So if you're online, there's no such thing as anonymity.
That's Amazing wants me to ask you, since have you ever had a hung picture in your background?
A hung picture in my background?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Wait, are we talking about like Lieutenant Hun?
No, hung. Like
hanging on the
wall.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I was like, Hun? Why would
maybe like a really old screen cap, and I might have like a Naruto poster or something, but no, I don't think I've had any. Actually, what I really want to do is put like fucking random shit in the background. I want to have like a non-binary flag, maybe like some weird, maybe like an American flag and a "We Will Tread" flag as well. Like
Tread on me, daddy.
Just put really opposing shit in my background for no fucking reason.
Voltron is the meta.
I
mean, not Voltron.
I messed up on it. He's actually making macro.
Wait,
he's asking if he ever
Micro-
hangs with his picture, basically.
Micro is just squatting. That's not his house.
No, hanging up pictures is too difficult. No, I'm not.
It kind of is. It's really annoying. Like shit.
No, we've been working on other rooms. We've been like taking it really slow. Me and my girlfriend setting shit up because like this back wall here, theoretically, we're supposed to put up a green screen at some point, but like that is not happened up to this point. So
green screens are annoying. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We ghetto rigged. Ended up costing just under $50, but I'll tell you, like, that was a huge pain in the ass. And
the lighting has to be correct. You can't have shadows. It's really fucking annoying.
A buddy of mine let me borrow a big spotlight. So like, I have my overhead light, and then I have a light just over my head at the wall, and then like correcting it.
So
like white balance is important. Put it that way.
What temperature bulbs did you get?
It's a pretty basic bulb. It's just got like it's got a way of like magnifying it a little bit. It's not crazy bright. I think it's just a 75-watt bulb, but like
that's energy. So when you're doing green screen, what you want to get is a what they call a warm bulb. But warm is the opposite of what most people think warm means. Most people think warm as the the soft orange bulbs. They're really soft. But in temperature settings, that doesn't mean that. That's usually 4,500 Kelvin or above. Usually, you want to start to hit the 5,500 or 6,000 Kelvin. And those are those super white bulbs, or what they call daytime bulbs, because they have a really white light, and that will solve a lot of your lighting problems. Absolutely, and they don't cost no more than like $8, $9, $10 at Walmart or whatever.
Honestly, what I do is just like I have to redo it every single time because I don't know why my camera resets after I
You have a
start
Logitech?
restart. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can't fix that. Logitech is just
Yeah.
fucked.
I just have to turn off my my auto white balance. That's the biggest problem. Is like I have to turn that like pretty down, and then it'll take care of the background.
Are you using the G Hub software or using the Logitech gaming software?
Neither. Well, right now I'm using Logitech Capture.
Wait, you're
on
using
this.
what? You're cut out.
Logitech Capture. But
yeah. So you don't want to use that with OBS.
No, it really makes it like really chug along. So normally I just use the basic like on camera stuff. Like I have a C920.
So you don't want to download G Hub and use that.
G Hub.
Yeah, that'll save your settings.
Okay.
So G Hub replaced the old driver high stack software, high stack interface of the LGS, the Logitech gaming software, and which was also not saving settings because fuck you. So they have a G Hub. They have a new software called G Hub, and that seems to be saving settings at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't cause the stuff to chug along and everything.
No, because what you're doing is you're essentially you're just using another piece of software on top of another piece of software to use your webcam, and the webcam is already using a lot of CPU, and you don't want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that cuts out a middleman.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt, but I think I'm gonna head out and play some video games. But this was fun.
Okay.
What are you
We'll
playing?
see you around, man.
Yeah. Borderlands 3, baby.
I have been playing that non-stop.
Oh yeah,
so
same
good.
here.
I've been on the wild crack. You need to come back.
No.
Classic.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
I
done with
can't get into that game. I've tried so many times.
I played it for a bit. I don't know. Borderlands, I'm enjoying way more.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll play.
All right, Michael.
All right. Take it easy. All was fun.
Later, man.
Yeah, nice talking to you, dude. All right. I'm probably gonna follow suit. It's like I got school tomorrow at like 9:30. That's like
oh shit.
What?
What do you
8 hours away at this point.
Can I ask what you're majoring in?
Oh, what I'm majoring in? Philosophy. Hopefully.
After the long speech about philosophy.
Yeah, after the long speech about philosophy literally giving you nothing. Yeah. That's why I'm going for probably master's or doctorate level.
I would like to call attention to my dog.
Your doggo is very cute.
Thank you.
Yeah. I love how that a lot of people have the bulldog breed dogs, too, because they're highly what's the word
underappreciated.
Yeah.
She owning her made us pit bull advocates. Like before, we were like, those dogs are too big, whatever. We didn't think they were mean, but like she just everything about her is just love her to death. She's kind of dumb sometimes, but she's like we don't have any kids, but she's like having a kid. She pouts, she runs away when she does bad thing, like she huffs. We tell her to get off the bed, like she gets off and she gets on the floor and slams her head down. She goes,
I'm sure like bulldogs is this thing.
Oh, he loves. Actually, when I was talking to people like what subjects they want to debate about, he talked about like pit bulls. That's when he wants to fight someone on.
For or against?
For.
Okay, because against gets really how do I put this?
It's the same thing as arguing like political ideas based on religion. Like, there's no against unless you're just stupid.
It's just it gets really abrasive, like to where they're basically arguing for all to die, but they won't say that. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
it's gonna kill you one of these days. It's gonna kill you.
it has the same connotations of like racism. It really does. And Michael actually made a good point to me. He was like, people you what's the how do I put it? They use pit bulls to as an acronym, I guess.
Oh, I've heard
for
about that.
black people.
Yeah, euphemism. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, euphemism. Yeah, that's a better word. Yeah,
It's like how somebody came in somebody's chat earlier. I can't remember who it was, and they said they like to gas bikes.
Guess what?
Like bikes.
Bikes?
Yeah, they like to gas them. We know what you're talking about.
Okay.
We're not stupid.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm. You got it?
Don't gas the bikes, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fucking bikes.
It's bad.
Yep.
Bikes.
Yeah.
That's a very unclever way to put that, but yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna peace out. Thanks for having me on. I enjoyed being on here with you guys. It's a lot of fun talking.
Oh yeah, it was really fun tonight. Thanks.
Hey, plug your channel if you don't mind in chat, so I can just click and not think.
Yeah, that's what someone else was having trouble finding you.
Oh, is someone? Okay. Yeah. Not sure if my name's exactly intuitive, so I put the link in the chat for anyone who enjoys, like, I don't know, anything. I'll fucking talk to people about almost anything.
All right.
But yeah, thanks guys. I'll see you later.
See you around.
Yeah, see ya.
And then there were 3. Middle American streaming.
I saw that. I'm disappointed he apparently doesn't want to come back to us. I've stopped messaging him. So
has he come in since he came in that one time and just took off?
Nope. Not since that. I think that might have been the first time we did this.
Hey, so this is what I meant to tell you, Leon.
What's up?
So I've been thinking about this, like your positioning, how you're trying to position your string.
Okay.
So I see you having a dichotomy, a bipolar way of thinking about this, in a certain sense.
Okay.
Meaning that you have, I think I know what your political views are. I think they're pretty obvious, but I also see your positioning as how you want to conduct your string.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what you want to, obviously you're left, but what you want to do with your stream is be a moderator, which is a non intrusive entity.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so Touring News has done this really well. I think it's pretty obvious he's some sort of left. I don't know to what extent. I don't know if I care.
Me and him seem to agree on a lot, but I haven't exactly where he either.
Right.
Because there's some things that we disagree on.
But he doesn't inject a lot of opinion on a lot of things. And and if you ask his opinion, he has a very good way of just dropping it down the center, regardless of his idea about the subject matter. He's pretty neutral on that. So what I'm saying is, maybe the issue that you're running into is that people are looking at you and they say, "Oh, this left guy wants to have a conversation, and he wants to moderate the conversation with another left guy." That's not gonna. You see where the problem is there?
Mm-hmm.
Right off the top, I think that's where you're gonna run into the problem over and over and over again. because you're not going to get these other people on here as long as they think that you're against them. Because just by the very nature of being a right wing, they're also very conspiratorial.
Well, actually, I've had a lot of chat and want to debate me. Like
you broke out.
You're
Sorry.
breaking out. Yeah, you're breaking out.
Oh, I've actually had a lot want to debate me.
This is terrible. You're
Yeah.
really bad.
Oh shit!
Hold on. I don't think it's you. Hold on. We can fix this.
Are both of you hearing me like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So at the top right
Oh,
corner, Leon.
Yeah.
It says region U.S. Central. And you can change that. He's in the east, I believe.
I'm in the east too. Oh, you there?
Yeah. Where you at?
Sorry, I moved it to U.S. East.
Yeah, I just changed it.
Yeah, click that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
okay, we'll see. Maybe that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that technically counts as east.
Yeah, I'm east.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So it sounds much better. So go ahead.
Oh, okay. What were you talking about? ADD kicked in.
Talking about right wing conspiracies, like not wanting to come on because they think I'm gonna attack them or something.
Right. Yeah, I've actually had a lot of right wingers want to just debate me on their own. I think probably the idea that this is kind of like a stacked group maybe feels a little bit weird. I wouldn't want to go into a place where a bunch of right wingers were to attack me either. But like we made it interesting earlier, like with oh god, what was Wired Guitar? Like he seems pretty centrist on a lot of things, so we made that pretty interesting.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting conversation.
Yeah, we didn't agree on everything.
I actually agree with him more on some things.
Yeah, he's more centrist.
I have this underlying feeling that leftist people they argue on basis of ideology, which is great, right? Like because all people should be equal, et cetera, et cetera. All things should be good. That's great. But what I think gets lost in the picture of these arguments a lot of times, I'm not saying that you guys do this. I'm just saying that in general, I see this a lot, is that the fact that arguing based on ideology is just as flawed as arguing based on the idea of my conservative Christianity or something.
Yeah,
there's no process.
I actually agree with that. I like arguing practically. I like talking about policy, talking about conclusions. Because like if I'm going to talk about my ideology, that's going to go down a road that like no one's very few people are going to be like on my side about. So I try to like not like I'm not going to sit there and like first thing I say to somebody is like I believe that the internet should be provided by the government. If I said that right off the bat, yeah, we're talking about my ideology because yes, I do believe that, but no one's proposing that. Practically, it doesn't make any sense.
Leftists that propose that. There are actually a lot of people who say these things.
I mean,
there should be no racism in America, but how do you fix that? Like, you can't just say there's not going to be no racism in America. Like, that's part of the.
You got to be realistic.
America is.
Yeah, you have to be practical about it. Like, the only time that I've been on Central Committee's channel, I had nothing to say because they were talking purely about philosophy and ideology, and I was like,
"Yeah,
I don't want to talk."
Yeah,
about
that's so you see what I'm saying? So this is not, God forbid, I'm not defending Destiny because I think he's a fucktard. But
you are right.
He runs into these ideological left people who really want to argue on these ideas that they're perfectly good ideas, but they have no basis in real world things. And even to the extent that we have the presidential elections that are going on, I personally think, I could be wrong, that a lot of these things are fallacies. They're dreams. You're not going to pass a lot of these things. You're just not. You can say all these things, and that's completely fucking fine. I mean, presidential candidates, by nature of being a presidential candidate, lie, and I'm okay with that because I understand that. I understand how this works, how this system works. But the idea that you're going to end they a lot of people thought you elect Barack Obama, you're going to end racism. Well, you're fucking stupid. That's not. That's just not going to happen. Well, if we elect Bernie Sanders, we're going to end the medical system problem. No, no, you're not, because you have a lot of process, governmental process and bureaucracy that's in the way that it's just not going to happen that way. Now we can argue about how that should work out. We can argue about should the filibuster be taken down or not. We can argue about all those other things, and I'm more interested in having that debate than whether Medicare for all is good or not. Of course, Medicare for everybody is good. Of course. But how do you get there? That's what I want to know. Not specifically that question, but general left wing propositions.
I was lurking, but I felt the need to come back on just because I completely agree with you, and I just like throwing out the moniker of Fortnite politics is just bullshit, and it's like it's what the mainstream high volume Twitch political streams are all about Fortnite politics, which makes sense because it's
Yeah.
just given the
It's the
demographic.
audience. Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
people are so focused on what they are. And you said you were this. You said you were a sock dem, but
It's the
four
gotcha
lines
culture.
ago, yeah,
Yeah.
four comments ago, you said this. So how could you be a sock dem? It's just stupid. It's bullshit.
It
It's
is.
just
And this is not
it's
the conversation I ever want to have. I don't want to
yeah.
argue about the semantics of
No,
this
like let's just
nonsense.
figure
No,
out
I
how we
agree.
fucking get there. And if something is wrong if you are bending your true opinions to fit into a particular box. And I'm just using sock dem just because I'm just picking anything random. But if
Yeah.
you want to say hardline immigration reform or whatever it might be, again, like I feel like on the left and the right, it's just human nature these days. They're more concerned about fitting into a specific bucket,
Party politics.
cosplaying that bucket as hard as they can.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, the Twitch political audience eats that shit up. They fucking love it, and it's stupid. It
They
really
love the
is
drama.
stupid.
Twitch, like a lot. Most of us are older, so you can liken Twitch to real TV
Yeah,
of the generation before the MTV
yeah, that's true.
thing. And to make that good, you have to make it controversial and combative.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And I'm just not interested in that at all. And I don't think the most of the world is interested in that at all. And
yeah,
you don't want
totally.
to you don't want to fall into that trap. If your goal is to actually have a conversation. Now, if your goal is to drive up numbers, well, you absolutely want to fall into that trap. And that's where
No,
they
for
put their
sure.
money.
Yeah, I see it as something in between. Like I have no problem going ham on things like that, obviously. But like obviously you got to do something to drive your numbers up. But I would much prefer having conversations with people, like real conversations. Like that's why I prefer talking to someone like Right Side of History rather than talking about a lecture fan. It's like
Yeah,
one is going to talk to me like I'm a human being. The other one is just going to degrade me and shout talking points at
Absolutely.
me until I
Yeah.
get pissed off. And like while that may drive up the views, like I'm just not interested in that. Like what the couple times that I've had like people in my chat on to debate them, I've asked some more questions than anything and stayed relatively calm, but pointed them like in a direction to be like, hey, how you know how is this correct? Sort of thing, rather than just shouting them down or anything. Like if they get really bad, obviously,
Yeah.
but for the most part, like that doesn't always conquer everything. It gets the views, but I think there's somewhere in the middle you can be on that.
Okay, so there's two things. Politics works in a very specific way, and it has worked this way for a long time, a very long time. So you propose an idea, a radical idea. Everybody does it, right, left, everybody.
Hmm.
This thing that you never, maybe you've heard of, maybe not, but it's gonna be so fucking good, and it's so fucking radical, and it's just not mainstream. And then you realize you have to govern and do real things with a bureaucracy, a major, super huge bureaucracy. one of the biggest bureaucracies on the planet, and then you fall into the center. That's how politics has usually worked. Uh, and that's point number one. Point number two is that oh shit, completely forgot point number two. No. Anyways, fuck point number two because it doesn't matter, obviously, because I forgot it. But I think that's what a lot of people are missing these days. Like, I think people are calling for major change, but major change for what? And what are you mad about exactly? So you can say you're mad about healthcare. That's fair, I guess. But you can take to the streets and say a lot of things and do a lot of shit, and that means absolutely fucking nothing if you're not willing to understand. So this liken it to the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King didn't take to the streets out of pure ignorance and was like, I hope this does something. He understood how politics works. He knew who to call, who to have conversations with, and how to get things done. And not this pure ideological, I just want to fix a problem thing. And I feel like there's a lot of the left movement that has this pure ideological standpoint that is not going to get shit done. And then because of that, because you don't have a foundation, not you guys, but in general, they build on top of that more things that are not going to ever get done. We're going to pay for all the colleges. Like, how the fuck are you going to pay for all the colleges, all the Medicaid, all the Medicare, all the everything? How the fuck is this even going to happen?
Yo, guys, I gotta bounce. I don't want to be disrespectful, so no, I just want. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Before you leave, so if there's anything that Yang has going for them, going for him, is that he's pragmatic, and at least he seems not tied to a political system and a rational actor. That's what he seems to me. I don't know.
Can I just get you to say that you're Yang Gang before I sign off? I just want to. I just want to record it and use it against you at some point. By the way.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. No, seriously, I have to. I absolutely have to go, but I didn't want to be disrespectful and log off in the middle of you talking. So it's still disrespectful, but less disrespectful if I interrupt you and say I'm leaving. Okay.
Right. No,
All right. All right. Take it easy, guys. Appreciate it, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. See ya.
All right, guys.
Yeah, like I kind of I look at it slightly different because like I do recognize how politics works, but I think there's a lot that we kind of take for granted when it comes to like getting things passed. Like, I'm completely on board with like the Bernie side policies. It's honestly, as far as where I believe, it's a start more than a final. Let me ask you a
question there.
Okay.
So when Barack Obama took office, who is, I think we can all agree, is not exactly leftist. He's center left. And Mitch McConnell said
center right.
Okay, well, I'll go with you.
Trust me, he's center right. We could go through the list.
I don't want to have that argument. Well,
yeah,
I'll just go with you on that. All right, so he's whatever. He's center right. Okay. But Mitch McConnell, in absolute terms, said we're not going on, and not only Mitch McConnell, but the Tea Party said we're absolutely just not going to work with this president. Zero. So, what makes things any different in 2020 than they were in 2008?
Well, there's a lot that's being left out of that.
Okay.
The reason that it was so easy for Mitch McConnell to do that was because Barack Obama had this idea, and it partially came from the influence of some of the people he had around him, like Rahm Emanuel, Joe Biden, for instance, that he could essentially break the fever of the Republicans and work with them, get them back to a more reasonable position. Like, he said it several times. Meanwhile, like, I know it wasn't for that long, but for 4 months, he had a supermajority where he could have passed everything he wanted, and he didn't. Because he was afraid of polarizing people who are already polarized.
But it's a fair
And
concern.
during that time, the largest people that he was spending time attacking were on the left, asking him to do the things that he said he was going to do when he got in office. Now, there is an extent that you have to kind of negotiate, of course, you know, but normally with a negotiation like that, you start from a position, you know, like for example, like if Bernie goes into the negotiation for Medicare for all and says, "Well, I want it to cover everything, and I want the hospitals to be nationalized," they're going to be like, "Oh no, that's too crazy." And he goes, "Oh, okay. Well, how about I just want it to cover everything?" There, I negotiated with you. Barack Obama started from a position of where he already gave up the public option, where he was talking about the Medicare.
That's not entirely true, though.
No, it's true. It's true.
No, it's not entirely true. What the reason he gave up the public option, because he initially wanted the public option. The reason he gave it up is because he felt like it wasn't pragmatic or reasonable to pass that through the Congress. It wasn't going to happen. So he left that off the table to start with. So I see what you're saying, and I don't think you're being disingenuous, by the way, by saying that. But you also have to include the fact that it's not that he didn't want it; it's just that he just didn't feel like it was going to pass.
And I mean, but pass with who?
Pass in the Senate, I believe.
Through reconciliation, which was 51 votes.
Well, okay.
Yeah, he was trying to appease Joe Lieberman, who was essentially a Republican posing as a Democrat. You know, he was heavily conservative and fighting him on everything.
Have that same problem. I see what you're saying.
No, Republicans don't have that same problem.
Yes, they do.
They don't negotiate at all.
No. They have the same problem because there's like 3 or 4 Republicans who completely sway the vote. And one's dead, McKay. And then you have.
I wouldn't say completely sway the vote. Yeah, we won on healthcare, but we lost on everything else.
Well, okay, so
Republicans largely fall in line.
It's not a simple black and white issue here. So it's not.
No, I know. It's not.
It's not that we lost, or I'm not going to say we. It's not that the Democrats lost on everything else. But here's something that Republicans do better than Democrats. Their messaging system is much better.
They also fall in line better. They actually fear their base rather than mourn it.
Themselves apart, and they've been doing that shit for 10, 20 years, completely like imploding from the inside. Mm-hmm. While Republicans implode from the inside, but when it's time to elect some shit, you're like, oh no, fuck that. And I'm voting. That guy's racist. Fuck him. All right, he's a Republican. I'll vote for him.
Yep. Who's the most conservative on the stage? Further and further to the right we go. Right. And this is what I keep saying is Democrats keep thinking that the right idea is to try to meet a constantly shifting to the right movement in the center.
Right.
And if you keep moving to the center of where they are, you're going to keep moving right wing. That's why I say Obama's center right is because he did believe in center right politics, which he would have been a Republican in the 80s. Yeah, he believed in a lot of the same. He believed in a lot of the same things that Ronald Reagan believed in.
Mm-hmm.
He passed a lot of the same policies that Ronald Reagan passed.
Because Obamacare is not even a left idea; it was a Republican idea.
Yes, it was. It was a right wing idea in 1994.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so I'm not gonna exactly. I'm not gonna.
That's my point. That's my point. So you gotta start from a point where you're actually gonna give them something to negotiate to come to your side. If you're constantly trying to meet them on their side and they're constantly moving the goalpost, and you're constantly trying to meet them, like you're just gonna end up on their side. And at the end of the day, this is the thing. Like I've tried to explain this to some Democrats that this is the thing that cost us 1,000 seats.
No, you're right. You're absolutely fucking right about all that.
This centrism does not work. It does not work.
No. Don't say that. Don't say that. So centrism does not work now. Centrism has absolutely been a thing in American politics for decades. That did work, and this is how you got things done. And even though there was divisiveness of some sort, uh, things happen under centrism, so to say. Now, I, I, I personally believe, I could be wrong. You can correct me, or you can dispute this understanding. I think that the issue is, at least today, because this is not the first time we've had severe divisiveness in our American politics, because there has been absolute violence in our Congress
Oh yeah, definitely.
before. But I think the issue that has been inserted into our politics has been the ability to communicate at mass scale, i.e., social media, which has amplified a lot of things. So what you're seeing happening is you're amplifying the right and you're amplifying the left, the extremes of those two things too. So and a lot of people like to quote what happens online as things that are happening or things that are important. When you're talking about a subset of the American population that is just super vocal, and I don't think these old people. I'll be completely honest. I call me ageist if you want to. I think that's not even a real thing, but whatever. But these old people don't understand because AOC can rile up several million people on Twitter does not make that a good policy to go by. Just because those people on Twitter said it was good. Twitter means fucking nothing, in my opinion, to public policy.
Like I
Absolutely
said
nothing.
earlier, Twitter is the new public spirit, new public square. I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
do
it's
agree
not
that
represented by the people.
it's only one representation, but it is a representation and it should not be discounted. I
No, okay,
understand that
okay.
old
I can agree
people
with that.
don't get
I can
behind
agree with
that
that.
or don't
I can agree with
understand
that.
that.
It is a public, so it's a public square just like Baltimore or Boston is a public square. That is an antithesis to Cleveland, Ohio being a public square. So we should put it that in that frame. It's one of the things. But I think there's too many people just get too wrapped up in 4 million people said this because this person tweeted this and they retweeted it and commented on it. Yeah, but then no, that's not how it works. It's just not how it fucking works. Just like you could say, okay, what's a good example? That people get wrought up about that is just not factually true. Like so,
Immigration.
okay, immigration thing. All these people coming here to fucking kill us and give us AIDS and rape our daughters or whatever the fuck they're gonna do. I don't know what the fuck they think they're gonna do. But all these people coming here from Argentina and some fucking weird country that you never heard of and you never been to, and they're just dirty people. Uh, and one person says this. We're not gonna say who, and then it just gets fucking mass media on social online because the news is not really reporting it that way. Nobody else is saying it that way. Just
Mhm.
online is saying it that way, and you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if a good significant of those people are just memeing. That's the terrible part about it. Like you just have no idea what the fuck is going on online. So doing
Well, I
online
mean, at this point, there's kind of no difference. Like, there's been a lot of stuff that
exactly.
prove that a lot of these people that say they're joking about that, like in the right, when they don't get any pushback, they usually don't change their mind. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly.
They stick with what they said because they're like, oh, I'm in a crowd that's accepting of this statement, so I don't need to say I'm joking
and
because
and this is
I'm
why
actually kind of serious.
and this is why I don't take Twitter as a real public square. If you're a politician, especially a federal or national politician, fuck Twitter. I mean, yeah, you should communicate on Twitter, but fuck Twitter. What you should do, because you have
So
billion, like potentially you're fundraising millions of dollars, right?
yeah, that's what someone in my chat said.
You should not use that to gauge Twitter as your absolute. What you should do is take the money that you can make off of Twitter because you're smart and you're not a fucking boomer, whatever that means, and then redirect that into funds that says that this is what the American public actually believes, and then you can play that because you're a smart politician, and being a politician is being a great liar and saying, what I'm going to do is I know what the American public want, but I know what the minority vocal are going to say. I want to amplify what the minority vocal are going to say because that's what I believe in.
Mhm.
Broadcast that out into the regular people. That way, I don't have to move as far center. Now, if I can think of that, and I'm not a fucking politician. I don't have a degree in law. I don't have none of these things. I know for a fact these people can do that shit, or they're just fucking old and stupid. I don't know which one.
Well, I mean, at the same time, like you can't discount it either because, you know, 2016 happened and the most Twitter like intensive president in our lifetime or ever, because you know
Yeah,
it
but
didn't
I don't
exist
think you
for
can
that long.
strictly
Like
apply that to his Twitter presence. Maybe
I
because
mean, have you ever seen like the response to his Twitter posts and how they get
yes,
around?
I've
Like
seen that.
I am friends with some Trump fans, like
I
on
live in
Facebook and in
Texas. You
real
think
life.
I'm not? I know real
Yeah,
Trump fans.
yeah,
Like,
and on Facebook, what do? They share his tweets.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, but that
Yeah,
I don't know if that has any substantive meaning because no, the reason I say
own the
that is
libs
because
is their ideology, and he owns the libs.
right
There you
no, but I already said that you could leverage the benefits of social media, but politics happens in real life too, and
go. Hmm.
the majority of politics that is actually happening in real life is not reflective of Twitter. That's a fact. No, that's a fact. No, don't do me like that.
Uh,
Come on, don't do me like that.
well, I mean, there's a reason why like leftists are more active on Twitter now, but back then, like you even hear someone like a micro macro who was like leaning towards someone who would vote Trump. Like that stuff did
I
shift,
don't
but
know how he
Twitter
would
used
vote
to be
Trump.
very alt right. YouTube still is very right wing,
I don't say
you know.
that. No, wait. How was Twitter?
These
I've been on
and
Twitter
they
since
they
2008.
decided the election. A lot of the people that were written off as just, fringe dudes, oh, that's just a YouTube page. Oh, who the fuck is Jack Posobiec? Who the fuck is Alex Jones? What the fuck is
I
fucking
okay. I think
what's
we
the
just have
British guy?
completely different understandings of the world because I don't even think Alex Jones is all right. I think he's
He
nuts.
is.
No,
He
he's
is.
just fucking nuts.
He uses a lot of euphemisms for
No,
Jews.
he says gay frogs did something and fucking the
Yeah.
government is
I
throwing.
love the gay frogs.
I mean, a lot of it is like a
Come on.
an act, but like essentially what he's selling to people is the idea that, well, the Jews control everything and minorities are a problem and
Okay, so
immigration is a problem.
So that's fair. So you know what we do with that?
Hmm.
Because I think
We deplatform him.
If we
we
ignore it,
no, I'm not saying that.
we
I think
get
we get
Trump.
hung. No, I think the problem here is that we get hung up on the terminology, right? So
Hmm.
when you tell me
I mean,
right,
it's incredibly important now. It
no,
shows
it's
it
incredibly
shows what's
not
going
important.
on in the country right now.
No, the
We have to pay
terminology
attention to
is bad.
online just as much as we pay attention
No, I
to everyday life. We
I
have
like
to, because someone like Trump was able to get
well,
elected
Alex
by
Jones
using these
existed before all
platforms.
this, and
Huh?
I don't think he has any political agenda. I think he's just a nuthead, literally just a nuthead.
No,
Trump.
he
And
doesn't have a political agenda, but
and
he's
they call
certainly an
him like some
acting.
weird alt right
I mean,
thing.
I would say he has an agenda towards helping corporate interests.
Yeah, well, okay, well,
And
hey, I'm fine with that.
discriminating against immigrants, terrorizing them.
No,
Like
Yes.
I don't think he does.
that was day one of his campaign. Day one.
Oh, Alex, wait, who are we talking about? Alex Jones, right?
Donald
Trump.
Trump.
No,
Yeah.
I thought we was talking
That
about
was
Alex
day
Jones.
one of
Okay,
his campaign.
okay, no, Donald Trump, he's a soft racist. Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
he's
not
a
that
soft
soft,
racist though.
not that soft.
Yeah, he
But
absolutely. No. You cannot name me anything that he said that was specifically racist, specifically without this roundabout. I think this is what he meant thing.
isn't
That is a
isn't
soft
this
racist by
isn't this
definition.
similar to earlier when you pointed out that like or somebody pointed out that like laws can't, or like racism is gone in America. There's no racist laws anymore because they don't specifically go
I
after
never said
black
that. I don't know
people.
what that means. Yeah, I don't.
Well, yeah, somebody else said that earlier, but
Nah,
like that's
I don't.
that's simply not true. Like, I
No, that
mean,
is true because it
that
affects us differently. Absolutely affects us differently. I've been followed around in the store because I didn't buy fast enough. I've been to
mhm.
different countries. I've lived in Germany for 4 years as the only black person in the community in Germany. I've lived in England. I've lived
Oh,
in nine
Jimmy
fucking.
Dore found a quote directly from him. He said he didn't want black people doing his accounting. He wanted Jewish people.
Okay, yeah,
What's soft about that?
that's old white racist people shit. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right, but it's not
Yeah.
harming me at all. Like literally, is not harming me at all.
What about when he was sued by the government and prosecuted
It is
for
not
housing
harming
discrimination?
me at all. Now, for the
It's
specific
harming people like you, though.
no. Hold on. For the specific person that it is harming in his direct vicinity, who may or may not hypothetically be might be getting hired by him, yeah, it might be harming that. But like now, you're just pulling a lot. This is the issue. If we wanted to combat racism, we can't combat the hypothetical racisms. You got to combat the real racism that has actually happened. Like the systemic racism that's happening, the redlining that's happening, the fucking what
The police discrimination that
the police
his administration
discrimination,
is
the
purposely
financial
ignoring,
discrimination,
which is the thing that he did on his first day, because he said he wasn't going to pay
don't-
attention to any of that.
Look, I guarantee.
I'm just saying. Yes, no, he's not going to be caught shouting the N-word. I can totally guarantee that. That doesn't mean he's soft racist or not racist.
So wait. You
He's
think
he's very hardline racist. Like at least if he's not, he's playing one really friggin' well.
No. I
and
know he's a racist. I'm not saying that. Hold on, but I'm gonna ask you a specific question.
Okay.
Do you think that he hates black people? Like I'm gonna kill all of them, or do you think that black people are just bad and they're in my way?
I
and
think
I want to kill them.
I think he thinks that black people are less than him.
Okay, fair enough.
And people like him.
Now we can agree on something. We can move from that.
Yeah.
That's not really soft racism, though. That's the same thing that the Nazis believed.
No, the Nazis did not believe. The Nazis,
They thought that Jews were lesser than them.
No, and should be exterminated.
Yeah.
so there's a leap.
I mean,
there.
we have
This is the
concentration
leap-
camps in this country.
This is the leap I'm trying to make here,
Okay.
because the reason why is because you have a finite amount of energy and time. If you spend all your energy and time worrying about these racist fucking people in America, the most diverse country on the planet, where they have really no power, not even the president has his absolute power, you're wasting your time. If you want to do things, because you could say Donald Trump said this, and he's a racist, while the other person says Donald Trump ended. He passed a bill that got rid of what was the prison bill or something like that.
Second chance.
Yeah, the thing that he did because Kanye West and Kim Kardashian asked him to.
Yes, whatever that bullshit is.
Yeah.
Not that I agree or disagree with that bullshit.
Because that's one of his black people.
The point is, like, you're not gaining any ground here. This argument is not the argument that is a winning argument.
No, I mean, calling him racist doesn't win anybody over, but acknowledging it is important.
Right, everybody knows it. Like, who doesn't? Even
that's
people
why
who
I'd much
support him
rather
know
talk
it.
about policy and how we can get policy passed. But the idea that we should ignore Twitter is a bellwether. YouTube is a bellwether. We learned that in 2016. No, we did. We did.
No, we did.
Like, look at how many of these YouTubers ended up in the White House. Did anybody know who Mike Cernovich was before 2016?
Hold on, because that's a circle jerk argument.
It's not.
You elected a fucktard popular president who didn't put other fucktards popular people in the White House. That doesn't mean anything except for
these fucktards that were pushing for him and pushing his policies and ginning up the base in order to come out and vote for him.
But that's not a bellwether. What happened is that you completely destroyed the principal portion of the government that will put these other people in positions. And not only that, the entire fucking government is in shambles. I don't know if you read this shit. The state house is in shambles. Many of the other parts of the government in shambles and understaffed.
The FDA, yeah.
They're all fucked. They're all fucked. This is what happens when you destroy the top. So you can't tell me.
And what ideology is consistent with minimizing the role of the government
Well, now you talk about Republicans. That has nothing to do with racism explicitly. Well, it does, but not explicitly.
I mean,
because I'm not arguing that there's a certain sect of Republicans who are inherently racist. I'm not saying
oh,
that.
of course, yeah. But
I
no,
think they
I'm
are.
saying he's a very effective Republican president. He's dismantling.
Yeah, it's funny because I
you
don't
know,
think he's a Republican at all. I don't think he gives a fuck about any of this
he's
shit.
he's conservative.
No. So
That
no.
his pursuit of money and like rerouting taxpayer money to
Being
himself,
greedy.
that's a
Okay,
conservative belief.
so you can correlate the fact that being greedy is
He's
conservative,
ultra
but there's
capitalist.
greedy Democrats too. Are they
I
conservative?
agree, and they're usually conservative.
But they vote and put all their money in the Democratic Party.
I
And this is why I don't think words really matter. This is why we have to argue specifically on the principle and the policies. And these name calling and these got you moments mean absolutely nothing. Not that I'm trying to get you like say that you're wrong for this. This was my original point. Like none of this really matters because these are circular arguments amongst the left only. You think right wingers give a shit about this? They don't give a shit about none of this.
No, because they're already congregated in these spaces that we chose to ignore it. We're not ignoring it anymore, and that's why we're actually getting more mobilized now. These spaces are important. These spaces need these spaces. We need to use them to actually push for something.
I think the spaces are important.
Yeah, they're important, but I don't think they're the most important.
It's the whole reason that leftist Twitch streamers has become a thing. It's one of the reasons why I started becoming a political voice on Twitter or on Twitch, even though I said originally that I wasn't going to do that. I said I was going to avoid it because I was worried about getting attacked. But
I mean,
I've seen that it's
appreciate
much
that
friendlier on here than it is on YouTube.
And even if you're a right winger, I appreciate if you stand on your principle, like the things that you actually believe in. Well, I mean, the problem I really have with politics in general is that it's largely just all fallacy. It's just because my party said so, or what.
Oh, and yeah, no, I don't believe in party politics at all.
I think it's destructive.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, my criticisms to the left are not aimed at you specifically. It's just the problems I see. Because
I do think there's a lot of people that are willing to bury people based on not being ideologically.
The left will bury themselves based on these ideas. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? This is not how party politics work. You want to win elections, you have to have party politics. Right, that doesn't mean you need to move to the center, but that does mean that you need to all congregate around an idea and stick to it.
You would really like Sam Cedar. Like I think he would move you slightly to the left I've always
watching a 3-hour stream of his today.
Yeah, it's good shit today.
I don't watch any more Sam Cedar. I like the guy. I like pragmatic people.
He's very pragmatic. He was one of the people in 2016 who was arguing with morons like Jimmy Dore that no, you should not be voting third party if you live in a swing state. You should be voting for Hillary Clinton. If you live in a state that's not a swing state, it doesn't matter whether you vote for a third party or not. If you truly believe in that third party, vote for him.
That's just that. I agree with him actually, but that's
way too you have to be pragmatic.
It's the messaging. That's too complicated of an idea. Way too fucking complicated.
You know what a simpler way of putting it was? Okay. You kept saying, think of the Supreme Court.
Who the fuck even knows on the Supreme Court?
Scary.
A lot of people.
No, they don't, because most people don't even know who the vice president is. Most Americans don't know who the fuck is on the Supreme Court. I guarantee you.
They may not be able to name it, but they understand the implications of having like a conservative heavy Supreme Court.
Especially after what happened to Merrick Garland.
They do not.
Who wasn't even left wing. He was like a moderate.
Okay. Well, I mean, because we can't prove this, we have to agree to disagree here. I think most people are disengaged in civics and politics in general.
I think honestly, people are actually more engaged now. Bernie Sanders actually got a lot more people engaged now. I think we're going to see record turnout in the next election, so long as there's a candidate there that actually gets people to want to vote for him.
Who'd you say?
I said so long as there's going to be a candidate in there that people
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders.
Okay, no. So with Bernie, okay.
There are several people.
Barack Obama got the most people involved. He had record turnout.
No.
I mean, he definitely had a lot, but I think we would expect higher
Voter
numbers than
turnout?
we did back then.
Voter turnout, yes, but getting people actually engaged in the process and running for office,
so you're
no,
measuring
he
two
did
different
not.
things. So Barack Obama got more people in the United States involved, but Bernie Sanders' energy was higher amongst the people who supported him. But that does not win an election because he did not win in 2016. What you need to do is get more people involved. Now, now hold on. What I will say, Bernie Sanders amongst the Democratic representatives who are running for office right now has the most cohesive coalition at this point. Like he has the middle-aged soccer moms, he has the black vote, he has this and he has that, right? Something that only is rivaled by Joe Biden to whatever extent you want to measure that at.
He's got a lot of old people. Joe Biden does.
Well, I mean, but old people turn out to vote more than anybody.
And that's important. I don't know if I agree. Also, unless you tell me you've looked this up, that Bernie Sanders has the black vote. Because didn't he get a lot of criticism in 2016 for comments?
Thing. The black vote is overwhelmingly
specifically black women support him more than any other demographic. The myth of the Bernie Bros has been dead.
And that's one of the most important votes in the Democratic Party. The most one of the most heaviest votes in the Democratic Party is the black woman vote. So if you're gonna win the presidency, you need to have the black woman vote, without doubt. So that right now that's somewhere between Biden and Bernie, and Bernie is Buttigieg has 0, Kamala has 0.
I'm actually arguing with a friend about Buttigieg. And he thinks that he has a path to victory, and I'm like, dude, his own people don't even like him. Black people in his own city hate him.
Yes, no, he's
garbage.
He's got no chance. He's 0 chance.
Agreed.
So if you start to break down the Democratic electorate, you'll start to realize that who doesn't have a chance at all and who will. You can cut probably 70 to 80% of these people out immediately, because they just don't have a fucking chance. And so what about?
No, I totally agree. I think that we're wasting our time with Beto O'Rourke, Mike Buttigieg, or Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar. They're a waste of time. There's an extent that I believe that Yang is a waste of time.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for him either. So that's fine. But what we have to do is look at what Obama did. The way Obama was able to landslide his victory so easily is because not only did he turn out a conglomeration of different voting sects, but more importantly than anything else, is he obviously won the black vote and he turned those people out in record numbers, and people who historically just don't vote, but he turned out the young vote. The young vote and the black vote in the Democratic Party matter almost the most in unison. When you put those two together, there's not a Republican person that can beat that, because Republicans in general can't beat the Democratic nominee if they're popular.
But you're just talking about in the general election. Primaries are much different.
No, I'm talking about the primary. No, I'm talking about the primary.
For the majority of the primary, Obama was seen as pretty much pointless too. They kept saying that he should stop attacking Hillary Clinton. He should, back off on some of the things he says. He's not going to be president. He's polling low. He's not going to win Iowa. And then he won he won the candidacy.
You're right. Yeah. So that was incumbent upon him to get to make it to that goal line. And once he did that, all the black people got behind him. Not only did all the black people get behind him, all the black people didn't even know that they could vote got behind him. And then they told their brothers and sisters. And then they said, "Hey, white people at work, you fucking better go vote."
Oh yeah, I was there. I remember that night, and he was announced. I was working at a 7-Eleven, and I remember specifically 3 black women came in, and it's like, we won. I was like, hell yeah, we did.
It's not just
it was awesome.
Barack Obama won the presidency. What is also historically important is the turnout that he turned out.
Yeah,
record fucking numbers for a presidential election. That's important. That's how you win the presidency. Without,
I think Bernie can beat that.
I think Bernie would have beaten that in 2016 if he got the nomination.
I think he'll beat it in 2020 too if he
I'm
gets
not
the
going to argue
nomination.
for or against that. I don't know, and I'm not sure. So
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean that's why I say like I've heard firsthand from a lot of people who got involved in politics, both running and campaigning and actually like voting, paying attention because of Bernie Sanders, and it's my age group and younger. Millennials got involved. Zoomers are involved now. They
Millennials and
care about it,
Zoomers
and
are
they
involved.
want to vote for.
But that didn't
Sanders.
translate. That has not translated very well. So whoever the nominee
And not a single vote has been cast yet.
Exactly. So
So
whoever
there's
the
nothing
nominee,
to even gauge. Like,
well, I'm just talking about as activity, voting activity in between now and then. But yeah, so
well,
whoever the
we
new
had
nominee,
the largest turnout for a midterm election.
right? But that wasn't the largest young turnout. That was the largest turnout in general. Barack Obama,
But it was a large young turnout too.
Had a absolute disproportionate young turnout. That's what matters.
Yeah, but Bernie Sanders has that demographic too.
No, I get that, but having the demographic and having them actually show up at the poll, I mean, at the voting polls, we all I'm saying is we shall see. I'm not saying that it is or isn't, because I'm not going to act like I can predict the future. I'm not saying Bernie's a terrible candidate. I'm not saying none of these things.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is that we're arguing about Trump's racism is not the key to winning.
Oh no,
I think so too.
No. I totally agree with that. Like that's something that I like to stop a lot of libs from doing. Like saying things like I joke about it sometimes even on here, where I say you called him a Cheeto man again. Oh, you fucking got him. Like no, you didn't. You didn't talk about anything. You didn't say anything. Like what are you going to do? What do you bring to the table? Yes, that's important. And Bernie Sanders does that better than anybody.
Let me give you, I mean, you say you're married to a black woman, so let me give you. I mean, but you're from the north and I'm from the south, so they're in slightly different culture. But anyways, let me give you the boomer take. Most black people don't give a shit about what this old white man is saying. We're used to it. Like that's what old white people have been saying our whole lives. I don't give a fuck what Trump is saying.
Yeah. My father-in-law, he hasn't figured out who he's gonna vote for, but like he keeps telling me all the time that he doesn't want to vote for Bernie, which drives me nuts. He's like, I don't know who I'm going to vote for.
Yeah, because see, his standpoint is not like he wants to be progressive. Yeah. He's like, fuck that old white guy who's racist. That's it. That's it. Like
he's already said no Biden. He's already said no Kamala Harris. I think he's leaning Warren, but like
so this is
I gotta
go to the bathroom, but that's what really intrigues me. The black vote is not going to Kamala. Who is?
I think it's.
I'll tell you.
The prosecutor.
I'll tell you his spicy hot take.
I have the emergency bio, but I'll be back. Yeah, okay. So y'all ponder
on. I want to tell him the spicy hot take from my father-in-law. He. Okay, so when he was last here, we were talking about this, and he told me that, Kamala's not black. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? It's like, yeah, she's not black. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, she's part Indian. I'm like, okay, but she's she's also black. And it's like, no. She's Jamaican and Indian. And I'm like, I'm sorry? I'm like, doesn't that still count? Is that kind of same thing? He's like, no. There's a whole different thing, than being Jamaican and being Indian, and being black. It's like, she's not black. She's Jamaican and Indian. Okay. Like that was on top of the usual reasons to not like Kamala Harris, but yeah, he doesn't believe she's black. Flat out.
That's weird. I actually do know somebody that swears to her grave that Michelle Obama's a man.
That's a completely different thing, but oh my god.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
I want to acknowledge the guy in chat real quick. Once Biden's other eye explodes, and he drops on. Yeah, he's funny. The black women will vote for whoever's nominee. That is also true.
Once Biden's other eye explodes and he drops out of there.
The black population is not a unison. Voting population.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you the spicy take from my father-in-law. He told me Kamala Harris isn't black.
You can't tell me no spicy takes. It's
hell yeah!
Go ahead.
He said that He said that Kamala Harris isn't black.
But she isn't. She's Jamaican and Indian.
There we
And
go. That blew my damn mind.
No. My grandmother hated Haitians, and she hated all kinds of other black people. Trust me, it's not the same thing. Amongst black people, they do not see themselves as the same.
What's funny is like, you know, one of his son's ex-wives is Jamaican, and she's fully accepted in the family. One of his sons.
Oh,
is Jamaican.
Well, I mean, it's different when you have to deal with somebody on a personal level. But when you say those people, yeah, well, I don't give a fuck about those people, right?
I will say like Jamaicans usually they're not so nice to me and my wife when they see us
Jamaicans
together.
are mean in general. They're not nice to other black people either.
I've had some bad experiences. Yeah, I actually we were at Cedar Point one time, and this guy was Jamaican, and like the guy like ignored us, and then when he finally like got to us, he was like, "What you want?" And I was like, yeah, can I get like shaved ice lemonade?" I was like, "Okay." And he just like the whole time he was like glaring at me while he filled it partially full, like half full of ice and lemonade, and like just slammed it down. And I'm just like,
you know the stereotype.
Can
of
I
black
get some
women?
more?
Huh? You know that stereotype of black women being angry and loud and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
that's Jamaicans times 100. that is literally the stereotype of Jamaicans.
My wife hates that stereotype. She's fiery. She's fiery, but you know.
I mean, stereotypes are based on some kind of truth. But yeah.
Some kind.
Yeah, some kind. But
it's broad generalism. But yeah. But like, you know, I have actually talked to, a lot of black people who are down for the Bernie vote. I mean, Bernie has come to Flint more than anyone. He's got Flint. He's got Flint.
I'm not arguing that. No, I'm not arguing
He's going to get Michigan again.
And Bernie doesn't spend all his time talking about fucking racist shit either.
No, he doesn't. He talks about practicality and policy. He does acknowledge that Trump is racist, but he tries to steer away from that. And he does talk about racial inequality too, but he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't. I agree. I've agreed with you on this already. I don't like what liberals do where they say, oh, he's racist. Oh, he's racist.
Don't spend your time on that shit. Like America's
like,
racist.
yeah, acknowledge he's racist, but move the fuck on. Because
if you want to acknowledge who's racist, just fuck Trump. Just acknowledge that America is still racist. The country underlying principle and how we conduct our lives is still racist in some sense. That's more important. I don't give a fuck about Trump.
That's what pisses me off so much about liberals, because like we want to go back. We want to go back to when times are good. Back under Barack Obama, racism wasn't nearly as bad. And I'm just like, motherfucker, where were you paying attention? Where were you watching?
And I don't blame Barack because Barack had a unique problem. Barack had to pass legislation while being a black person and then dealing with black people problems. So he decided to exclude the black people problems.
That wasn't really smart.
I think it kind of was, because if he had spent too much time dwelling on race problems, he might not have passed the Affordable Health Care Act.
Well, no, not dwelling on it, but like at least not ignoring it till the last 6 months and then creating your brother's keeper.
I mean, but you're I see what you're saying, but
yeah,
I don't know if I agree or disagree. I'm not gonna say either way. What I'm saying is that in the present moment of his time, in him having to make those decisions, he had no future crystal ball to say this is going to work or not work. Would he and a lot of black people who are at least prominent of status will run into the problem of is that how much do I acknowledge my race, and then how much do I not acknowledge it in the fact to get things done in my life? And he definitely had to balance that issue, and I'm not mad at him because of that.
No. Like it's my critique is slightly more nuanced than that. Like I totally acknowledge that he could not have come in and just been like, oh, I'm gonna do reparations.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna
Oh no, that would
completely
have.
reform the police department.
Yeah, that
I'm
would
gonna
have been
do
the end of his
criminal
political
justice
capital.
reform. Like, no, I knew he wasn't gonna do that. But like,
Well, that's what black people thought he was going to do, and it's not going to happen.
I
Well,
mean,
some certain sect of black people, I should say. Not
yeah.
all black people.
Yeah, because I didn't hear that much. A lot of people were just more so happy that he won the presidency.
No, especially older people, because like you have to remember, like a lot of people forget before Barack Obama, and this is what Zoomers just don't get, that like the young generation just don't get. I
Oh, yeah.
spent my entire life knowing that there will never be a black president. My grandmother absolutely knew. Matter of fact, my grandmother told me that she would never go to the South. Fuck the rest of the United States. She's staying in New Jersey. Fuck y'all.
Totally not racist, New Jersey.
Hey, but that's the reason she understood and knew.
Yeah. The better have the enemy you know rather than the one you don't, right?
Right.
Yeah,
So
I gotcha.
So Barack Obama, just by his existence, tore down the idea of some barriers, at least if they're not even if they're not real barriers. The idea is now broken that if a black man can be a president, well, maybe we can get over this whole racist shit. Maybe we can. I don't personally think so, because I think there's some type of innate predisposition in us that is not violent, at least, but that it is culturally born out in ignorance at its highest form. And with the multitude or the plurality of types of people that we have in the United States, we're constantly, unlike other nations, fighting a consistent uphill battle of dealing with this issue that we have never really acknowledged. So we've never really, as a country, never really acknowledged any racist thing. Well, we passed a bill and we did a thing. Then we're like, the next day we're like, okay, it's over. Everybody move the fuck on. But we never really said, okay, we have a race problem. That has never happened.
Yeah.
And so that's something that that's something that happened in South Africa.
It's been happening. It's been happening more. Pretty much, I remember the moment where that sort of thing started happening was, when the verdict for Trayvon Martin was passed.
But we didn't, in my estimation, I might be wrong, but we didn't move anywhere. Like
white people did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No. Yeah. No.
Okay.
So,
let me tell you, as someone who gets like both perspectives, like I watched it as, because I was already on that side, obviously, from where I my relationship, obviously.
Yeah.
So, like, I was already there, but like anytime I would have this conversation with other white people, no, we're not a racist country. Like, what are you talking about? And it was always too extreme for them to hear.
No,
and they would like kind of resent me for saying it.
That's terrible.
Yeah, like, what? No, this country isn't racist. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The crack epidemic. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's crazy. And then, Trayvon Martin happened, Michael Brown happened, and then all of a sudden I started seeing all these white people talking about, holy shit, this is a racist country.
But so let me ask you a question. Haven't you seen the disconnect? This current movement, it's all white people though. Like there's no coalescence of the country doing it. It's mainly middle income white people doing it. Which is no, hold on.
Black Lives Matter isn't.
But that's a different matter. That's specifically targeted for a specific problem. Whereas where you have the liberal middle-aged white America doing a different thing, and it almost feels like white guilt. I don't want white people to be guilty. Guilty of what? And there's nothing to be guilty of. So what I feel like is what we're having here is we're having a cultural movement that is not coinciding with each other. Like it's not jiving together. The gears are not clicking. So everybody kind of wants the same thing, but they're definitely moving at completely different paces and movements here. And again, I think that's where where the Democratic Party is falling apart on that level. And that's something that Barack Obama was able to, in some fucking magical manner, just to see all in one place.
Just in
But
2008, 2012 was not
no, yeah, you're right. And then
effective. Yeah.
because it was false, it exploded. And
Hmm.
under his own presidency, we
See,
saw
that's what
more
I'm talking.
racism.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like when I talk about, how what he promised versus what he did, how he ran as more progressive than he actually governed. This centrist belief that you have to govern this way in order to hopefully get Republican votes that, I'm going to keep saying this, you're never ever 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 going to get. Like that's baked into the cake of what's going on right now.
Yeah,
Centrism
exactly.
does not work long term, especially. It might work short term. Like I had, the conversation I was having with somebody, the Pete Buttigieg fan. I told him, I was like, it might work. You might get Mayor Pete if he's nominated for one election, and then the midterms happen,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to lose the House again. And then the next election happens. And then what? Who's worse than Trump? Tom Cotton? Like that is my biggest fear is like
Well,
electing
no,
like
Mike Pence.
President Tom Cotton.
Oh,
So
Mike
this is my
Pence.
other thing about tossing Donald Trump. So you toss Donald Trump, and what do you get? Mike Pence?
Oh yeah, no. I totally recognize that, but I'm talking about, I know he's going to finish his term, but I'm talking about like the elections. Once we oust Trump, which I think we're going to do. I mean, I think Joe Biden is really the only candidate up on that stage among the actual people that are likely who would lose to Trump.
Yeah,
I totally believe that.
Well, so okay, yeah, I hate when fucking Democrats or liberals or whoever argue this fact. Have you ever seen him run for president like the last 3 or 4 times?
No.
He's terrible. He's fucking terrible at running for president.
He was accused
And he
of
loses by
plagiarizing.
landslides. He's terrible.
He was accused of plagiarizing in, what was it, like 92?
Yes. Every single
Plagiarizing
time he runs for
speeches?
president, he has a major scandal.
And he says some really dumb shit.
Or he says some really dumb shit, yes.
Yeah.
That's Uncle Joe. He's always been fucking Uncle Joe. Yes. But, I mean, my overall point is like the biggest fear I have is if we elect another centrist and we go, okay, we elected this person who was electable, who ran talking all the right things that got me to come out again, and then he doesn't do them.
I think what the takeaway here is, at least on my part, is that I don't agree with more left people than me.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree that you can't have the centrist standpoint. You need, if the Republicans are going to bring the fucking aircraft carriers and nuclear weapons to the fight, you can't bring the fucking horses and shotguns. You need to step up your game, and
Hell yeah.
Democrats have been severely lacking in stepping up their game.
Mhm.
Severely fucking lacking in stepping up their game. They've been outraged for decades now, and they just don't want to escalate. And that is not only shown in the public discourse, but that is also shown in the bureaucratic discourse. How they've handled themselves in the House of Congress and in the Senate, and how they've.
I mean,
handled
even in the
themselves
state elections with gerrymandering, with all the they've run roughshod over to basically make it impossible in some states for them to flip a house.
Mhm.
Like there's
Super
some
passive.
states that you could get 60% of the vote for a Democrat and still have a Republican led house.
Yep. And that kind of is my issue. So what you have is an imbalanced playing field. We're not playing.
This
the
is
same
why I
ball
say
game.
we need an extreme. We need someone who's going to come in with a hammer and be.
But see now, so when you state it that way,
Mhm.
I don't know what that extreme is because Bernie Sanders is really not that extreme. As
Oh
far as
no, he's extreme for this country. I mean, we've had
He's
this conversation before.
Yeah, he's extreme in his propositions for policy, but he's not extreme in his bureaucratic views. Like he also believes in the way functioning government works as it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that is evident in the fact that he doesn't want to blow up the Senate.
Filibuster.
Yeah, filibuster. Exactly.
Which is something I really wish he would reconsider, but
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna say this. I don't know if I'm for or against that at all. Because I am a product of military parents. I have been born into. I've lived through. I am everything that is the United States government bureaucracy. I like the institutions. I like that they fucking work. So I can't make a good objective argument because I think that it's at the utmost importance
what
that
if I
our
told you
institutions
that
work.
the filibuster isn't an institution? It's only something that's just been around for a certain period of our history.
I know I get that,
Hmm.
but it's kind of a gentleman's agreement, right? Like that, and even a gentleman's agreement in my estimation is some type of institution as long as that you follow set order of law.
Okay.
Now when you start breaking that law, and now the gloves come off. Now again, I'm not making an argument.
And the gloves haven't come off yet.
Well, they have for the Republicans.
Yeah, exactly. We need. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Democrats are too passive.
Yeah,
well,
we
I've already
need
said
someone
that.
more
So
aggressive.
I don't. So I don't know what that answer is.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think that people largely respond to people who are willing to exert some form of power
yeah, but that doesn't
and
always make it
tell
right
them
because
what they
Hitler had
want to
some
hear.
form of power too, though.
And
Right?
that's always Republicans who exert power effectively.
Okay,
Democrats
so
do
here's what I
not
was saying.
exert power
But
at all.
so let's just say we had a populist left president, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to exert a lot of power, and not only exert said power, abuse said power. See, and so
Well, I'm not saying abuse. No, 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 no.
no, but no,
That-
no, no, no,
You
hold on.
you got to understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like using the bully pulpit,
No, I
telling
understand that.
Republicans hands down, look, you're either going to vote for this or I'm going to make
But
sure that, you lose your next election. I'm going
but
to make
this
sure that my party puts up a substantial candidate to run against you and we're going to run several
but
campaign
that
ads against you and make sure
yeah,
you
but that's
lose.
understanding that we were playing on a fair playing field. It,
Hmm. No,
what
I
I'm
know
saying
we're
is
not. That's why we need to do that.
no,
We're
no. That's
not.
still understanding certain principles of how the system works. What I'm saying is we so for the people who make the slippery slope argument, right? Like Donald Trump has already exploded certain ideas in the government.
Yeah.
You could go back and a Republican or a Democrat could go back and make these norms the same again and fix these things. Uh, but I don't know that happens. I actually don't think that just doesn't happen.
Well, I
But
mean, we've kind of seen that happen. I
what do
mean,
you, what do you mean?
we point out like how much older we are than all the people that we've been talking to. I
Mhm.
remember the Bush years
I do.
and
Yeah.
having these same conversations about, you know, they're going against all the norms. They're not doing how they're supposed to be doing.
But
They
that's
they
completely different.
locked they locked the Democrats out of even voting
No,
for
but that's
some
normal.
bills.
That's
They
normal politics. That's normal.
No, it's not.
Locking them out is normal.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not.
Yes, it is. No, read history. Please read it. Read congressional history. Congressional history is absolutely bananas. The shit that they do in Congress is fucking crazy in American history. Don't think that American Congress is fucking some like institutionalized
No, no,
greatness.
no, no. And
They
don't,
do
don't get me wrong. I
bullshit.
know I know there were some dirty politics or
Dirty. They were willing to kill each other on the steps of the Congress.
yes, but you're talking
Yeah.
about like 18th, 19th century. I'm talking 20 and 21st century. You know, it wasn't like that
Well,
in our country like during uh during pretty much since Roosevelt.
but the
Because
rules are in place
Roosevelt was the
for
last one who was really that dirty,
the rules are in
honestly.
place to be exploited, and both sides are quite able to exploit said issues.
And one side actually does, and the other side does not.
No. That's not true. That's not true. So, goddamn, who's the guy who did the huge socialist movement? social I shouldn't say social, sorry, social reparations movement post World War II. Uh, not Roosevelt. Was it Roosevelt? Not Roosevelt.
No, not Roosevelt.
Um,
Was it Henry Wallace you're talking
no,
about?
no, 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 no. The guy who put in all the social programs we got now, basically.
Well, I mean, not all of them, but like Social
M-
Security and
Many of them.
welfare
Sorry, many of
was
them. Many of them.
Roosevelt. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was
So
Roosevelt,
yeah. So I mean,
and he did it by packing the court. I know. Like I said,
yeah.
like
He
he
yes.
was the last one.
He absolutely exploited the system.
Yeah, he was the last one up until Nixon,
Yes.
who worked in that way.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. It's like when we basically allowed our system to work. When we
Okay,
allowed
but
our
no.
system, we didn't
So
try to get over one on our system.
Here's my issue. You can't say that it's okay for him to do it because you got the good outcome. And
No,
then
I'm
not
not
say
saying it's okay because we also did a lot of really terrible things because of that too. Japanese
right,
government, for example.
right. Okay. So what I am saying is that I think they're both wrong. What I think they need to do is, so at this moment in time, my innate idea, the thing that comes across my mind, the most solid initially when I hear these things, is that they need to concrete the institutions and fortify them in a way that makes more sense. So, for example, the president doesn't have the power innately to go to war with any other sovereign nation, but yet he continuously does because he can do that if Congress abrogates its power. Now that
Yeah.
is a lot of what ifs and things and stuff and bullshit and like why don't it just say that the president cannot do that and the Congress has only the power to do that. Period. In the story.
I
Okay.
mean, in the Constitution, it does say that like that Congress is the only body that can that can declare
Right,
war.
but legally, if you
But
abdicate your power, therefore you have
yeah,
no longer that power.
yeah, we saw that in the Bush years.
Well, that was before the Bush years, but yeah, it did
No,
happen.
it was no the
Yes, it did happen before the Bush years too. Ronald
not
Reagan
really.
did it. Clinton did it. Both
No,
presidents.
they both had backing from Congress. Like they asked to
In a
do that,
roundabout way, it wasn't that clear and cut.
but
Uh,
they still got the vote.
just like Barack Obama doing what he did was not that clear and cut. So with
But
Syria,
that's after
so
Bush.
so what Barack Obama did, so he played the system too, like that.
He said that he would change all those things about
But
what
he
Bush
didn't,
did.
and when he did it,
Bush expanded the power of not only the
Bush was
executive
a
branch but
fucking idiot.
also yeah
Bush,
yeah oh no I was getting to that. He also
okay.
expanded the power of the vice president.
Well, that
Like
was his
Dick
mistake
Cheney.
because Cheney's a fucking evil man. Bush
Dick
Jr.
Cheney
is a dumbass.
he was the most powerful vice president we've ever had in the
Yeah,
history of this
because Bush
country.
Jr. was a dumbass, and I love
Yeah.
Bush Jr. I think he's the coolest guy who's a Republican. I absolutely think Bush Jr. is a fucking cool guy. I think he's the like if out of all of the people you want to hang out with, Bush Jr. is the guy you want to hang out with.
I don't
But
know.
he's a dumbass. I think he's a
The more
dumbass.
I think about it, the fact that he's born again Christian and a former cokehead, nah. The dude almost got killed by choking on a pretzel.
They got no sympathy for that.
No. Nah.
So it's what's interesting to me is that we have completely different angles of perception,
Mhm.
but still see the things in pretty much the same light.
Yeah.
For
We're
example,
fighting for the same things. We really
like
are.
I stand on one side of the field, and you stand on another side of the field. We're looking at the exact same thing, and we see it as the same thing, but getting to that conclusion is much different.
Mhm.
But that's the part I find pretty interesting, actually.
I mean, I really think that we need things to change. We need something that
I think we all
unfortunately we haven't tried before. If we go to this lukewarm example, all around the country, we are welcoming the fact that more disillusioned voters will lead to someone worse than Trump being voted in. Because the Republican base is never going away. But the Democratic base constantly decides to fuck off and go home.
I don't think that's true, but yeah.
No, I mean that's what happened in 2016.
It
We
depends what you
fucked
mean
off
by
and we
base.
went home. We got, a lot of us, too many of us. We saw that letter come out from James Comey. We saw that, all the things that were already recognized about Hillary Clinton. We saw, how poorly she campaigned. We saw that, and we're like, and we were told over and over again, she's going to win, she's going to win, she's going to win. And we were just like, all right, well, then I'm just not going to vote because fuck her. And if she's going to win anyways, I don't care. And we just went home. Now I voted.
Okay, I was going to say
because I'm practical and I was scared of a Trump presidency.
I didn't vote because I don't give a shit. Personally, about that. I did.
But
vote
a
for
lot of
Barack
people,
Obama.
a lot of people didn't vote because they felt like their vote would be
But it
wasted.
doesn't matter. It doesn't. Like for a lot of people,
It did though.
No, that's not true. For many percentage of Americans, it doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter.
How much?
For some, but not
how
for
many,
all.
No.
How many votes did
So if you live in
Hillary
California,
Clinton
does your
lose
vote
in
matter?
Michigan?
If
Lose by in Michigan?
If you live in no, I'll get to that. If you live in California, does your vote matter?
I mean, less, yes.
It doesn't matter.
Presidential, no.
If you live
Local
in New York,
and state,
if you live in-
yes.
If you live in New York State, does your vote matter?
Well, there's some parts of New York State, like New York City is not just New York State.
You're parsing, my dude.
I mean,
for the
I'll
presidential,
agree that
we
California
know,
doesn't
We know
roll.
what New York is going to vote for the presidential. Come on, let's be honest.
I mean, do we though?
Yes,
they had Mike Bloomberg as the mayor.
No. Local politics doesn't matter for the presidential election. Who do they vote for? Overwhelmingly, Democrats.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so on a presidential
But I mean,
level,
this is what I said earlier about swing states.
Yeah, okay. So,
Yeah.
No, but swing states is like 6 states out of 50.
Yeah.
So now,
And
okay,
in
so
the Electoral College,
this
those
is-
states matter.
this is
Wisconsin
why
and Michigan.
the American voting public doesn't give a fuck. And this is why Barack Obama won, because he was like, nah, fuck all that shit. Now what? I like all of y'all motherfuckers. Even the motherfuckers that be in these states that don't matter. I like you. I fuck with you. I'm gonna go visit you. Hey, I see you over there. I fuck with you too. That's how Barack Obama won. That is how Hillary Clinton lost. Because most people
she tried to reach out to people too. It's just no one believed her because
she did
Hillary
not
Clinton.
try to reach out to people.
She
Come on,
did.
Don't mean me like that. Oh, she didn't
No,
even
no.
go to the
If
important
you look
states
up her
that matter.
campaign strategy, like what she really wanted to do, what her campaign kept putting out is that she wanted to reach inland rural Republican vote.
Okay, let's say
They
this
wanted
true.
to. They wanted to get
Her messaging was bad.
Yeah, she wanted to
agree
get
on
the
that.
centrist Republican vote that she felt didn't like Trump, and that did not work.
Who the
She
fuck
tried
cares if
to
you don't
make
like
that
Trump?
thing
See,
bigger,
that's a bad
and then
message
took all the
already.
rest of the
You
vote
can't
for
say
granted.
I don't like the other person, therefore I'm better. You gotta say why I'm better. That's just
Yeah,
a terrible
I
message.
agree.
She's just terrible president.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Like,
100%.
for example,
but
I think
this is why I say people staying home matters, because in Michigan, for example, and Michigan and Wisconsin, which are the two states that it really came down to, that she should have won, that if she campaigned in, like the margin by how many votes she lost in both those states.
it's minimal.
No.
Was
it was
it-
insanely close.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Minimal. Like the numbers are so small, she could have just literally went there and did a thing. She could have fucking had a barbecue and won.
And she didn't.
Like, God damn.
She didn't. The only time,
because
the last time she came to
she's a
Michigan was when she
Democratic
came to
elite.
Flint at the Democratic debate.
And this is why she's considered the Democratic elite who don't give a fuck about the regular people.
Exactly. Yeah. And
This
she
is
showed
why-
that.
And this is why Donald Trump wins. I don't even think we disagree. Again, I think what
Yeah.
happens is we approach the same subject from the different side of the field, and we get there at the
Yeah.
same at the same point. We just get there differently.
Oop.
Because I don't agree with all your presuppositions and assertions of how that happened, but nah, whatever. I don't think it matters. I really don't think it. Here's what I think it is important though. You can't take these voters for advantage anymore. You can't
Oh,
say
of course, of course.
like these liberal ideas. Some of these liberal ideas are just toxic. All people should go to college. That's not a thing. That's
How,
toxic.
how's that toxic though? People want that.
Why? No, people don't want to go to college. Most people in the United States don't go to college or care about college.
Because they can't afford it.
No, 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 no!
Well,
Don't do that.
okay.
No.
Okay, if a person wants to go to college, should they be able to?
Yes, but most people don't want or care to.
I don't know.
That is borne out in the numbers. That is absolutely borne out in the numbers. As a matter of fact, even if it wasn't borne out in the numbers, whether they wanted to or didn't want to, the job market shows that doesn't matter either. The most jobs in the United States don't need a college diploma. It's a fact. Because we're a service industry.
Most jobs that you can actually live off of that pay a living wage.
I mean, we all go, yeah, well, that's fine. We can argue that whether living wages are important or not. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I would argue, fuck these. I don't want to talk about burger flipping jobs. What I want to talk about is blue collar jobs. What I want to talk about is basic workforce jobs. The guy who fixes your AC and heater. The guy who works on your car. These are skilled labor.
I mean, again, that's something that in the last debate, Bernie also talked about. He said that the free college also includes, guess what? Trade.
Vocational skills?
Yeah,
that's
trade
what I care
skills.
about. Vocational skills.
He said it includes trade
vocational
skills.
skills make more of the population than college. Liberals are so bent on college that they miss the point of the working people. Just like they missed the point of the unions. Just like they missed the point of
wait. Unions?
Yes, union. The reason Donald Trump won is because the Democratic Party has absolutely abandoned the union movement. You think is this controversial?
I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying. I just
like maybe
was asked a question
that goes against my own perceptions. The idea that he said Democrats have abandoned the union movement.
Yes, they have.
Is that it?
Yeah, they have. That's why they're weak. When I say abandoned,
I would actually agree. I would actually agree. Largely, they have abandoned unions. Do you know who the one candidate is that still supports unions? Showed up on the picket line during the teachers' union strike, and will likely show up to the picket line in Michigan and all the various places for the GM strikes.
I dare you to say Bernie.
You know it's gonna be.
Yeah.
You know it's gonna be Bernie. It's always Bernie.
He showed up for the Walmart thing too.
Yeah. He sent food to the teacher strike.
I like you too because
I gotta ask you this because I want to see this guy's reaction. Okay, so vote Democrat. He likes to come in and tell people that Joe Biden is the candidate. He's the guy. Don't say anything else first. I gotta ask you this question because he asked me to. He said he wants me to ask you if you think Joe Biden can get the swing state votes.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is not a clear answer because Joe Biden is flaky as fuck. Joe Biden is he's like your crazy uncle. You just don't know what the fuck he's gonna say.
I've been telling you for months, vote Democrat. Joe Biden ain't it. Him and his bloodshot eye and his
if he doesn't say anything, he could probably win.
I don't even know that.
No.
I told you we were gonna like it.
No. I think the left will implode itself, and if he just doesn't say anything, he'll be the last man standing with the majority of the left standing. Now, every time he talks, he just. No, here's the thing, like history has already said what Joe Biden has done. He's ran for president like 3 or 4 times, and every time, what does he do? He implodes his own candidacy every time with his own words.
I think if he were to not say anything for the rest of the campaign, people would have to look at his policies, and then when people look at his policies, they wouldn't vote for him.
I don't think that's the weak point though, because his policies are.
It's a pretty big weak point. Because he's the only one on stage who's like, "Thanks for the follow, wired guitar."
No, I don't think that's his lead.
He's the only one, like the only legitimate candidate right now who's still like, Medicare for all can't happen. You guys are crazy on
No, because depending on how you poll Medicare for all, you can go both ways with it. It's a messaging issue.
Well,
it's not a policy issue. Who gives a fuck about the policy? Policies never matter in presidential elections. The policy does not fucking matter. No, it matters the messaging. You can convince a motherfucking country to genocide its own people with the right message. Oh, we've already seen that happen. Like, messaging matters. Fuck your policies. That's what I say to that.
Here, let me put it like this, because now I got vote Democrat saying it's not electable. It depends on how you ask the questions.
Exactly.
It's sort like how Joe Biden has been doing the polling and asking the question is basically, asking them, why did you beat your wife? Like that's the logic.
Joe Biden is the worst fucking messenger on the planet.
He is, but like his campaign is doing this to make it look like Medicare for all can't win. He's worse than Hillary, way worse. But like literally how they asked that question about Medicare for all is all he said was, do you support the Medicare for all bill that takes away your private health insurance from you? That's it. That's the question. They don't tell you about what it's replaced by, that you're going to get something better, that you're going to be more covered, that it's going to cost way, way, way less. They don't tell you that it's going to cover dental and optical. It doesn't tell you any of that. So when you actually ask people, while explaining what the bill actually does, the policy, they vote for it. That's electable, man. That last part was to vote Democrat, because he's their local Biden troll. We've all encountered him, haven't we?
I don't know if he's a Biden troll. I think he legitimately believes that.
I've seen him in everyone's chat.
Yeah, he visits every once in a while. I disagree with him, but
yeah,
I don't think Biden will get the nomination. It's possible, but we're so far away at E2.
Yeah. No vote has been cast, and I think that Biden is going to be really badly beaten, and it's going to be kind of funny. I look forward to seeing you vote Democrat when Biden has to drop out.
I'm back. So let me ask you a question as a centrist, because I know leftist people like this characterize centrists as the problem, the people who won't move, blah 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 blah. Well, I don't know if I fit that characterization, nor do I.
No, you don't.
So
because okay, I'll explain the problem with centrists, because that's essentially what you're asking, right?
Well, that's part of what I'm asking, but go ahead.
Yeah, because I've got to get going soon, so I'm trying to kind of, not rush you, but kind of get to it. You know what I mean?
No, but I got another part. But go ahead.
Yeah. So largely, what the problem is with centrists is they just hate Bernie Sanders. Like that's just kind of it. It's anyone but Bernie, and they have such a vehement hatred of him that they'll make up lies. They'll just like I've seen several.
I think you're talking about not centrists, but you're talking about establishment Democrats.
No. People who identify themselves as centrists. They will make up all sorts of nonsense about Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, let me tell you some of the things that I've heard about Bernie Sanders. Oh, he's self-centered. He never campaigned for Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
Never, not even once. He's so self-centered, and he tanked her election, and he refused to drop out when he should have.
They blame Bernie for him losing.
Losing. Yes.
My dad blames him for her losing. He said all the Bernie voters, and Bernie told them to do this. They stayed home. And when I pointed out that there were more Hillary Clinton to John McCain voters versus Obama than there were Bernie Sanders voters to Trump. He called that a lie.
Well, that's just evident that the voting public is just misinformed altogether.
Yeah.
But so,
yeah.
So what you're naming is ideological centrist. When I'm saying I'm more of a pragmatic bureaucracy centrist. I believe in my institutions. I believe in my government. It's to a certain extent. I believe in the powers that the cogs and the everyday people that serve in these positions that do their thing. I think it mostly works.
Yeah.
And I don't believe in exploding the system because you don't agree with it. Martin Luther King didn't explode the system because he didn't agree with it. He worked with the system and made it work. Yes, he did. He absolutely did. He did not do anything to explode.
He also wanted to explode the system. He was
did,
largely socialist leading.
Fruition, and that should be proof that it doesn't work that way.
I mean, there's a reason why it didn't.
Well, I mean,
and also
the FBI wanted to also kill him, but there's that too.
God, what's his name? He was Jesse Jackson ran for president in the 80s on the same platform that Bernie's running on now, and
he started the Rainbow Coalition.
Yeah, he wanted to do that too. Now, the one question I'd have to ask you about this, like the belief in the institutions, you're watching in real time how it doesn't take much for the institutions to just fail.
No. I would disagree with that characterization. What I'm saying
how
is,
so?
No, I mean, you're right, but I wouldn't characterize it that way. What I'm saying is that you have people who are that the institutions are still working, but what you're seeing is the heads of the institution are completely folding.
We're really not seeing the institutions work.
No. Hold on. Let me explain that then, because I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. The FBI still does FBI things. The CIA still does CIA things. Everybody still says what they're supposed to be. Everybody still does what they're supposed to be doing. The problem is that you're seeing a problem.
Not everybody. We can't say that. The Justice Department is not doing.
That's just like saying all these people do these things. Of course, not everybody. You can never make such a proclamative statement. But what I'm saying is that they still do what they do. What the problem is, and that Donald Trump has exploited, is that the interaction in between the institution, the appointed officials, who get are the connection between the institution and the political process, is fundamentally flawed. That's the problem. I think that's the problem.
Well, I mean, then doesn't that show that there's a flaw in the institution?
The institution itself is going to work. The institution itself is going to do what the institution does. They still protect this country. They still do what they do, regardless of who's the president.
They do,
no matter what.
They do.
So wait, you don't wait. You don't think the FBI is actually out there doing fucking good on an everyday basis?
Right now, under the leadership that they have right now, I haven't seen any.
What? No.
Yeah.
No, come on. Don't go. You're going down the conspiracy line.
We're talking about a president who only hires people to do these jobs for him.
He has nothing to do with what
he does because he can fire those people, and he has. He did.
He's
fired so many people. Are you kidding me?
No, listen to what I'm telling you. He fired the heads. I said that was the problem. Didn't I say that was the problem? But the the institution that is the FBI, that things that they do on an everyday basis has nothing to do with those heads. Matter of fact, 99% of the time they never even hear about these cases. The institution works. The problem is the link between the institution and the political process.
Who decides the institution?
What do you mean, who decides the institution?
Who decides who the heads of these institutions, or who decides how these institutions work? The heads of them.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, no, no,
No, yes.
no,
Yes.
no.
That's why we're seeing
Oh
the
my God! Like,
fundamental
have you worked
disintegration
in
of a
government
lot
before?
of our service.
Have you ever worked in government before?
No, but I know
Okay,
people
so
who work in government.
okay, go ask these people who work in government. Ask them how broken the hierarchical service is. Like, it's completely shit show. Like, the person above you, the hierarchy is non-existent, but it is existent, right? It is only existent when it's a problem. But the people who are working in these systems, the people who work in the VA, the people who work in the FBI, the people who work in the CIA, the people who work in the State Department, the people who do all these everyday jobs, they are unaffected by the president for the most part. 90% of the time, unaffected.
So
Now,
then all the reports about how the State Department was the worst run has been the worst run, and that a lot of our diplomacy efforts aren't being
yeah,
tracked.
no,
That
you're right, you're
that
right.
that none of our diplomats are actually making
Yes,
it
you're
to the
right, you're
countries that
right.
they're supposed to be.
Oh, you're right.
That doesn't have an effect on the
No, no, no,
institution.
no, 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 no.
Someone said also they said the State Department has been gutted, so
Yeah,
the
yeah,
amount of
yeah.
money everyone's getting too does have an effect.
Exactly.
Yes. No, no, no. Okay, okay, okay. Hold
These
on. No,
institutions
no,
are
you're in.
fundamentally broken, and it's
No, they're
being
not.
done in the
Okay.
name of a president who is choosing to just go,
Hold on,
fuck
hold on,
it,
hold on, hold
I
on, hold on,
don't
hold on,
care
hold
about
on.
the institution.
Because I think you're
Because
misinterpreting
the
what I'm saying
institution
here.
isn't doing jack shit
No,
to
no, hold
stop
on.
him.
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? So that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that they will do what they do, and then we have a democratic process that has been put in place to do what it does on purpose. So when we don't like a thing, you vote out that thing. Even if you vote in that thing, there's term limits. So even if you have the worst fucking president in the all American president histories, i.e., Donald Trump, in 8 years, that bureaucracy, that fundamental process still exists. Yes or no?
Not as it existed in
What,
previous administrations.
in
Again, I'm going to go back to Bush. I'm going to go back to Bush.
Okay.
The state, the institutions that were left in place for Obama that Obama did nothing about were the institutions that George W. Bush and Dick Cheney set up. And
That
that
did what?
allowed him to do a lot of things
Like
like
what?
the drone strikes.
Barack Obama was for the drone strikes.
I know.
So
They weren't, but they weren't legal.
You act
They
like Bush.
weren't legal
No, hold on.
before George W. Bush.
We're,
There were a
because we're
number of
conflating
things that
ideas. We're
they
conflating
that they
ideas right
did.
now.
For example, the Patriot Act, allowing us to spy on U.S. citizens. That was done under Obama. It was also started
Obama
under
made
George
the
W.
willing
Bush
choice to
during
do
the
so.
warrantless wiretaps.
Obama made the willing choice to do so.
Precedence matters. I'm
No,
talking precedents, not presidents. Presidents matter too.
no, I understand, but
Voting has consequences. These things carry over, and if you don't do anything to stop it
I
from
didn't
one
say
place
that. I
to
said none
another,
of that. I
then
absolutely said zero of that. No, I
but
didn't.
it shows that the institutions are broken and
No,
that they
no,
can be
no,
broken.
no, 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 no.
Unless we get a president who's going to actually redo all these institutions, which is going to take him the entirety of 2 terms to do at this point.
No.
Like
So what
we're
you're looking?
basically
No. Stop. What you're
the
looking at is high
institution
level
is
ideas.
done.
You're looking at high level ideas. Yeah. So drone strikes are not part of what that institution does. Drone strikes are a absolutely high level military combat act. The
I'm not
people on
just talking about
the
drones.
institution does not make that call at all. Like at all.
They do make they do make a call on how they're carried out. For example, when we're assassinating a U.S.
Hold on.
No. Hang on. You got to hear this. When we assassinated a U.S. citizen abroad under Barack Obama, his order. That changes things. That's a precedent that we have to deal with it from then on out. And that does not happen unless there's a George W. Bush presidency where we did similar things.
Say none of these things.
But I'm telling you that this is how the institutions get broken.
No. Because you're conflating high level and what I'm talking about. I specifically said the institution itself works its goals out and does its everyday activities as if nothing happened. From president to president to president to president, all the fucking time.
No, they don't.
What you're talking about It's specifically political acts. I specifically said not political acts.
But these
When you do a drone strike on a United States American citizen, that is a political act that can only be carried out by the highest level of government, not by the people in the institution. And then that has
not
been
if
set
it's
up.
going to be
And
justified by the president, whether it happens or not. Like, say, when a president like Donald Trump goes in and hang on, goes in and says, "Well, I'm taking the shackles off the military and allowing them to do whatever
I
they
don't give a
want to
fuck what
do."
Donald Trump says. Like that's the problem with
But
liberals
he's
all the time.
doing it
They
and
always
he's allowing it to happen.
no, he's not
That's
allowing
that's
shit to
how
happen.
this precedence is
No,
set.
because that's not how
When
the
you
military
increase
works.
the power of the military, which George
No,
W.
that is
Bush
not
did,
how.
and then you increase it
No,
even more, which Barack Obama did, with the same
no,
institutions in place that
that
George
is not
W.
how
Bush
the
did, that
process
Barack
works in the
Obama did
military.
not undo. You
That is
allow Donald Trump to come in and basically
no.
let the military take over. And he's
No.
not watching them. He's allowing them to do
Of course
whatever
he's
the
not
fuck they
watching
want.
them.
We don't know how many people they have killed abroad. We have
First of all,
rough
that's not how the
estimates.
military process works
Yeah.
at all.
Didn't
Zero.
they say they're not allowed to keep track of drone data in certain circumstances anymore?
Yep.
That's but look, listen.
They're not keeping track of citizen deaths either, but there are independent groups who are, and we have killed more citizens abroad than we ever have.
We've also had more conflicts abroad than we have ever had. So I don't care
Yeah.
about that. No, listen, hold on. Hold on. Look, the military process
You think that's working? You think that's the process working, that we're allowing the military to work separate from the president
because you're
and
conflating
doing
my
whatever
ideas.
it wants?
You're conflating my ideas. I didn't say that it was okay to kill more people. Never said.
I'm not saying you're saying
hold
it's
on,
okay. I'm
let me
telling
finish.
you the
Cyrus, what are
institution-
you saying?
Exactly. So, okay, let me finish. Jesus Christ. So what I am saying is, the military process does not work in the way that you. I don't even know how you think it works. To be honest with you, there's political acts, there's military acts, and then there's everyday activity. Right? Can we agree on that? Can we get to that point?
I mean,
There's
to an extent, yes.
There's literally a political act. There's literally a high level military act that can only be signed off by the highest forms of the military, and then there's what happens on the every day, right? So we agree on that, right?
Sure.
Okay. So for you to say I want to apprehend Osama bin Laden, what level does that take?
Well, of course, it takes the executive branch in order to make that decision.
Was it a crime to infiltrate Pakistan without their permission, go in there, snag a person, murder him, and then leave?
Yes.
Okay, that was a political act. That was not the bureaucracy. That was not the institution. That was a political act. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And it set precedents for what?
That set precedent. Well, they set no precedents because presidents have been doing it forever. They've been doing it for generations now. They've had literally. Congress has been subjugating their military powers for generations. That's Congress's fault. I am not defending that. You are absolutely right. Congress needs to fucking pull in the reins and tell the president to chill the fuck out. You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what I am saying, I am not.
But how does that not have any effect on low level acts?
It does have effect on low level acts because
that's what I'm saying.
No, it does not. I'm sorry, it does not, because you think that the everyday military personnel is affected by these decisions. They are not. They are absolutely not. They do.
What do you mean by low level military personnel?
So okay, so do you guys understand how the military is structured? Basically,
somewhat.
Yeah, it's a hierarchy.
Oh yeah. You have squads, you have brigades, and et cetera, depending on what branch of the military you're in and whatnot. And everybody answers to another person, and that's the way it's structured. And
it moves up the line
in a very institutionalized way. So the guys who are structured in a squad have no bearing on what the president is saying or doing, unless they given direct orders to do so. But even that's very fucking rare, because if the president is telling somebody to do something in the military, that is a very special case scenario, and that usually means either A, moving a large amount of forces, or B, doing a very targeted attack. So most of the line level military are not doing anything that the president has said, unless we're at war, right? Like at a traditional war, like we're invading Iraq or some bullshit like that.
Okay, but like I said before, what if the president is just signing off on everything the military is doing because he says I'm taking the shackles off, and the military, you've heard the phrase "everything to a hammer looks like a nail,"
What
right?
evidence do you have of this happening?
Seen what we've been doing overseas?
We've been doing the same thing we've been doing overseas for 50 years. The exact same
Nah,
thing.
we've increased.
No, we have not.
We've increased, yes.
We've done the same shit we've been doing. We're infiltrating
We've increased
places
the
we
amount
shouldn't
of
be.
drone strikes.
So we replaced drone strikes with fucking boots on the ground and killing other people with actual hands. We've been still doing the exact same thing. We're not doing anything different.
No, it's a lot more now. It's a lot more now.
How is it a lot more? Where? Show me.
Yemen. We still don't know that.
We shouldn't have been on Iraq. We shouldn't have been in Afghanistan. We shouldn't have been in the fucking shit.
I agree, but
so it's not increased. It's just different day, different.
It has increased.
People that we're killing. It literally is different day. We were in Vietnam for fucking 10 years.
I didn't even get to even talk about like all the other shit out of.
So how's it different? How is it different? We've literally been killing people.
We've increased the amount that we've been bombing. We literally have. We have record number of drone strikes. We have more drone strikes in the first 2 years. In the first 2 years of Trump than we had in 8 years of Obama. And Obama did too many drone strikes
than we've been killing before.
Yes, with drone strikes specifically. Yes.
I don't care about drone strikes. I don't care how we killed the people. Are we killing more people?
But those are massive bombs dropped on people.
I don't care how we are killing people. Are we killing more people than we've been killing before?
Yes.
Evidence. I need.
Right.
Because I'm going to say that it's roughly the same and at some median level. Like, it's not exactly the same. But if you look at the averages going across time, you're going to see it's pretty relatively the same. We go in and we fuck shit up. That's what we do. That's literally what we do. You can argue that policy, and I could say that you're probably right. Yeah, that's a bad thing to do. But to say that we're killing more people because of drone strikes or some shit, nah, I don't buy that argument. Because that's not how it works. It just doesn't work that way.
Posted in chat the increase in drone strikes. And...
The increase in drone strikes, though. That's not the increase in fucking killing. And
well, I'm tying it together. Give me a second. Because they don't have it together.
I can agree with you. Yes, we've been more efficient in killing people. That's what of course we are. Hopefully we are getting more efficient in killing people, because if you want to eliminate a adversary, you want to kill the adversary efficiently. That's what the U.S. military does.
But drone strikes
this is why
are
we
not
don't carry
efficiently.
AK-47s and we carry M16s. Literally, that's the exact reason. Am I wrong there?
But they're not done efficiently. There's collateral damage. There's more civilian deaths.
Damage when you're killing opposite people.
There's a lot more now, because and we're not even tracking it.
Yes, well, we're not tracking it, but somebody's tracking it. Trust me, somebody is. You're never going to get that data.
That's one of the things the government should be keeping track of this.
They keep track of that. Trust me, they keep track of that. You're
not. Do you think it should be
got
made
another
public,
link.
Though?
Here we go. U.S. Trump revokes Obama rule on reporting drone strike deaths.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, we're not reporting them. We're not keeping track of them. Someone is, and we're killing a lot more civilians because the shackles are off on the military, and the military is just doing whatever. Because guess what? The military likes to justify its existence by being at war. That's why we're bombing in Yemen. That's why we're bombing in. Did we ever find out why the special ops group was in Niger, where that soldier got killed?
Hold on,
did we ever find out why they were there?
You're still conflating multiple levels of the bureaucracy. There is a difference between what the sergeant says. Hey, you go do this. There's a difference between what the president says. You go do this.
But he's not saying go do this. He's saying do whatever you want. And they're saying, okay.
No, you can't do whatever you want.
But they are.
No, they are not.
They are.
Okay, no, they are not. So Now you can point to the tapes where you had United States soldiers committing crimes, international crimes, obvious crimes. Those are individuals acting as rogues. That is not the large military that acts in the foreign U.S. capacity at all. So that's the low level, right? So I mean, I am not. I'm subscribing that argument to you because you're not making any other argument as far as what the low level is doing that is just wrong. Uh, Now the high level, the political level, you can argue all day. I am not against your argument with the political level. But that's not the military just doing whatever the fuck they want. That is the political or the highest levels of the Pentagon telling the military what to do. That's a completely different idea than saying that these people who actually work at the regular parts of this institution are just doing whatever the fuck they want. That is
I mean,
not true.
they do what they're told by the upper brass. Yes. And the upper brass is not taking orders from the president because the president says do whatever you want. So now there's no one deciding not to strike anywhere.
That's not true.
Okay, what part
So
is
there's
not
no
true?
one telling
Okay, so
the military
let me
to
explain
not
the hierarchy
strike
to you.
anywhere.
Let me explain the hierarchy of the military to you. Okay, so what the military does, so you've already correctly identified the upper brass. I would assume that you mean by that the generals, or the corporals.
Partially, any of the upper brass.
No, there's not.
Because
There's no any. No,
stop, do they not?
There's not no any. The military is very specifically structured, and there is no deviation. There is no.
So then you're saying if it comes down from the generals, then it's done.
It is fucking done. And if it's an illegal act, and hold on. And if he tells you to go murder your wife, which is an illegal act, then either A, you're a good soldier and you just go do it, or B, you be like, that's some fucked up shit. I'm not doing that shit. Let me go tell somebody else.
You mean like when Bradley
Manning is a special case.
shooting down our first responders and reporters in Iraq like that, and nobody faced any criminal charges for that? Or any of the other times that we've done things like that abroad?
I feel like you're just absolutely just not listening to anything I'm telling you.
I am listening. No, I don't feel like you're listening to me. You still think that these institutions are working, but you're not acknowledging how they've been fundamentally broken in the first place.
No.
You believe in the institution as they were, not as they are now.
Let Osiris speak.
So listen. Yes, there are bad actors in the military. Anytime you train a group of people to go out and murder people, you're going to have bad actors. Absolutely true, psychologically true, fundamentally true, objectively true. No matter how many people that you train to go kill people, they're going to be bad actors. I don't. Okay, so we do agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what?
So who's stopping them?
There is no stopping them. That's what you're not understanding, is that when you have a confrontation with another state power, there's going to be individual innocent death no matter what.
And if it's directed from
oh my god, what does that matter if it's directed from? You're not going to prevent innocent lives from being killed when you're fucking fighting other people to kill them.
The president can.
No, he can't.
But he's not even tracking where they are or what they're doing.
The president has no control over that part.
That's
not
right.
what you're not understanding. No.
He's telling the generals to do what they decide is right. And if they decide that what is right is things like what Bradley Manning opened up.
There is no right in war. This is not how military works. They don't.
I know. I'm telling you, they're deciding what's right, and no one's stopping them. No one's even monitoring them. No one's even keeping track of how many people they're killing abroad.
Yes, they are.
No one is. I literally showed that to you. They're not doing that.
You don't know. That is a very different thing than.
No. They aren't tracking it.
Hey, look, my mom and my dad both had top secret security clearances. What you don't know and what the public knows and what they know is completely different things. And what the military knows, you won't find out for 50, 60, 70 years. Okay?
And in 50, 60, 70 years, when I find out that I was right about this, just killing people, and no one was stopping them, which the president is supposed to do because he's the commander
The
in
president
chief.
can't stop people from killing people. Why do you keep saying that?
You know what I'm talking about. Like I said earlier, we
that
still
doesn't
have
work
no
that
idea why that special ops group was in Niger, where that soldier was killed. We have no idea why he was there. No one's even investigating it because Trump just said, "Do what you do."
Wait. I'm sorry.
No one cared.
I don't. No, hold on. I don't know what you're talking about. What'd you say?
That soldier that was killed in Niger,
I'm not.
the special ops.
I can't speak on that. I have no idea on that one.
Yeah, that was one of the first soldier deaths, mass reported soldier deaths under Trump, and it was heavily reported on that they were ambushed and they were killed. But what never was answered, still to this day, is why they were in Niger in the first place.
I don't. Look, I can't speak on that one. I'm not even going to attempt.
Neither can Trump. Do you know who can? The general, who he's allowing to just make these decisions without any of his input. Because he doesn't care. He says, do what you want. And that's supposed to be the institution.
You fundamentally don't
when it's supposed to be his job to watch the military, to make sure that it's doing what is in the best interest of the United States. He fundamentally He fundamentally decided that the best interest of the United States is whatever the military decides to do. And when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And if there's no one stopping you from doing that, you're just killing to kill.
The president does not micromanage the military.
I'm not talking about micromanaging. I'm talking about actually recognizing where we're hacking. If we were in Niger for no goddamn reason, and no one is asking a question of why we were there, then guess what? We were there illegally, according to international courts, and we cost the lives of our soldiers based on them being there for no reason that we don't know about.
Do you think we're anywhere legally? Do you even think that we even adhere to international court?
No, but we should. And it's actually a lot worse now.
We don't follow any fucking rules. We don't do any fucking thing, and you don't understand how the military hierarchy works. Like I don't understand.
No, but I do understand how the government works. I do understand that there is a hierarchy, and that's fundamentally what I need to understand.
No, because
when a decision is made for us to go into a random country in Africa, and it costs the lives of our soldiers, and we still don't know, and no one's even asking why we were there in the first place, that's a problem. That shows that the institution is not working. That shows that even though that was national news that the president himself talked about, he has no idea. I know. I know. That shows the problem with
that's not a problem with the hierarchy. That's a problem with the dumbass president. But this guy says, explain
that
how
he allows to exist under this institution because it was already too powerful, and he made it even more powerful. And you know what another president's going to have to do? Try to rein that in, and that's going to be very much more difficult to do than it would be if we did not have a Donald Trump as president. That shows that the institution is broken and no one is stopping it. No one is trying to keep it or rein it in at all. The institution of the military is fundamentally broken right now.
Okay, but listen. You cannot, absolutely cannot. The military, even the military generals, will not invade a country without higher power. You don't understand that, right?
No. Because they're literally doing.
We can stop.
Why were they in Niger? Why are we bombing in Yemen? Why are we
conspiracy level that I can't argue against? Because that cannot happen. You cannot.
But it did.
No, it did not. Just because Trump said it didn't, he's a fucking idiot, and I don't give a fuck what he says. Like, I give no shits what he says. Mike Pence could have said it. His chief of staff could have said it. Lots of people could have said it. But somebody in his administration approved that thing. You cannot move as a military. Even as a general, even as a 5-star general, you cannot move into a sovereign country without no prior fucking military existence and just do something. It is not happening without the administration knowing. Full stop. Absolutely full stop. It doesn't happen. You're making this
not if the president says, "I don't care what you do, what you feel is right," then he just isn't tracking it. Then the administration isn't even watching it.
It doesn't matter what Trump says. It does not matter what he says.
It kind of does.
No, it kind of doesn't. because the military still does its thing the way it's supposed to do its
Who's
thing.
tracking where the military is and telling where to go?
The same people who were doing it under Obama, Bush, Clinton, Bush Senior, Reagan, and so on. It's always worked the same. Just
But
because
Obama and even Bush knew where their troops were.
Listen.
They
Listen.
did. They did know because they actually cared
No,
where they were.
stop.
Now, I may not agree with every reasoning that they had for them being there or anything like that, but they still tracked them. Trump's not even doing that. He doesn't know where they are. He doesn't know what they're doing. He's telling him he doesn't want
I don't
to know what
disagree
they're
with
doing.
you there. That doesn't matter. God damn.
But that's the fundamental system
it's
breaking
not.
down.
No, it's not.
Because the military is acting on its own. Not in the best interest of the United States, but what it personally decides is the best interest of the United States.
You have no proof of this, but you keep making this claim. So I'm going to just say we're going to have to disagree here because you have no proof of this. You're just saying that it's doing what it's doing and it's just like on this like rogue mission to do whatever the fuck it does.
But it is.
There's no, but what I am telling you is that there's international rules that America, at least at the minimum level, will abide by, right? It will not just go in and invade a sovereign country with no prior military existence at all, without permission by a higher power. There's only very minimum amount of permission that you can get above the general, the Pentagon general of that military branch. Very minimum. The chief of staff can't say so. No intelligence agencies can say so. Basically, the president can only say so. And by the president saying so, he's abrogating or circumventing the Congress by doing so, and he takes responsibility for that. These people know this. These people abide by this pretty much 100% of the time.
And how many times?
Hold on. You talking a lot. Hold on. So you could let's talk about the Iraq War, right? Complete fucking fallacy of a bullshit war.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that come from? Where did that fallacy come from? Did it come from the military, or did it come from the political system?
Well, for one thing, it came from the political system, but the political system actually cared what the military was doing at that time, didn't
they didn't. Because if they gave
Yeah,
a fuck
they
what they
did.
were doing, they wouldn't
Because
stop
they
it.
wanted that war. They made a number of political decisions in order to cause that war to happen.
You know
Yes,
who
they
wanted that
did.
war? You know who wanted that war?
George W. Bush, yes.
No,
Weapons
that's
companies?
false. That's false.
And yes,
Obviously
oil
don't know
companies,
what happened
but
there. That is false. That's absolutely false.
God told him to attack Iraq. Remember?
No, you're memeing me. You
Did
gotta
you
be
forget?
kidding me now, because you absolutely don't know what you're talking about here. I'm sorry.
He said that. He said
I
that.
don't give a fuck what he said. What happened? Do you know what happened?
Yeah.
What?
We invaded. It turned into a giant quagmire.
No. How did we come to the decision to invade Iraq?
Inside the internal governments, there's been a number of different reports that led to the actual decision for the Iraq War, but largely the decision was
It was a misinformation campaign led by Dick Cheney, and the intelligence agencies did not support this information. Dick Cheney
that's true.
was the leader of this because it was profitable for the Halliburton or the military complex, or however you want to define these things. This was not a military act. This wasn't a presidential act. This was.
But why didn't we then invade Saudi Arabia?
And he should be prosecuted and put to death.
Why didn't they go after Iran then? They have oil too.
Because you can't fight Iran. Iran is not a soft target.
Neither was Iraq.
Yes, they are. You can't invade Iran.
Were they?
Yes, they were. We fucking robbed shit.
No. They were not a soft
Do you
target.
just not remember? I literally watched.
I do remember, and I remember millions of people dying on both sides.
Dad went there. We raffle stomped the shit.
Yeah, my brother-in-laws all went there too, and I remember millions of people dying on both sides.
It was terrible. Okay, we had deaths, but guess what? In war, you have deaths.
Yeah, But again, I'm like, just writing it off as just like, oh yeah, deaths. When I'm pointing out, yes, this was actually really deadly. The amount of deaths matter, does it not?
No, listen to me.
Or just saying, oh, well, just because there's deaths doesn't mean you have to acknowledge how many deaths there were. It's kind of an insane metric to have when you just decide to write off the metric entirely.
Okay, now hold on. I didn't say that. Listen to me. When you play basketball and you play for an entire season, you have injuries. You expect it. When you have if you send people.
And if your entire team gets injured.
Let him finish.
Jesus Christ. If you send people to shoot guns at each other, you will have deaths. Literally. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many, though? How many is acceptable?
There's none acceptable because we shouldn't even fucking been there.
Well, yeah. But there was a lot more there than there was in Afghanistan. Afghanistan was
That's not comparable. Oh my fucking God.
How is it not? It's a country that we declared
has no
war.
fucking military power whatsoever.
I know.
So how are you going to compare Afghanistan to Iraq?
Because we went to war with them.
We didn't go to war with that. First of all, we didn't go to war with Afghanistan. Oh my God.
We did.
We
deposed their leaders. We deposed the Taliban.
On military is completely just flawed.
We deposed the leaders of Afghanistan, inserting our own interests, and we also deposed the Taliban.
Okay, hold on.
Did we not?
Let me agree with you on something. We did to Afghanistan what we do to a lot of Middle Eastern powers.
Yes,
we just go in there and we
Central American, and
bro, we don't really like you that much. We're gonna put this guy in charge, and we're gonna move on, okay? And then we're gonna, we're gonna put our military right here in case you don't fucking act right.
Yeah,
we did do that. We didn't go to have war with Afghanistan, though.
Again, what you're talking about with the reasoning for Iraq is, again, it was a political decision by someone who actually cared about what the military was doing. The military brass also wanted that war.
No, they didn't. No, stop saying that. No, they didn't. The record shows the military brass, the intelligence agencies, and everybody in the government said that this was a flawed idea and it was bullshit. Absolutely. It was the political powers that said it was a good idea. And who said it was a good idea? Starting at the top, Dick Cheney and Michael Bolton and those fucktards.
John Bolton.
Sorry. The wrong Bolton. Completely wrong Bolton. But
way wrong.
You're just giving way too much credit to the military. The military.
You're giving way too. I'm not giving way too much credit. I'm giving no credit to the military.
What?
Because I think the military is something that does need to be properly controlled, and it is not. It needs to be properly monitored, and it's not.
It's absolutely easy to do. You don't hire dumb fucks as presidents. You don't hire George Bush as fucking president who has no fucking idea what left from right is. This motherfucker can't even speak a whole speech. He fucking confuses words that are one syllable. He's dumb. You didn't even hire fucking Donald Trump as the next Republican president. This motherfucker's hair is golden, but who the fuck knows where he got that golden from? It's not from Earth. I don't know fucking know. Stop hiring dumb fucks as president. Yes.
Okay.
The military is not the cause.
And that includes
it's the causation.
One other president.
Bill
Who's
Clinton,
in between those two?
Obama, you can name them all. They're all fucking culpable.
Because Obama did not undo any of the things. Yes.
He was all for it. Yes.
Exactly.
And
that directly leads to
that's not what I'm saying, though.
What's happening now.
That's nothing what I'm saying, though. Literally,
that breaks the institution.
No,
there's no one at the wheel right now.
The political process is dog shit.
There is no political process anymore. There's just the military unilaterally deciding what's best for the United States.
I need you to go serve in the military, then come back and tell me that. I've served, and I can bring in 5 people who can tell you the same thing who actually served. That is not the way it works.
The people I've talked to, sir, said that's way different.
Nah, okay. Well, you know what? Bring them on. I'll be willing to talk to them.
I mean, they live in Georgia, so I mean,
I lived in Georgia. Hey, look, much respect. I lived in Atlanta for 6 years. Let's do that. I will be willing to talk to
the only one that would actually come on does live in Georgia, but like the rest probably wouldn't come on because they don't do this stuff.
Exactly,
yeah.
because they institutionalized as fuck. They're not willing to
No,
engage in this.
it's not because of that. It's
I guarantee you, it's
they
partially the
absolutely
reason.
hate the military after
Oh, of
their
course
time
you do.
serving.
The
They do
military is
not
not something to
believe in
fawn
the
about. It's not
Constitution
great.
either.
There's nothing great about going to see
Yeah.
your friends get blown the fuck up and killed and all kinds
Yeah.
of shit. No, I'm not
Yeah, one of
glorifying
my
it either.
brothers-in-laws like it turned full on racist because of his treatment inside of the military.
Oh yeah, my son
Yeah.
was a Marine. I was in the Air Force. I mean, Army. My brother did Air Force. My dad and mom did 20 plus years in the Air Force. My grandfather was a captain. I've had 7 uncles and aunts who were in the military. Yeah, they're racist. Yeah, no, okay. But you know what? I don't give a fuck because the military was also the most progressive institution in the United States of America to employ Black Americans. So
But I mean, this
deal with the realness, like deal with the real parts. Like, yes, the institution is racist, but it also employed Black people. So
okay, but that's not my overall point. That's not my overall.
No, I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, not you specifically. People are like, oh, the military is homophobic and racist. Let's tear it all down. No, the military is actually the highest employer of minorities and minority-minded people in the United States of America, and has always been. Absolutely, full stop. That's not even arguable. It's not controversial. I hope it's not. Please say it's not. I don't want to. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
I don't recognize the statistic, but I would believe it. I'm not going to try to argue it.
The government, yeah, the United States government employs a shit ton of people. Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, I totally recognize that and I understand that. I'm not talking about ending the military. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about reining it in because it has too much power.
Who has too much power?
The military.
What
the
military?
Pentagon.
What part of the military? The Pentagon. Okay, so okay.
And they decide what you already said. The generals decide what happens, right?
I'm going to narrow on that. So the Pentagon. The Pentagon is literally the part of the military that is the arm of the political process, right?
Sure. But also aren't the generals?
At the very beginning?
Aren't there also the generals that are also a part of that? And you said that they make the decisions. They pass it down the line, and they have to do that.
Okay, let me be clearer then. Let me be much more clear.
Mm-hmm.
When I said that the political process and the military process are separate, the generals are not part of the regular everyday military process. They are absolutely an arm of the political process.
Mm-hmm.
We agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my point.
So conversation over.
I mean, but I mean, again, if the president just says, "Do what you feel is right,"
no, you can't do that. That's not how it works. That's literally just
but
how
he
it doesn't work. No, I don't give a fuck what he said. Donald Trump says a lot of shit that is just not true. I don't give a fuck what Donald Trump says. Like, I give no shit. Like, what he says has absolutely no bearing. Because he says all kinds of things that are just not true.
Okay, so then what's the proof that he's actually knows what's happening in the military?
He doesn't know what the fuck's happening. He's a fucking moron. He's dumb.
Yeah. So what's
What?
actually saying that anyone in the administration who would go along with him because he only hires people loyal and go with what he says to do, know anything of what's going on in the military and
what do you
they are
think
they're doing.
What do you personally think the military should know what's going on?
What?
What do you? At what extent do you think the military, the president, should know what the military is doing?
I think the president should know where the military is and the major missions that are being taken out and why they are there.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
If you don't care about any one of those, the military decides.
Okay, we agree on that. Thank you. So
yeah,
we can move forward from that. So moving forward from that, can we agree that Donald Trump's a fucking idiot and who cares what he says or does? Oh, I don't. I mean, not that we don't care what he does in its real effect. But what I'm saying is that.
But I'm talking about the real.
We're talking about an idiot. So
yeah,
I don't want to argue about an idiot.
And idiots break their toys, right?
No. Yeah. I mean, so what he does is he breaks that process. But the brigades, the squads, the all the other major functioning parts of the military are still doing what they do every day. He has no clue, and he will never have a fucking clue, and they still do what they do every day on their mission until it becomes a international incident. But that normally normally does not happen.
That's my point. Is we don't know.
Oh, no.
Yes, they're doing what they're doing. Yes,
the military
they're
knows
doing
what
what
they're
they're
doing.
told to do by the generals and no one else. And we don't know what they're doing and where they're doing it.
Hold on, let me ask you a
So
question.
yes, they're doing what they do, but where and how, the void of diplomacy matters.
No, there's no void. There's no void. Because let me tell you how it works. Okay, so let's say that the president is disengaged. He's not really engaged, and there's an ongoing conflict. And he's not really putting in his 2 cents. I mean, this happens with every president because he can't be involved in every conflict. Or does he particularly know or care, possibly? But what do you think the military does if the president becomes disengaged?
I mean, it depends on how disengaged we're talking about.
Well, I mean, there's only one kind of disengaged. Like he just
No, there is not. There's not. There's disengaged with I recognize where my
argue the semantics. So let me be clear here. What I mean is he stops engaging the apparatus of the military for that conflict at all. Okay.
But let me clarify what's happening now. We are constantly. No. Hey, this is key. This is key.
Okay.
We are increasing their budget. We are not monitoring where that budget is going. They are abroad without us knowing where they are until an incident happens. For example, again, Niger or Yemen.
You don't think people know where they are?
Huh?
So you think they're like people just don't know where these people are?
The generals know where they are.
Everybody knows where they are. You can literally, as a press corps, go out and find out where the fuck these people are. You can get documents, literally official documents from the military as press, and find out where almost any military's.
And people were really surprised as hell because they know why they were there, where they were, right?
No, you
right?
cut out. No, hold on, you cut out. I didn't hear what you said.
I said so. Like people weren't surprised when our soldiers died in Niger, because we knew they were there and why we're there, right?
I can't speak on that. I have no fucking clue about it. You have to.
No one does, and that's the problem. That is the problem. That's the institution of the military unilaterally deciding what's best for the United States.
You said that they
their military involvement.
How do you know that they did it unilaterally? How do you know this?
Because the president allows it to happen. He's not engaged in the fact that he's just saying, "I'll throw money at you. Do what you want."
How do you know that he didn't just sign off on some shit and doesn't know what the fuck's going on, or doesn't care?
He doesn't care.
How do you know Mike Pence didn't do it? How do you know this chief of staff didn't do it? They all have the ability to do that.
Because they're just not. They're not involved in it.
Know.
And again, it goes back to who Trump is. Who does Trump hire?
Who Trump is. You're making
it matters.
Because
you're making
statements that you don't know.
Who does Trump hire?
I don't.
People who are only loyal to him and do what he wants.
Okay, hold on. Mike Pence and the chief of staff, and maybe somebody else may have the ability to make these decisions. Right?
Yeah. Which chief of staff? Because he's had several.
Whatever one's current, I don't fucking know.
That's my point. He keeps firing him, so there's no one keeping track of anything.
Vote him the fuck out.
Who's keeping track of it when they keep getting fired?
This is a political problem. Vote him the fuck out.
Morgellon, thanks for following.
That's a political problem.
I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am.
That has nothing to do with the military. That is a strictly military problem. You were asking, because what is the most important job that the president of the United States has? What is the most important job that he has? He is the chief. of the military, the largest standing,
I
the most
actually
powerful
disagree
military.
with that being the most important.
What do you?
No, it
What
is
do,
the most important because
well,
he has the most nukes under his thumb than any
That's
other.
that's an opinion.
well, Mark, what do you think is most important then?
Okay.
I think the most important job of the president is to protect the people of the United States.
With what?
And it's not always militarily.
But
I'm
how
also
do
talking
you?
about how
How do you?
the
How do
economy
you?
can protect them, the state
Yeah,
of the economy, the way that
yeah.
the social
That's all
state
great and
works.
good.
That
But when all
can
that fails,
yes, but
with what? With what? With how many nukes and how many fucking naval ships and how many people and how many guns?
I think that's the only thing.
I didn't. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Well, then yeah, there's other things, right? So
Yeah,
with
that is the
what
backbone
is literally
of
the fact
military
that
might.
we have the largest financial institutions in the world here too.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
And
when
they're
all
not
that fails,
they're not here just
how,
because we have nukes. They're
how do
here
you think we got in this
because that's
position?
where they got
How do you think
started
we got in
and
this
they're
position
allowed
of
to
financial
operate
might?
freely.
How do you think we got in this position of financial might? Was it not with the guns? Please say. Please don't tell me it wasn't because of the guns. Come on, please tell me it was because of the
We're
guns.
going back way farther than
No, that's not way
yes.
farther. It's literally within people's lifetimes today.
No.
We're not even talking about ancient history.
We were the richest country in the world not even before your lifetime.
How do you think that happened?
Well, we invested in our manufacturing.
How?
And
when did it start? Please tell me how you know that military became the dominant country. Please tell me that. I know you know this because I know you know a lot of things. So you know how the United States became a military prominence and global prominence and surpassed Britain and Germany and Japan.
I mean, if you're talking about our imperialism, yes, but we could still be as powerful as we were in the sense of the financial institutions that we have without the imperialism.
I just want to know how we got here today first. What did
imperialism? Happen? Yes, but that doesn't make it right. There are other ways to do it, and we chose not to.
We literally hopscotched our way into the position we are by wars.
What do you think I mean by imperialism?
I mean, I don't really know what you mean. Like a lot
taking
of people
over other countries.
Saying imperialism
usually
is like
through war.
Saying imperialism to me is like saying socialist. Like a lot of people mean.
By imperialism, I mean going into other people's countries and shaping them the way we want, usually through war.
No.
Making them friendly to our business interests. Yes. Central America, South America, the Middle East now.
Let me ask you a question. So,
okay.
How do you think China is gaining its prominence? So actually,
not through the military.
Hold on. Here's a better question. What is the through line between China, United States, Britain, and the reason Germany was mad in the first place?
I could have almost made a through line until you said Germany.
Okay, forget Germany. Okay, forget Germany. Say something.
The main through line is how they were able to use their markets to make themselves financial superpowers. It has to do with finances.
How did they use their markets to do that? What did they own that was most important?
Manufacturing.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Stop.
China is not a giant military.
I didn't say that because I know what you're doing here. What you're thinking, you're trying to fucking trip me up and try to pre-think.
No, it's because the comparison is not there. We are not
heard what the
just because we're military. The
because
same way
I know what you're thinking. I know exactly what you're thinking. That is not true. The truth is that they owned equity in the other countries. The reason that we came out on top of World War II is not just because we won. Because then we owned every other fucking country, literally financially. That's why we owned Great Britain. We literally owned.
We were in large financial ruin after World War II.
Hold on, don't do that to me, please. No, that's not how economics works. No,
But we were.
I mean, you're making me sound like Destiny. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, we got to acknowledge here. You asked me a question. I mean,
no,
just
because
you
you're
don't like the
simplifying
answer
it.
doesn't mean
no, because you're simplifying. No, your answer is right, but it's simplifying it. It's not completely true.
It's not what you want to hear.
No,
you want me to say it's
true.
just because of the nukes, and it's not just because.
I didn't say it was because of the nukes. No, I didn't. No, I never said that. So the reason that you have a major overturning of besides military power, but financial power, is because of post-World War equity and who owned what. Out of the war, we owned bonds in most other countries, the former superpowers. We can call them superpowers at the time. We own their equity and their bonds, just like China owns our equity and our bonds. And if we fuck up and we do some really dumb shit, they could overtake us, but it's not likely to happen if you understand how this works.
Mm-hmm.
But because of a major world war, you topsy-turvy the entire global economic market. We ended up owning most of these other countries' stocks and bonds and their national debt, et cetera, et cetera. And therefore, we have financial leverage. Forget the military power, because that's a separate part that has nothing to do with those two things at all. Because I don't know what you want to call me, but yeah, Mike is right. Because if you can't stomp on me, you can shut the fuck up.
But
essentially,
you literally just said that our power came from us owning bonds. That's a financial thing. That's a financial transaction.
That's what I said.
Yeah. What's that have to do with our military?
Okay.
Again, you keep setting it up to make my.
No, you made a statement earlier that the reason you made a statement earlier saying why the reason that America was what it was, and we are what we are is because of financial might, and then because of that financial might, we own these other countries. You don't understand how that works, right?
Yeah, but that's not the same thing as talking about the military and how it's increasing in power in this country, and we have no one monitoring it at all.
You keep saying nobody's monitoring it. Like, what do you mean by that? I don't
know what that means. The military's monitoring it. Oh, cool. That they just constantly decide that they're doing the right thing. Yay.
Who monitors the police?
The police. And yeah, just the same thing.
Who monitors the FBI, the CIA? Who
monitors the government? Exactly.
Who monitors anything?
Yeah. But the difference then?
Hold on, but you
at least not with the police.
See, that's why I know you don't know. That's why I know you don't know how bureaucracy works, because you missed the key point. Usually, you have an internal general that monitors these things, and they're detached from the core process of these institutions or these processes, and they don't answer to anybody in that chain of command at all.
Okay. Now replace those people with people that claim to be loyal only to the president.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, okay, so I see what you're doing. So like,
yeah, I'm recognizing that.
Hold on, I see what you're doing. Because so what you
done past 4 years now.
You have this.
And if they're not loyal, he fires them.
No, oh God, no. So you have this.
How many people has he fired?
And how many sergeants and privates does that affect?
Well, considering you told me earlier that the generals make these decisions, it does affect them because it tells them what to do and where to go.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna just chalk this up for my inadequacy to be able to explain how hierarchy works in military. Because if you think the generals have anything to do with the sergeants, you're just sadly mistaken there. They have nothing to do with them. They literally I would have been willing to bet you that 99% of the time, not one private or sergeant ever talks to a general in his career, ever.
I'm not talking about them talking to them. I'm talking about them finding out that they have an order to go somewhere and do something, and them just doing it. And no one's wondering why. No one's even monitoring why.
No.
And we're just doing things because the military decides it's right. and no one's checking on them.
The
military needs to be monitored in this way. Otherwise, we ruin diplomatic relationships.
I don't know how to argue against this because there's no evidence of this, and this is just not how it works.
There
so
is though.
So to me, it sounds like a conspiracy theory. So unless you can provide me other evidence, I just
other evidence than what I talked about with Niger. And
I don't know anything about Niger. I don't know what you're referencing. I have no fucking clue. But historically, most of the time, so can something go wrong in the government? Yeah, the government is the United States government is the largest moving bureaucracy on the planet. Lots of things could go fucking wrong. Yes, but as in what I'm not. That's not what I'm arguing with you. I'm not saying that things don't go wrong. I'm absolutely not fucking saying that.
I'm not saying that things don't go wrong.
What I am saying is that the United States government, more than likely, 99.9% of the time, is not invading foreign countries, and nobody knows either. That's not. I just can't believe that somebody fucking knows. Now you can plant the conspiracy theory on the president.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's in plain sight. This isn't some. This isn't me being Alex Jones, though. This isn't me saying I've got documents. I've got documents. This is me looking at a newspaper, seeing that this is happening, seeing that there's reports talking about it, and not asking anyone.
I take it
why.
back. No, okay. So I take the terminology conspiracy theory back because
yes,
no because I think you're thinking I'm applying it to the thing you're talking about. I'm not applying it to that. But
I'm not saying that there's some giant plan though.
No,
I'm saying that it's just being allowed.
No, well, I take that part back. So what I'm saying is that you're saying that the military is able, on its own accordance, invade a foreign land without any direction and without any consequence.
More or less. we still don't know who it was that attacked.
This is on you to prove that because I don't believe that.
We still don't know who it was that attacked those outside of Iran. They blamed it on Iran, but that didn't make any sense.
Hey, first of all,
there was no proof of that.
I'm not going to defend the fact that we do a lot of terrible fucking shit under the under the direction of our politicians too. We do some fucked up shit. We kill people. What's funny? We murder innocent people.
Trump never wanted war with Iran, but do you know who does?
Wait, what?
I said Trump never wanted a war with Iran, but do you know who does?
I don't. First of all, I don't know that to be true. But second of all, every president.
They've been pushing for it ever since Iraq.
Well, of course they have.
They pushed for it through the entire Obama administration.
You know it's funny.
And he put the kibosh on that by doing the Iran nuclear deal.
You know what I see in this conversation?
What happened next?
I know what I see in this conversation is that we largely agree on the end. The end story.
I don't think we do agree.
No, hold on. I think we do because I agree with you. The shit's fucked up. There is some largely problematic procedural problems, but I don't think I know we don't agree on what those procedures are. Yeah, I agree with you. These things are fucked up. I agree with you.
But you think that the institution is just going to repair itself on its own?
I didn't say that at all.
Then how is it going to get repaired?
I didn't say. I don't make any proclamation as to how it's going to get repaired. I don't fucking know how it's going to.
Because it didn't get repaired under Obama.
That's not what I said. I never said these things. Let me tell you exactly what I said.
But you said you believe the institution can still work, but it hasn't been working. It's been working worse and worse every single time. The more and more we get these centrist presidents, who don't do anything.
With that. That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that the political processes can break down and do whatever the fuck that is that they do. But every single day, there's a problem on the street. The FBI has to go out and investigate a thing. The CIA goes out and does a thing. The police department goes out and does a thing. All these mechanisms in the federal government, and for that matter, the local governments, even under not so certain direction from the above, do a thing. I'm not saying they're going to repair, fix, or make anything better. What I said is they largely operate independent of the political process. That's what I said. And that's what I mean. And that's what they do. They absolutely still operate largely independent of the political process. That is the entire function of it. If you've ever served in government, you will know that there is no political inclination in the job that you do. You do it because so the first thing there's two things that is important when you serve in government. You serve the Constitution, and then you pledge God, country, and man. Almost every branch of government does that. And most people, at least, okay, this might be anecdotal, but most people that I've encountered they actually believe this. Like they literally believe this. This is why you can get people to go out and die for the shit and for the bullshit that we send them to go die for. Because the indoctrination of God, man, country, blah blah blah.
Most of the people I know that joined the military joined it to utilize the GI Bill and go to college.
Yeah, but that's what they went for. That's not what they stayed for. Like once they figured out like you will actually die for this shit, they didn't stay for the GI Bill.
They didn't become career.
Look,
they didn't become career, but
no, hold on. When they were getting shot at, they were like, "Man, this GI Bill sure looks good. I better stay on this fucking front line." No, that's not what they stayed for. What they did was they did their purpose, and they understood what their purpose was, and they left after their term was up. I get like for you to request for somebody to die for your cause is a pretty large ask.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, it should be, yeah.
It's not a GI.
But there are a lot of people who don't really understand what that means, which is part of the reason that we.
No, hold on. Now, again, I think we're missing.
Draft people so young.
I think we're missing each other. When I say it's a large ask, I'm not talking about the upfront ask. Yes, you can convince anybody to do anything. That's whatever. What I'm saying is, once you got them into that position, what makes these people stay there?
Now, are we talking career?
No.
Because other than that, they kind of have to, because they can be prosecuted for it.
No, they don't have to. They can leave. You know how many people were
go AWOL?
Yes. You know how many people who went AWOL while I was in? Just left. They'll take that charge. They don't give a fuck. Are you crazy? Man, you know how many people go AWOL in the military every year?
I think the threat of prosecution can be pretty. Huh?
What are they gonna do? So like think
I don't know what the punishment is for going AWOL. I've heard everything from a fine to jail time.
So check this out. They're either gonna send me to Afghanistan or they're gonna send me to jail. Oh fuck it, I'll take jail. Oh, they want me to shoot and kill people, or they want to send me to jail? I'll take jail. So once you've got them hooked in, the larger ask is much different. And that's my point.
You also lose. You lose your access to the GI Bill. You lose your access.
These people don't give a fuck about the goddamn GI.
You have a record.
No.
You have a harder time getting a job.
The majority of the United States
prison ruins your life for one thing. You would not. That's pretty. That's something that's going to alter the way that they're going to make that decision.
No, because the majority of the United States military is poor people. They don't give a fuck about a record. Most of the people they know probably have a record. They don't give a shit about none of this other shit you're talking about.
And having grown up around poor people, trust me, they care about having a record. People don't like choose to just go to prison. People don't choose to have a record. They usually try to avoid it.
Why do you think so many people go AWOL in the military?
I mean, how many people actually do? I mean, you got your
look that up real fast.
You can try to look that up. You're never gonna get that answer. that's another military brick wall. You'll get that answer in 50 years. Yeah, these answers are not answers you're gonna ever get.
Well, then I have to go on your word then.
So okay. Because I don't want to be argumentative with you. So this is what I implore that you do. Find 5 of your military friends, okay, and then ask them to. You said you're 30-something, right?
34, yeah.
Okay, so ask them to recount their boot camp experience, and then ask them to tell you how many people are willing to just AWOL instead of go through boot camp? Now, what you're gonna find is that probably 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 15 people are willing to just AWOL. Fuck this shit. Out of boot camp, right out of boot camp. That's not even facing no frontline shit. Now, what I would also say is once you get out of boot camp, you've been sufficiently indoctrinated into the military that you more or less likely to AWOL. But you're not there because of no fucking GI Bill. You're there because you're indoctrinated into the military, and you're like God, country, and spirit, blah blah blah. God bless America. I that I don't even know if I can explain it unless you experience it. Like if you've been through boot camp, then you understand that you don't. These other existential things don't matter anymore. It's for your brothers in your country. End of story. Full stop. No other conversations had. And if it's not that, you need to get the fuck out. Literally is what's going to happen.
So, what does this have to do with what we've been talking about, though? You don't think that any of these decisions have anything to, from the top?
I thought we had
have anything to do.
I really did.
No, I mean, it kind of moved on, but the overall thing was you were saying this doesn't affect what they do, but it does.
No,
it affects where they are, what they're doing.
I had to literally moved on from that. Like that was not my conversation piece about this thing. No, that's not what I'm saying.
I don't know, man. You have a belief in the institution that I can't agree with.
Well, I mean, but
I mean, for my entire life, and I don't.
For the sake of understanding, I would also have to ask you to understand that you haven't experienced it either.
I mean, I haven't experienced inside the military, no, but I have watched as our institutions have gotten fundamentally worse and eroded the way that they act. And
I think we can agree on that, right?
And that affects everyone in those institutions.
Does the FBI still do good work every day?
I have no idea. Chances are probably not.
Okay.
The way things are they're going right now, they're probably working along with ICE to terrorize immigrants. I think that's a pretty bad thing.
No, I think
so.
That's not true.
No.
Here's the solid answer. You don't know. So, and I can't, and I have no evidence to prove it to you. So I'm going to move on from this subject. No, because you don't know, and I don't have any evidence to prove it to you. Because men and women on an everyday basis in all of the United States of America, fuck Washington, D.C. In every state in the United States of America, you have FBI agents doing good work every fucking day. The regular policing work. And I am not going to ascribe the things that you're saying about them at all to them, unless you can prove me wrong. So I'm going to say that you're entitled to your belief on that one until you can prove me wrong, and then I will engage on said proof.
Well, I'm going to point out that if they're doing everyday police is even worse than it was under Obama when hang on, I do have proof of that. When they went through and did that investigation and found out that not only has the police, a large number of the police stations, police precincts in the country have been infiltrated by white nationalist groups, but
that's been forever. That's literally been the history of the United States of America. Like, I don't care about that. There have been white nationalists in the police force since I live in the South. The police are literally the white nationalist police force. They're like, I don't give a fuck. That means nothing because they don't keep good data on that. Now that you are right about. You're right. They do not keep no good data because they don't give a shit about that because they don't give a fuck if Negroes are killed.
Yeah, but my thing is, if you're saying that the FBI does better, like I could maybe say some of that.
Do you think the police
under
force is
Obama,
inherently
because there
corrupt?
was actually things coming out that they were doing that was positive. But when you're tying it to general police, hang on, when you're tying it to general policing, and you then have to look at how the state, how the Secretary of State isn't monitoring white supremacist activity by the police in the country, or even worrying about prosecuting any police in this country, and that includes the FBI. So it's going to be it's actually worse now because they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything to monitor these
You have
these
no
situations.
idea what
So
his
I
job
have
is.
a problem saying that yes, they're doing just as
The
much good now
Secretary
as
of
they were
State's
then,
job is
or
not
that
to
they are
monitor the
doing good.
FBI. What are you talking about? You literally
Where do
have
they get FBI agents from?
the Secretary of
police.
State has nothing to do with that. What are you talking about? Are you kidding? You're
The
literally
Secretary of Police controls, or
no.
the
You said the
Secretary,
Secretary of State. You said that. That's what.
yes, the
He has
Secretary of
nothing to
State.
do with the FBI. No, he doesn't. Say you don't disagree with this. Come on. Okay, no wait. Forget that. Forget all that. Do you think that the police are inherently corrupt?
Yes, and they're more corrupt now than they were
How so?
before.
Because that can mean many things. So I'm
You
correct.
pull away the regulatory apparatus going to actually monitor, prosecute any of them, which happened on day one of Trump's presidency. That takes the shackles off of them to continue doing it, and even worse because they know that no one's watching
I'm not
them.
arguing with you. You cut out. Please go back to the beginning.
Okay. Okay. I said that, I'm trying to.
That's why I was trying to stop you at the beginning. Jesus.
Well, we've been talking over each other.
No,
so it's been difficult.
I get it. But
yeah. So repeat your question.
So the question was, do you think that the average police persons are inherently corrupt? Not
Singular.
The institution, not the institution, the people's.
That's, I mean, on individual basis, if I just chose one officer out of a lineup, and would I be able to say that they're doing corrupt acts? Probably not. But if I see a group of them, I would say that would be doing these things because they were doing them. They were doing that before. Well, I mean, you gave me a question that I can't actually answer though. Because if I go on one individual basis, I can't answer that.
No. This is basically so what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to get you. I'm not trying to got you. I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm not trying to do any of that. What I'm trying to do is find a point of view that we can both start on, so we can come to whether we arrive or derive from the same conclusion is fine. But I want to start at the same point somewhere. At least understand what your thought process here. Because if you just have a fundamental problem with institutions, well then okay, we're just not going to agree on that. There's no reason to argue that point anymore.
I don't have a fundamental problem with institutions.
Well,
I have a fundamental problem with institutions being dismantled and not properly monitored as they should. Because these institutions are only as strong as their ability to work. And if they're not
you have
working,
no idea how the military is monitored. Because you have no insight, you have no clearance, you have no idea. You have zero ideas.
Because I haven't served.
Not because you haven't served, because you don't have any idea. like
then you don't either, though. And that's the problem.
You didn't even let me finish. I was about to say you have as much as idea as I have. So this is an argument not to be even had. I don't care about things I can't prove.
But we had more idea what it was doing under previous presidents.
No, we didn't. You think you did. They made you feel good about it. No, you didn't. You had zero idea what the fuck they were doing. They did what they said they were going to do.
We found out a lot.
No, we found out a lot because of whistleblowers.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, then.
There aren't going to be any whistleblowers because I can guarantee you the military is going to take care of them because there's no protection for whistleblowers.
You have no idea what the military is doing.
Protectionism for themselves because they're an institution on themselves and no one's watching them.
You have no
because
idea.
They're literally a military force working as a rogue state.
You have a feels on what they're doing, but you have literally no idea. You don't know what their mission is. You have no idea what their goal is. You have no idea what they're doing at this exact moment of time. Oh,
I know that when reports do get back to us, it's not good.
You have no idea how many people are deployed in each individual country in the Middle East. How many people are in the South China Sea? How many people are on which naval boats? You have no idea what the grand military scheme is. That is important, and you're never going to know that. You know why?
Okay. Who does?
I'm not going to tell you.
Who does know that though?
So there actually, I can answer that question for you. There's actually many people who know this question. So There's several higher tier generals that will know this. There is the political appointments in the Pentagon who would know this. Congress has a whole committee who knows this. So if you wanted
Do they
to know
this?
yes. So if you wanted to know this as a
really,
yes. If that's what I'm trying to tell you, you just don't.
You
understand
really believe that?
Oh my god!
You're no. Here's the fundamental problem here. Okay, you're telling me how it's supposed to work. You're not telling me how it's working now.
No.
You're telling me how you believe it works.
No.
And you're not recognizing that it doesn't do that.
No. Hold on. So what I am going to afford you is that in any process, especially a massive gear cog system as the United States government, is you're going to have problems. Things are going to seep through the cracks and nobody's going to give a shit. I have no idea about this example you're giving me because I have no idea about this example at all. So maybe I'll go look back and go see what's going on here, and then I can come back and reply to that. But you can't keep throwing that one at me because I don't know. I'm telling you, I just don't know about that one. But what I'm telling you historically is what happens. Shit seeps through the system. Yes. Does it usually seep through the system at the political, at the general level, and nobody knows? No. Like if a general does something, somebody fucking knows. If the president does something, lots of people know. You are not keeping any fucking secrets in the United States government. Full stop. Period. There is no such thing as a secret that comes out of the administration.
No, I totally recognize that. Our president is a total dumb fuck, and he
all
outs
dumb
all of our
fucks.
secrets.
God damn it.
And yeah, I largely recognize that too.
Mm-hmm.
But they also, the press believes in the institution too and works with them. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. You're talking about the
press's job
press.
is literally to fight the institution. They literally expose the institution on a month.
You mean like when a majority of the country saying did 9/11?
Oh,
that same press corps that believed that. That same press corps that called Brandley Manning and Edward Snowden terrorists and said that they endangered the lives of the troops. The military. No. You believe that the mainstream press, the press that literally does exactly what the government wants to protect power of the government, is going to give us the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and not work with them like they've always done.
Listen to me. So what they did with 9/11, those pieces were never published in the New York Times or the Washington or whatever, the who the fuck, the LA bullshit, dick in your ass, as official pieces. What they were posted as was op pieces. There's lots of op pieces in these papers.
No. No, it was government sources said this, and they reported it.
They were
government sources told me as a reporter this, and they reported it.
Remember when I said that most United States, or maybe I didn't say this, but I'm going to say it now. Most United States Americans are stupid. They have no idea what the fuck's going on. They will never have an idea what the fuck's going on.
To an
extent. If it's in a op piece,
it's not in an op. It wasn't in an op piece, though.
Yes,
it wasn't in an op piece. It was legit journalism, and it was legitimately the president going to these press environments and delivering it to them.
I don't know what you're referencing, but let me just afford you the benefit of the doubt here. So let's just say that I am a reporter. And
do you honestly believe that the press, even now, the same press that gave Donald Trump all that free press and didn't want to call him a racist, still when Alexandria College,
what are you talking about?
No.
Yes, they do.
No. The opinion people do. But for example, like when Anderson Cooper had Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on, she says that the president is a racist, and Anderson Cooper looks there and go, "How can you say that? That press isn't vying for the government that's in charge. They're a part of that power system." Are you kidding me? You cannot tell me that the mainstream press is not a part of that power system and will not cover for the military and the people in power, because that's what they've done.
Okay, let me ask you.
They've done that since Nixon.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What if I'm a journalist and you're a person who doesn't like Donald Trump, and I come to you and I say, so how do you feel about Donald Trump? And you say, well, he's a racist. I'm like, okay. I put that down in my paper. He said, Mark Monkey of Twitch.tv said the president was a racist. I don't endorse this. I'm just saying he said that. Is that wrong?
But that isn't even the same thing as what I said.
No, I'm just asking this. I'm just asking, is that wrong? Again, I'm trying to find mutual ground to start with. I'm not trying to get to this.
Technically, no, but a press person would also ask me to elaborate more on that.
No. That's absolutely fair. But start with that one.
But what we're talking about is someone who is a reporter interviewing somebody, and when somebody who is a U.S. congressperson who says the president is a racist, and instead of asking them to just elaborate on it, saying, "How can you say that?"
I didn't ask you that. I literally asked you, do you think that Donald Trump is a racist? And if I report that and I say I don't endorse this, is that wrong?
Technically, no, but it's also not the same thing. This is apples and oranges.
Stop. Hold on.
It's apples and oranges.
No, it's not apples and oranges.
It's a different thing for you. Like if after I said that you looked at me and you
I didn't look at you say anything. You never let me say anything else afterwards because I never built anything on top of that.
There are many examples of the press, whether it's CNN, whether it's MSNBC, whether it's Fox News.
Let me my own argument.
Going to bat for the government at all times. Whether it was Brian Williams talking about how beautiful it was when the Moab was dropped in Afghanistan, whether it was any time that they talk about how it's much better for America if we go into war.
Look.
Including Iran. They were pushing for it. The military was. Therefore, the press was. The press did not report how much of a disaster it would have been if we went into Iran. You know who did that? Independent press, not mainstream press. So this idea that they're not working with the military and working with the people in power, that's a joke, man. You cannot be this deluded, especially since you lived through the Iraq War, when they literally guided us into that.
Question yet? You went full on liberal on me. I haven't even asked a question yet.
Not even liberal.
Or whatever it is.
No, liberals believe in the press. The liberals believe, CNN is holding Trump to the fire. No, the fuck they are not.
Well,
they're the reason he's in power in the first fucking place.
I literally don't believe that either. So,
no, he is. They literally are. MSNBC.
Look, you're literally just arguing me for the sake of
they hoisted him up on Morning Joe every day to where that it was leaked. This conversation between Trump and Joe Scarborough, where he was talking about, I won't go too hard on you. You tell me that they were boosting him up? This was when they were in the general election.
My God, no. Anyway, okay, look.
This is the mainstream press.
I got nothing.
You don't think that they're going to cover for them?
I really got nothing on it. Because that's not even what I was arguing. You didn't let me get my original point out. I don't believe in things I can't prove. And whatever happened between Joe Scarborough and Donald Trump, they've been friends for 30 fucking years. I don't know what the fuck. It could be butt fucking as far as I know. I have no fucking clue. I don't care.
And he's just going on their mainstream show on the mainstream press.
I'm not going on
morning mainstream TV show and a giant mainstream network and getting glowing press from him.
Again, you're putting words into my mouth. I don't give a fuck what they're doing. I don't care what they're doing. For all I care, they could be.
But the point is, when you say we don't know what they're doing, and that this is okay, and that we're dumb and we'll find out later.
Okay,
but
Cyrus, what are you trying to say?
Are working.
Look, they could be fucking circle jerking. I don't fucking know. I am not denying it. I literally don't. I am saying I don't know. First of all, I've known Donald Trump. I've known about his presence for 30 plus years. He has been part of the mainstream pop culture bullshit, or actually the pop bullshit culture for a long time. I've been very aware of him. I know he circle jerks with mainstream media and underground media.
I'm not just talking about Trump, though. I'm not just talking about Trump. I'm talking about the government as a whole.
I can only address one thing at a time. Let's talk about Trump. So you said that I don't believe that Trump is circle drunken with the media. I know he is. Like that's what he's done most of his life. Duh. I didn't deny that. I didn't even say that. You said that. Like
I'm talking about overall the government and the mainstream media,
okay, so
and how the
Trump.
mainstream media
Can
works
we
to
agree?
protect those in power.
Again,
It doesn't matter whether it's Trump or not. It's a bad thing, yes, overall, but it's even worse when you have a president who unshackles the military to do literally what it wants.
That's all fine and good. But what I'm saying is, for the sake of this discussion, I want to get to a reasonable starting point. This, which is what I've been trying to do over and over again. Get to a reasonable.
But you're starting with the press will report it, and the press will push back on. And you said the job of the press was to go against them. And when I pointed out that they're not,
say that. I
you
asked
said
you a
that they
question
are.
and you did not answer it. You still haven't answered it.
I have.
No, you didn't. What was the answer then?
To which one?
There was only one press question. That's why I know you didn't answer it.
Are you talking about the one where you were talking about is he racist? I did answer that.
No, I didn't say that. I asked you.
What was the question?
I asked you, is it reasonable for the press to? God damn, that was so long ago and so many things ago. Was it reasonable for the press to say that this person says that the president is racist, but I don't endorse this?
And again,
that's what I started with.
I said yes.
Is it not yes
it is not. It is reasonable for them to report that, but I also pointed out that it's not the same thing as Anderson Cooper being dismissive of AOC and saying, "How can you say that?" and shaming her. This is a mainstream outlet. That's not the same thing, and that's an example of them going to bat for somebody who is in
You're
power.
still missing the point, because what I'm trying to do with you is get to a common ground, and you keep diverting over to these other things, and I don't even think you're doing it purposely.
Okay. I think the reason I figured out the reason,
and
I figured out the no. I figured out the reason why we can't reach common ground.
Why is that?
We have different understandings of power and how power dynamics work in this country.
Well, can't you answer the simple question?
You believe that these institutions?
Anything. I just want you to answer the question. Then we
can. No. You have stated some very clear things. And I'm going to repeat them.
Hold on.
In the context of what I'm talking about. Okay.
Before you make assumptions about me.
It's not an assumption. It's based on what you
hold on. Can I be clear about myself first?
Okay.
I want to say that I don't give a fuck about anything as long as it makes sense. If you want to fix this problem and that problem and this problem and that problem, if it makes sense, fine. If it doesn't make sense, can we come to a reasonable agreement? Can we talk about that? That's fine. I have no ideology as far as left wing, right wing, or any wings. I personally don't give a shit about any ideologies nor parties. And that's where you're going to find it. You will find a disagreement with me there, because I don't care about the parties, because I think the parties are largely ineffective as they stand. But other than that,
I would agree with you on that.
That's what I'm saying. If we talk long enough.
But I mean, I've said this before.
Wait.
I've said this before.
Let Osiris finish.
Let me finish the sentence. Oh my God. So what I'm telling you is, what I was trying to do, what I've been trying to do over and over.
Ness, thank you for hosting.
I think what you think is that I am trying to lead you down a path. I am not trying to lead you down a path. I'm not trying to guide you. I promise you, I'm not trying to guide you. I genuinely want to come to a common agreement. That's the starting point, so that we can agree or disagree on the details later, which is fine. But I don't think we even have major conflictions in our larger points to start with. What I think we have conflictions in is the details, or how we arrive at said things, which is fine. Like I don't ask you to subscribe to my ideas. I don't want you to. You do what you do, and I do what I do. That's fine.
Okay. Can I?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So I do think you do have an ideology. It's not a clear cut, like you're Republican, you're Democrat, or anything like this, but everyone has an ideology. Everyone has beliefs. And you have stated those beliefs.
Right.
So
right.
that's where I say we have a fundamental disagreement of how institutions work and how and how power works in this country. And
I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, go ahead.
I think there's an extent that you need to recognize that I recognize how these power systems work in this country. Because, yes, I've watched it too. You know, just saying because I wasn't in the military, I don't
No,
know.
no, no. Hold on before you
But
continue. I want to make it clear that I am not trying to like degrade or like shit on you or.
no, I understand that.
Okay,
But
okay, cool.
saying that I don't know how the military in it,
Mm-hmm.
like that's not necessarily true because we've came to the same how these orders are doled out, and then we end on you saying it doesn't have any effect on any of the lower people, and they just do keep doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Well,
And I pointed out repeatedly that what they're doing and where they're doing it matters a lot more. No,
No,
I let
because
you-
you
I
never
let
let
you
me
speak.
talk there either. That was
I
not what I
did
was
let
saying.
you speak.
No, you don't get what I was saying because I never even said what I was saying. I never got the chance to say what I was saying.
Can you say it real fast then?
Yeah, real fast.
Okay.
So we don't disagree on there's a political broken process at all. And what we disagree on, or maybe is what I did not connect on, was that the basic institution itself, what its job function is, just does what it does. It continues on doing what it does. Just like the police department continues on do what it does. The fire department continues on doing what it does. The FBI continues on.
I'm literally I do understand. You did tell me that. You've said this.
You're
You're
cutting
repeating
out.
yourself.
out,
I
sorry.
understand that
Yeah,
you're saying this.
Hold on, you cut out for like I don't know, like 5 seconds.
I said I understand that. Like I've heard you've repeated this several times.
Okay,
I do
that's the part I
understand,
would like to
and
focus
I'm
on.
literally
And I'm not
repeating.
going to argue with on the political process. The political process is absolutely fucking terrible. It's broken. It's been broken for decades.
But it's not just the political process that it has an effect on. The military does not exist in a vacuum. It does not exist
I'll
on
give you
its
that. Yeah.
own.
Okay.
But if it's doing that, that is a bad thing. Any state in the world where the military has dictated how no, hold on. Any state in the world where the military has dictated what is best for the country usually ends really, really badly.
Okay, see, I'm not going that far. See,
I am.
You talking about the states, the military leading the state. But anyways, forget that.
I'm not talking about the military leading the state. I'm saying I'm talking about the military acting on its own accord, deciding unilaterally what's best for the country.
I don't know what that means. But
exactly what I've been explaining.
Yeah, but I don't.
Because again, you have a fundamental.
That sounds to me.
You have a fundamental, fundamentally different understanding of how power works in these countries, and you believe the institutions will always back it up and will always work.
You know what that sounds like to me?
What does that sound like,
What?
Cyrus?
It sounds like the same problem when Republicans say these fucking socialist people talking their socialist shit. Like you're just saying a lot of things, and I don't know exactly what you're grounding them in.
I'm grounding in the reality.
Let me just finish the sentence. So, I don't know that I disagree with you. Like I don't know if I disagree with you on any of these things. What I'm saying is that you're just making a bunch of fundamental claims that are significant in my eyes, that have no basic claims except for, well, these other countries do bad when the military does. No, I'm not gonna. No, actually, I take that back. I'm not even gonna ascribe that idea to you. What I'm saying is, I don't understand what you're saying. I literally just don't understand what you're saying because I don't know if you're saying that the military has too much power and they're gonna take over the government. I don't know exactly what you're saying at all. I'll be honest with you.
No, I think the fact that I think you believing in that the institution is just going to correct itself
I didn't say that though. I've told you 3 times. I didn't say that.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You did say that.
I did not say that.
You said that you believe the institutions will work
Can I say
to
it again,
correct
then?
the problems.
Yeah, go ahead
Can
and
I
repeat
say-
yourself.
Once again, I didn't say any institution will ever correct itself. That's a fallacy. That's never going to happen.
You said they're going to continue
No.
to work as they are, and it
said they're
doesn't
gonna
matter
continue
that
working
what
as
they're
they
doing is fundamentally worse than what they were doing before. You didn't say the last part, but that's the part that I'm interjecting, and that's the problem.
Okay, so
yes,
okay,
the fire. Okay. Let me go ahead and go to your example. Okay,
No, you can't go to my example because I haven't said a word yet.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. I'm going to the same thing that you've been.
Can I say the thing that you just addressed? Okay.
Yeah, let Osiris go.
Jeez. I don't think that things that are on a trajectory will correct themselves. I never said that, and I don't believe that. That's a fallacy. That's just stupid. Okay. I said they will continue on the trajectory that they are. They'll probably fall apart in due time. Oh, I don't know what that time period is. 3 presidents, 2 presidents, 1 president. I don't fucking know. I have no fucking clue. What I'm saying is that the majority, the basic parts of these institutions continue to do without any interjection from the larger part what they do. I'm not saying they're going to correct themselves. It is stupid to think that they're going to correct themselves. They will never correct themselves without no top-down level management. What I'm saying is that the management can walk. So, for example, let's say you work at McDonald's. You're the manager of the McDonald's, and you're like, you make fucking hamburgers, you make the fucking French fries, and you take the money. And then you go on a fucking smoke break and smoke some weed for 30 minutes. More than likely, those people will still be doing the jobs that you assigned them to do. Now, if you come back in 4 days, more than likely they will not. they're totally fucked, right? That is what I'm saying. So stop saying that I'm saying that they're going to correct themselves. I'm not saying this. I'm just not saying this. They're not going to correct themselves. What I'm saying is that today, as it works, even under the misguidance and the bullshit leadership that is Donald Trump, these people continue to do the jobs that they continue to do. And if you want examples, there's plenty of examples of people who do things. You should listen to people like Preet Bharara, and who was the
yeah, I know Preet Bharara.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Yeah, he was
title.
What, 5th District of New York attorney.
Yeah, the most important district in
yes,
in the United States.
Yes. Yeah, I've listened to him.
Right. Like, so these things continue just to do. That's my point. So for the next year or 2 or 3, they will continue. My point specifically is that they will do what they continue to do until you, or not you specifically, but the United States citizens decide to elect a new president. Is that fair? Is that a fair assumption? Or and if it's not a fair assumption, where specifically do you disagree? Because I am not saying what you previously said. I never said that.
Well, what I have said when you originally asked this is that every single time this is allowed to happen and there is no corrective action, it gets worse the next time. So the idea that these institutions just keep working, it doesn't matter that they keep working. It matters what they're doing when they're working. I mean, can I even finish a thought? I'm sorry, but like I've really been really patient. Let you go ahead, interrupt me, and tell me what I've already understood you saying.
I'm gonna let you finish, but what I don't want you to do is to get on another topic, because I want to specifically address.
I'm not getting onto another topic. Okay. I'm literally talking about the same thing that.
Go ahead and finish your point then.
Yeah,
okay. So this idea that these institutions are going to just keep working, and that's okay that they're going to just keep working, without recognizing that it may be a problem that what they're working towards is bad for us in general and further away from what the institutions were set up to do in the first place.
I'm not saying that.
And how that is leading us off a cliff right now. So recognizing that I don't give 2 shits that the lower soldiers are going to continue to do what soldiers do, because I care where they are and what they're doing and how they're doing it, because that's a bigger problem that we're going to have to deal with later.
because I'm literally not saying any of those things. I literally said the opposite of those things. And
No, you said the institutions are going to keep working. They're going to keep doing what they're going to do.
no, that
You
is
know,
not
it
what I
doesn't
did.
matter that no one's.
That's literally what I didn't say. Okay.
You know, okay.
Cyrus, what did you say?
I'm gonna say it one more time clearly, and then I'm gonna let this one go, because we're not gonna see eye to eye on this. And no matter how many times we try to get common ground here, so what I'm trying to say is that say you have a football, right? And you take the football and you throw it. So you have the potential energy as you throw the ball, and you decrease the amount of energy as it falls to the ground. Inevitably, you have an arc, right? As the football goes through the air, it arcs and then falls to the ground. What you have with these systems is an arc, a potential energy arc. It does what it does, and then it slowly dissipates until somebody either re-energizes it or redirects that energy. So what I'm saying about that is, let's just say let's say you have a president who's completely engaged. He says that, you know what, FBI, I need you to end all racism. I'm being facetious here. But let's just say that he says, FBI, you're going to end all fucking racism. I'm going to dedicate all powers to ending racism. And that's all they can do is end the racism. I mean, that's not probably doable, but let's just say that happened. The next president comes in and says, you know what, FBI, I give no fucks about you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't give a shit about you. I don't give nothing. Well, the FBI is just going to continue doing what the FBI does under previous orders. Do you how long would it answer? Do you disagree or agree with that one?
I think that's an oversimplification of what can happen.
No.
Let's. I mean, no. Go ahead. Let's go ahead and buy into.
No.
What I'm talking about. Why it needs some nuance. No. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. It needs a more nuanced answer than yes or no. Okay? Because this is not one for one. We're talking about government agencies. If a president comes in, and let's say he directs, again, like you said, directs the FBI to end all racism. And that continues on to the next president. If the next president is just saying, yeah, keep going with those orders, I don't care, and they decided the best way, because they haven't achieved their goal, because that's an incredibly hard goal to achieve, the best way to end racism in the country is to make it a white ethno state and kill all the minorities, then guess what? That's probably a pretty bad thing, right?
You can't do that without legislation or other parts of the government doing what the other parts of the government do. That's my
Who's
point.
telling them not to?
You don't think
in the case of this country, our Congress isn't saying not to do this. Our Congress isn't saying anything about the military stopping them. Our president isn't saying anything to stop them. The military is just doing it.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
No.
I keep saying that.
No
one is at the wheel.
You asked me a question. So you do have many organizations in the United States who do answer against that. You have the ACLU. You have many of these civil rights movement things that absolutely stand in the fucking government chambers to answer these questions. That is not true. It is
they're not government though. They're just side organizations. They're unions.
You just refuse to think that the bureaucracy does what the bureaucracy does. That is part of the bureaucracy. That is how the bureaucracy works. That these steps, even the outside steps that are parts that are not part of the government, are part of the bureaucracy. This is how the motor works. These are how the cogs work. If you want to understand how the things work, you need to understand every single step, including the things that are going to get in your way. These are how things work, and this is how it works on an everyday basis.
Understand how they work, though. That's the thing. Like you keep saying that.
Okay, hold on.
But I do understand how they work because we've watched how this is played out. Because we have relied on the institutions to just keep working as they are. And now they're broken.
Stop.
And no one's stopping them from continuing to be broken.
So when Trump enacted the whole, what's it called? I don't know. He did the thing with the immigrants and put them in cages. And I don't know if there's a name for that. But he did that thing, right? Who stepped into place?
No one really. Because they're still in cages.
Yeah, but that's true. But that,
what
no
law
one's
has been passed to stop them from doing that? Nothing. Congress isn't doing jack shit.
stop.
They just gone there and visited and been, oh,
I understand
this
that
is terrible.
you feel strongly about this issue, but that is not what I'm saying. What I am saying that there is ways and methods to go against this. If you're let's just say you're a lawyer and you're this invested in having this conversation with me as you are with these people who are doing the wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The ACLU and all these other organizations absolutely affect the government. Who do you think stopped the fucking first immigrant ban?
The Supreme Court.
No, stop doing that. Don't do that to me, please.
They literally did.
Why was it brought to the Supreme Court?
What do you mean? Why was it brought to the Supreme Court?
Who brought it to the Supreme Court?
Well, several people took issue with it, including Muslim citizens.
Fuck the Muslim citizens. They don't have enough power. Who brought it to the Supreme Court?
I could say the same thing about Brown v. Board of Education.
No,
that's how that ended up.
Because that's not the same similar power dynamic. That's not true. So that doesn't matter. Who cares?
But if you're saying there's not enough of them and they don't have power, and we're talking about something about minorities, it is.
Who brought the case to the Supreme Court that made it stand?
I just told you.
For the immigrant. No, you told me Brown v. Board. You didn't tell me who. Who?
I told you there were several Muslim organizations.
Name two. No, the Muslim organization wasn't it. Who had the power and the money and the infrastructure and the backing to bring it? Who brought that lawsuit?
Actually, you're making me look it up.
No, you don't even have to look it up. This is.
I'm gonna have to. Because you want me to say it was the ACLU and
the people of the ACLU and the states bought it. Right?
On their own, they did it with nobody else, and there wasn't
a
case.
That. Oh no! Don't go any further. It's just who had the power to bring those lawsuits.
Well, if you go by your explanation, nobody.
That's not what I said.
Because the Muslim citizens didn't have enough power. Who gives a fuck about them? That's what you said.
But
they were the ones that started the initial court cases that eventually.
I think you're strawmanning me here. So hold on.
I'm not. I'm answering your question. You asked me how did they end up at the Supreme Court, and I'm telling you how they ended up in the Supreme Court.
Who has the power to bring a
You want to tell? You want me to say that the ACLU worked on their own to bring this case?
I didn't say
they do not work that way. People need to set these cases up in the first place.
I literally said the opposite. Which means that you just want to disagree with me.
No.
I'm literally.
You did not say.
I'm literally trying to tell you that's not what I'm saying. I'm literally trying to tell you that, and you will not let me finish that statement. I'm telling you, who has the majority power to bring such a lawsuit, and part of those people. Who?
And part of those
people. No, hold on. Before I finish, excuse me. Because the general public typically doesn't bring those types of lawsuits versus a state or an administration. Matter of fact, you can't even sue an administration for the most part. Not as a civilian. So who has the legal power to bring this lawsuit?
There are a number of groups again.
Name a few. Name three.
Actually, look, I'm not Muslim. I'm not Muslim. I don't know what the groups are. I don't know what the different groups are. ACLU is one group.
See,
but they still don't. They don't act on their own.
I know what the problem is here. You think I'm trying to get you here? I'm not trying to get you here. I'm asking you genuine questions because I want your genuine idea on it. Because if I know your genuine idea,
I mean to just say the ACLU brought it though.
Hold on. Because if I know your genuine idea, it's not that I'm trying to get you. It's that I now understand that your perspective. If I understand your perspective, therefore
but I'm giving it to you.
Hold on. I don't need to argue with you on certain other things, right? So if I say to you, we could be having a conversation about dogs and cats. Right? I could be like, you know what? All dogs are fucking. They suck. All dogs suck.
Screw you, Cyrus.
You know I don't believe that. But anyways, you'd be like, well, the pit bulls are cool. And I'm like, oh, the pit bulls especially suck. But and then I could be like, you know what? But the pugs, kind of have a thing for the pugs. But this is a nuanced conversation though, now at this point. Because I have stated that I don't like all dogs, but I do like the pugs. But I especially hate the bulldogs. So this is the conversation that we're having here. We're having a nuanced conversation. What I am trying to extrapolate out of you is some type of common ground. But every time I ask you a question, you want to go to a different point, like I'm a right winger, and you need to just absolutely go and rebut that. I am not trying to get. I promise you, I'm not trying to get you. I promise you that.
That's not the problem. That
Then
is
what's the
not the problem. The problem is you're asking to answer a question
I'm not.
simply that
Hold on.
has a much more technical answer
No, no,
than
no, 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 no,
you
no.
actually want
I'm
me to
asking you
say.
specific questions that do not have technical things because at least I can start there. So it's an absolute fact who brought this lawsuit. It's not a controversial subject. There's a fact who brought this lawsuit. You can look it up if you want to. You can go Google it right now. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's all. That's up to you. Doesn't matter to me because the fact will still stand on my part. Actually, you know what? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I can.
I was about to say, like,
Yeah.
part of the
I don't
problem
even
here
know
is
what the
we're
fuck-
This has
arguing and
gone far
almost.
too long.
Yeah.
My wife's actually mad at me for yelling and waking her up.
Yeah, I think I hear my wife huffing and puffing every once in a while too. So there's that.
Yeah.
So hey, can we agree? We all pissed off our wives. Jesus.
Yeah, we did do that.
Well, you know.
By the way, it was
But if you had one, she'd be pissed off.
the IAAB.
What's that now?
It was the IAAB.
Which stands for?
I'm having trouble finding that. Like, I gotta look it
I
up.
really gotta piss. So we gotta. I really
It's a Muslim group, but
that's
I mean,
you know what? We can pick this up. So I think this is interesting. Oh, so what I want to actually pick apart with you is not our differences.
the Iranian alliances across.
I want to actually consolidate on a common ground with you, and I
Okay.
want to know what that common ground is. Without labels, right? Like I'm not particularly interested in what your spectrum is on whatever fucking stupid political scale is. What I
don't really largely. I really don't.
You cut out. I'm sorry. I didn't.
I said largely. I don't think that matters.
Yeah, me neither. So
yeah.
So let me tell you what I think. What I'd like to do is if there's a disagreement, I would like to start off at some common agreement. Like we could say, you know what, roaches are all bad, and therefore we should kill all roaches. I don't think that's controversial. Maybe we should kill all roaches. But at least we have a common standard ground. I didn't say kill all bugs, but I did say kill all roaches. So I think we went off on a lot of tangents here. So I would like to reset this at some time without the 4 a.m. I'm fucking tired. Fuck this shit. Type.
Yeah. It's almost 5 where I'm at.
you know what I mean? Again, I don't have nothing against you personally. I think you're a great guy.
No. I do like talking to you. You know, we just have fundamental differences. On this.
And I don't think I actually don't think we have fundamental differences. I just think we have a fundamental problem of arriving at the same outcome, which I see a lot. And that's another issue I have with liberals. They will argue for the same thing in a different way. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like when Hassan argues with Destiny, like what is that even about? That's fucking retarded. But anyway,
well, I mean, Destiny had some legit fundamental misunderstandings of what Hassan said and really bad faith interpretations of what he said.
That is also true.
Yeah, that was a whole shit show.
Destiny has no idea how politics works either, though. But that's another
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, at least we agree on that. we
Yeah.
agree Destiny sucks. There we go.
There we go. Destiny is a piece of shit.
All
Fuck
right. Let's see how that works, kids. We did it.
All right.
I guess till next time.
All right. See you later.
Yeah, see ya.
Yeah, I'll take off too. Later, Leon.
Yeah, have a good night. That was a little chaotic.